Hello, 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 everybody. Happy to have you here on our Vue conference. We're now opening the conference. I'm really happy to see so many of you today in Bonn. Just waiting for my slides to appear on the beamer. Yeah, there are. So, give you all a really welcome. A big applause for all of you, all our speakers, all our helpers for the Vue conference 2024. Hello. So I'm super happy to see all the happy faces here. We have 2 days of exciting talks in front of us. There were many work before, and this all in this fancy location with this huge stage. Have you seen such a huge stage for Vue? It's amazing. I love the stage, so cool. That all would not be possible without our amazing sponsors. So also a big warm round of applause for our sponsors, please. If you want to thank them more, you can do it in the back. There's like a sponsoring area. We have different tables. We have like a super awesome barista that is making coffee. You can talk to them about what they do. Yeah, maybe see if you can connect, network. We also have 2 table kicker, foosball in the back, so you can play in the breaks. Yeah. Who wants to challenge me? You're really welcome. I really play a lot of foosball. If you challenge me, I trade you some stickers. So good possibility. Yeah. Also for me a little bit. I'm Robin. So my company is hosting this event. It's workshops.de. We do IT trainings in Germany, remote and on-site, for most web technologies. So we do stuff like VueJS, like as you know. So this does like articles, workshops, networking. So what we do is we're building communities and have a community of trainers who help to teach you to get better in the frameworks, in the technologies. So yeah, if you have any questions about us, we also have cool opportunities to get like state-funded trainings. Just ping us and be welcome. Also, like a big main area of this community is the community. So we have a lot of help from meetups, other companies, friends that helped us to bring this event on stage. So also big applause for the community helpers that are here. Thank you. As a community, it's really important to have some ground rules. So you all accepted the code of conduct by buying the ticket. I explained it to you in a little small sentence. So in general, it's about that everybody feels welcome. So if you feel uncomfortable in any way, please reach out to some people of the team. You see the team. Now we are the only people with the t-shirts. Later you can also have t-shirts, but you see us. I also will show later a slide with the team pictures. Please reach out if you feel uncomfortable. We don't accept any discrimination in any way on this conference. So if you're like part of any situation, feel uncomfortable, please reach out. So we can make this a safe space for everyone. So please respect the code of conduct. Another important thing what we need to make the conference run on the baseline is where are the restrooms. So I don't know if you already found them, but they're a little bit hidden. So you go out here of this door behind to the nearly the other strange military conference that's running parallel here. And there are the restrooms you can use. Yeah, they're huge, they're a lot, and you can use it. So, a few words about Conference Buddy. Who of you already heard about Conference Buddy? Nice. Look around you, who's like lifting the hands. So, we have a system here, it's called Conference Buddy. So, that means We have people who are your conference buddy. They offer you to introduce you to people, show you around. So if you're like feeling uncomfortable, I think we also have like some roll-up we can put on this sponsoring area. So if you want to connect to people that show you around, that give you an introduction in the community, reach out for like people that have maybe conference buddy badges or the roll-up there, and you can connect and get better integration into the conference. So, a little bit overview about the team who's organizing it. So, my name is Robin, as I already told you. Also, we have Tony. Tony is staying there. And Sarah, give him a big round of applause. Especially Sarah was like, working a lot the last weeks and months for all the stuff. It was super stressful. Now it's really nice to see all the faces here and the happy event going forward. So especially Sarah, thank you again for your work. It was really a lot of work. Thank you. We also have some helpers in the background. It's like Dave, Karina, Sasha, and Gregor. Also, thank you very much for making this conference happen. So, as you're now here and you're now part of the VueJS Community Conference, you're able also to get a T-shirt. So, as a feedback from the last years, we heard a lot that I don't want so many swag, I don't need it, I have so many T-shirts at home, I don't need a T-shirt. So we decided to put up a T-shirt on demand station. So you don't need to have any swag with you, but if you want, we have a T-shirt on demand station also in the sponsoring area in the back, and you can use it with the own community logos. So I don't know if you have seen it. In front of the conference, we ask everybody of you if you have any recommendations for logos, for cool things you want to print on the T-shirts. And I think we have 5 or 6 different variations of the design, and you can choose your own design and make your own special community T-shirt on demand on the print station back. So also like a big applause for the huge design logo team here. Thank you. As community is also about gathering, one word could not be left out here, and this is like party. So for the after party today, we have food trucks that's standing outdoors. We will tell you further information in the afternoon what's happening there. For now, in general, there will be food in the evening. You can gather here in the room. We have like also drinks around here. We have music. Depending on the mood of the crowd, maybe we will do some PowerPoint karaoke. Who knows what is PowerPoint karaoke? Oh yeah. If you have any slides you want to send me before, just give me some slides we can use. But first we will have a small cool down time, have some music, some food, some drinks, and you can network. So that's for the general like overview, what's happening here, who we are, what we do. Now I will introduce you to your first MC of this event, which is Alex. Alex! Woohoo! He's one of 4 wonderful MCs who will guide you through the conference. I'm really thankful that you're here. And yeah, from now on, talks begin. So I give the word to Alex, and yeah, hope you all have a great time. If you need anything, you're with something uncomfortable, please come to me. We try to make it the best conference you can expect. So reach out, have a good time, and yeah, let's go. Alex, have fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. Big applause for Robin and the whole team for organizing this conference. Folks, it's so nice to be here on stage with you all. It's the second time at the VueJS conference for me. And here in Germany, where I also am from, not from Bonn exactly, but it's so nice to see some familiar faces, some new faces, talking with all of you. But let's start with a very simple question. Who of you is already awake here? Like probably 1, 2, 3, a few people. Okay, folks, get all up. Stand all up. We have to get a bit of, yeah, I'm not kidding. Get up, all of you. We only have a few minutes time, so come on, hurry up. I know it's early in the morning. It's 9. You probably didn't even have a stand-up if you be at work, right? Just checking in for sure. Okay, so we'll do a very simple thing. We'll start with jumping jack. No, I'm kidding. No, of course, we don't go that crazy, right? I would have to do it as well. No. So we do a simple game. Who's here for the first time? Sit down. So only people who have been here for the very first edition are still up. Okay, wonderful. Now you can stand up again. That was the first exercise. Very well done. Great. Well done. And now, very important part. Who of you loves Vue can sit down? So everybody who's really liking Vue, sitting down. Okay. Oh yeah, a few people. I see you. No. Stay there. That's fine. Don't worry. I mean, it's a conference for all of us. And if you don't love Vue by now, you will very soon. Now, all of you, of course, can sit down. This was a little thing to get up and exercise. I remember very vividly when I still went to school a couple of years ago, my biology teacher was always saying like, oh yeah, before we start, we do a little bit of yoga, we do a little bit of exercising so our minds are fresh. And I didn't really keep up with that. I've still had a good time. And I hope now you're a little bit more awake than before. Yeah, feel free to sit down or stand a bit longer if you want to, right? That's also fine. I also want to give a shout out to the other MCs following today and tomorrow. The magnificent Daniel Rowe. First of all, applause for Daniel Rowe, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Yes, exactly. Also give it up for Elise Patrikainen. And last but not least, Web Dave, aka David Müllerchen. Give it up, everybody. So you'll get to know them very soon throughout the day. I'll be here until like lunch break, something like that. Then don't worry, you'll see me maybe in the evening, maybe tomorrow again or throughout the conference. So you won't get rid of me, I'm afraid. Nevertheless, we have a hashtag, right? Hashtag VueJS Conf 2024. So if you send out a tweet, if you're on Mastodon, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, you know the drill. On Xing, anyone on Xing here? No, of course not. Okay. So just use the hashtags. We'll find the things you post, right? Also, don't forget the people with like the red, like lanyards. They don't want to be on photos. That's totally fine. If you have the one with a black lanyard, or me, I don't have any. So then feel free to post the pictures, right? So that's that. And also, we had a few tiny changes of plans. Maybe you remember when you signed up for the conference, there weren't 4 MCs. There were 2. And Vanessa, who sadly can't be here today, asked me, or like I asked her, hey, can I share what's going on? Why not? Can't be here, very unfortunately. So first of all, she's missing all of us here, and also we miss her too. So even though she's not here, please give a big round of applause to Vanessa Böhner today, everybody, because there's something wonderful happening in life, and she will have a little baby very soon. So I think that's a very fair point to say, okay, sadly, I can't attend the conference. Family first, everybody. But she's still here watching the live stream. Their cameras, of course. This is all going live out on the internet right now. So yeah, that's that. And of course, due to some changes of plans, we also have some good news, right? We have a live panel discussion coming up Wednesday, 1:20 p.m. after lunch, right after, perfect timing. You had some food, right? You want to digest a little bit. Sit down. Let the other people talk. It's perfectly fine, right? And you can submit your questions. You can also ask your questions back then. There will be QR codes coming up. So definitely keep an eye on them. But yeah, that will be a lot of fun. There will be some speakers up here. So also think about maybe some questions you always want to ask people, either like they're on stage, like, hey, what's the biggest mistake in Vue that you ever did? And you're like, you're not using it. So yeah, definitely get ready for that. And now the only thing left to say is, let's go. Let's enjoy the conference, everybody. Yeah, that's the vibe. I see it. Waking up worked out. Wonderful, wonderful. And it's time, of course, we start with the very first speaker as it goes for a conference. And if you've seen the lineup, you might wonder like, hey, wait, maybe you know this guy from the Angular universe. It's like maybe a little double agent in disguise. No, not at all. He's also very into Vue.js, and he will tell us a few interesting things today. Because who of you have heard about an LSP before? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 people. Okay, you can maybe skip the first 2-3 minutes of the talk, but not more than that. For the others, super interesting. So who has heard of Volar and the Vue.js VS Code extension? Yeah, almost everybody. I see. So then you know what it'll be about. He is, besides being around the Angular ecosystem, he's a GDE, right? He's also part of the RxJS core team, and he will tell us a lot about Volar as the unsung hero, and that resonates a lot because Volar got a lot of, let's say, a lot of critiques recently in the last year, some very unjustified. Johnson, the maintainer, is trying a lot to make the VueJS Code extension, also Volar, the best thing out there. But nevertheless, we welcome to stage the man who talks about Volar, the unsung hero. Give it up, give a warm, big applause for Jan Niklas Wortmann, everybody.
How's everyone doing today? Good? Is this on? Gone? No? Cool. There we go. Easy. Technique. Okay, let me just start a timer here so that I don't go like crazy over. Is this 30 minutes? 30 minutes? I think so. Okay. Well, if I go over. All right. So, Volar, the unsung hero, very much thank you for coming to this talk. I'm very excited for this. And I want to take a couple steps back. Because I was thinking, well, this is the first talk of the day. How am I going to get this thing kickstarted? And the thing that I thought was funny was, okay, let's assume there's not a Vue language server. How would our development experience would look like? First of all, the good thing is we would still have fancy syntax highlighting. So the thing that most developers care the most about is we would still have that thing. Because the thing is, syntax highlighting in IDEs, at least in text editors like VS Code and stuff, is not much more than a fancy regex. It's actually a pretty fancy regex. So other than that, we would probably still use tools like Prettier, so we would have access to formatting our code, but really not much more. So things like refactoring wouldn't work anymore, auto-completion wouldn't work, auto-imports wouldn't work. Anything TypeScript related wouldn't work. This fancy little pop-up that when you hover over something and it tells you, oh, this is this type and this is the documentation for it, wouldn't work. So I think this gives a little bit of an overview of what the Vue language server does already under the hood for us. And with this talk, what I want to share a little bit is what Volar does, how it's doing things, and I do have some incentive to talk about things like that because I'm developer advocate for JetBrains, so I care a lot about developer tooling. And as Alex already mentioned, I'm RxJS core team, GDE, those kind of things. So thank you very much. Very excited. Volar. The thing that we need to understand a little bit, Volar is not just the engine that powers the Vue language server. It is so much more. You might have seen talks from the Astro people where they are talking about Volar too, because the Astro LSP is also built on top of Volar. And it's not just the Astro LSP, it's also MDX, Amber, Analog, the Angular meter framework, and even parts of, if you're still around for the Angular part of the conference, my second talk on Friday will also mention some of the things that we built for Angular on top of Volar within WebZone. So Volar is really more of a framework that you can use to build language server and to provide IDE extension. But that still kind of, it's still kind of weird. Okay, what is a language server, right? So we have those key features, super fancy, right? It sounds super great. Like we have completion, we have TypeScript, we have formatting, we have refactoring, we have auto imports, and all those crazy things. But what is a language server? And it's really pretty simple, actually. The thing is, a language server is always a client-server relationship. In terms of VS Code, this is usually that you have a server that you start as some kind of binary and a plugin that acts as the client. And most of the time, those language servers communicate with standard in, standard out. So it's really not much more than starting a binary and communicating with that open binary or running binary. One thing that is a little tricky, and I probably get this wrong throughout this talk too, usually when you say LSP, LSP stands for Language Server Protocol. It doesn't make sense to call it LSP because it's really more a server implementation for that protocol. Very commonly, though, you refer to an LSP as that kind of server. Make sense? Yes, thank you. So let's take a look at how this format looks like, right? It's a pretty simple JSON structure where you have an ID, well, it's JSON RPC, so you can have like comments and those kind of things, which is already one of the major critique point with the format because every message needs to have this header here, JSON RPC version 2. You also specify an ID, which is more for the client to track the open request, because it's very asynchronous, so you cannot, if you open a file, there will be like a bazillion requests to the server for like, okay, give me syntax highlighting, give me IntelliSense for the cursor position, and all those things. And with this ID, the client can like decide which response it receives and stuff. As a protocol, there are different methods that we can use. So one of the more common one is the text document completion request, which is if you put in a dot, for instance, you would get like all the properties on a JSON object and those kind of things, right? We're so used to that we don't realize what's happening, but that's the thing that happens under the hood. We also share with the LSP the file so that it can access the related file and the position of the cursor. That is one of the things that is very, very important to understand for LSPs as the way they work. They're very much focused on the current position of the cursor, which also is to some extent a limitation of this protocol as is. Make sense? And then a response would kind of look like this, right? So we have the ID again so that we can track. This is the thing we requested. And then we would get all the completion results to suggest for the user so that they can pick whatever they're looking for. And with that, there's also like, okay, is this a function? Is this a method? Is this a JSON key? Those kind of things. A little bit of documentation. It's very UI-driven from that aspect. So one thing that also is very commonly referred to wrongly is there is a difference between a language server and a language service. I know, super unnecessary. The thing is, a language server is the binary that we're talking about. In the case of VueJS language server, it's a little binary, you start it, and then it acts as an implementation of that protocol. A language service is the implementation for one specific language. So for instance, Volar provides several language services for CSS, for instance, for HTML, for JSON, for Markdown. And if we're looking at Vue as a language, Vue consists out of HTML, CSS, TypeScript, JSX, if you use it, those kind of things. So the combination of those different services builds a language server. And Volar as a framework also provides much more. This is more for completion. I don't expect you to read all of this. I didn't. So this is kind of how the Vue language server architecture looks like. Pretty much everything that is not Vue specific is directly related to Volar. So Volar provides TypeScript, HTML, CSS support, and the Vue language server then, if we look at a Vue file, for instance, that I have here, right? A .vue file usually consists out of a script part, a template part, and a style part. And that script part is TypeScript, JavaScript, whatever you feel like. That template part is somewhat HTML-ish. It's mostly HTML, except for those parentheses, like the curly braces and those kind of things. And the style is mostly CSS. But then if we look closer at how languages work in the web, we also have those things where we might have CSS in HTML and JavaScript in HTML. So things get really, really tricky really quickly. I already skipped a couple of slides, so let's go back real quick. So what the Vue language server does is basically splitting those parts in each file and identifying, okay, this is the TypeScript part, this is the HTML part, and this is the CSS part, and then provide the integration between those two. All the native languages themselves are provided by Volar. The combination of those is implemented in the Vue language server. So what's happening in that case is we need to do some AST parsing. Very fancy word. Who knows what AST is? Okay. Okay. AST is abstract syntax tree. So it's basically a way how computers look at source code. So you can think of a file as like some kind of tree structure, or it's basically an abstract representation of that file that you can parse and therefore perform operations on, like file edits and those kind of things. It does automatically, the minute you use Vola and the TypeScript servers provide any kind of TypeScript integration, which is so fantastic because TypeScript, or dealing with the TypeScript language server is a mess. Because who know here that the TypeScript language server is not an LSP? Yes, I didn't know that either. But the TypeScript language server is close to the LSP implementation, but because those things kind of happened in similar stages of the process, it's not compliant with the LSP specification, which makes integrating the TypeScript language server very, very difficult for tools like NeoVim, for instance, or WebStorm. So we already talked about this, so I'll just skip over this. So this is the core concept of Vola. It's called virtual files, and most language server in our ecosystem, like Ember, Astro, even the Angular language server, work in this concept of virtual files. So you might have a .vue file that gets split up into 3 virtual files: the TypeScript file, the HTML file, and the CSS file. So even though we all like single file components, for the Vue language server, or Vola, under the hood we have 3 files. This allows us to provide integration between them and individually manipulate them. So for instance, right, if you in your HTML part use a different Vue component, you want to import that automatically. That auto import is in the TypeScript part, not in the HTML part. But the reference is in the HTML part. So you need that integration between those different files. And that is really the so important thing for a language server, is to provide this cross-file analysis that you can say, oh, where is this symbol coming from? Where is this component coming from? Let me jump right into this component. It also automatically provides type checking. And that's the reason most people use TypeScript. Vola itself is also very concerned about performance itself. Performance is so difficult to get right because there's so many asynchronous processes going on in a language server. So the thing that Johnson, the core maintainer of Vola, did is he implemented a basic reactivity library that is open source, that he uses under the hood to improve performance. Very interesting to check out. And Vola itself is also highly extensible due to that service architecture. Has anyone here heard about the takeover mode kind of thing that happened? Okay. So extensibility is a very interesting point because for Vue to work, you need a TypeScript language server, right? You need TypeScript to work properly. So the first attempt that Vola did was basically to have a Vue language server dealing with all the Vue-related part and use the TypeScript language server. The problem with this approach is that you have 2 language server allocating memory, might be out of sync with things, and those kind of things. So you have a very weird situation. The second approach, called hybrid mode, was to basically deactivate the TypeScript language server in VS Code and let the Vue language server handle everything TypeScript related. The problem with that is VS Code automatically starts the TypeScript language server. So you had to do some manual steps to deactivate and say that, hey, for Vue-related file, use this language server. So it was kind of a manual process. The last step, and that is the big thing that happened with Vola 2 and the Vue language server 2, is takeover mode. And basically at this point, you don't see slides anymore. Huh. There we go. Easy. So at this point, what the Vue language server did is the TypeScript language server evolved and they allowed for more, or basically enabled a plugin system. So at this point, the Vue language server is a plugin for the TypeScript language server. And this is also how things like Svelte works, for example, where it's really just like telling the TypeScript language server now, okay, also consider Vue files, and here's how you handle those Vue files. But your TypeScript parts, you still deal with those. The benefit of that is that you now just have one language server, therefore not redundant memory allocation and those kind of things. So the extensibility part from like a framework design is very, very important. Because if there's now like, let's say like a Vue meta framework, they could just register as another plugin to the Vue language server and therefore provide like additional capabilities and stuff. One thing I would like you to check out is Vola Labs. It helped me a lot understanding what's going on. And even if you're just like having like 20 minutes, drinking some coffee, just install that plugin in VS Code and maybe close VS Code afterwards, but different conversation. You will very clearly see how Vola looks at the virtual files. What are the plugins that you use for these files? How does the original Vue file map to the TypeScript route and those things? Very, very interesting. Can just recommend checking this out. And now the thing that I'm a little bit more excited to share is how WebStorm handles the Vue language server. Because with the more recent version, we're using the Vue language server under the hood. So we're still benefiting from all the amazing features and the performance that Johnson and the whole team is working on. But the thing that we then do is enrich it with because at the end of the day, we still do our own lexicon parser for Vue files. So we can, on top of that, build an internal model considering all of the parts that we receive from the language server and our own models that we have for our own languages and things like that. And then add IDE-specific features on top of that that might not be part of the LSP protocol. That's like HTTP, whatever. For instance, the LSP specification doesn't have anything for testing, right? Most JavaScript frameworks these days come with some kind of testing capacity. So you might want to generate like coverage reports. You might want to execute tests for single view components and those kind of things. LSPs as is cannot support that. VS Code has plugin APIs that you can write your own plugin to provide VTest support or those things. But the Vue language server, as things are right now, won't be able to provide support for debugging testing. Therefore, having this wrapped in our own plugin allows us to use or benefit from the innovation in the Vue language server, but also provide features on top to provide you as a user a great out-of-the-box experience. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, what direction is Vola going? The big thing is, because it's in your IDE, we're typing pretty fast. We have AI capabilities, right? So we're like writing code. So the language server needs to be fast. It's the worst if you get results for something that you've typed earlier and it's already invalid. Everyone has seen that with TypeScript happen before, where you're like already 3 keystrokes ahead, but you receive all suggestions. So having cancellation support and a fast LSP is critical to provide a good user experience. There's also more integrations going on that the Vola team is working on, for instance, for YAML, for CodeMirror, which is like an online IDE kind of thing. Svelte is considering using Vola for the Svelte language server. So there are a lot of interesting things going on in that direction. There is, I mean, it wouldn't be 2024 if we wouldn't talk about AI. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Am I? Well, we'll see. But the thing that I think is the most interesting about Vola is you can literally build anything you want with it. Like, as long as we're talking about developer tooling, everything that is in your imagination, you can build yourself. And this is a perfect transition to, okay, why did we now listen for 20 minutes for something that is already built into my code editor and doesn't really affect me directly? Who had that thought? I had that thought working on the slides. You're an honest man. So the thing that I wanted from this talk is, and this quote from Galileo really describes it well, besides that it's maybe like unnecessarily generating for 2024. But the thing that is really interesting from a talk perspective like this is I could show you code examples for Vola. I can teach you this is how you write your own language service. This is how you write your own LSP with Vola. At the end of the day, you might not do that. So you're not going to take a whole lot of things out of this talk. What I want to do with this talk particular is inspire you and share my passion for developer tooling with you. So I hope that you realize, okay, this thing is kind of interesting. There's a lot of things going on under the hood. And I really instead of showing you some fancy Vola code want to inspire you to be like, okay, maybe I should check what's going on under the hood. Maybe I should spend some time and understand how the tools that I use on a daily basis for 8 hours, maybe more, hopefully less, how those tools work, because it's really interesting. And it helps us understand better or get more empathy for the maintainers like that. And Vola is definitely underfunded, so they appreciate any kind of support they can get. And it's a highly complex domain, so if you, to some extent, even just to the slightest, feel like, I should spend some time and look into Vola, I know that the maintainer and the team behind it will appreciate it a lot, and I would appreciate it, because I think it's interesting, and I hope that I could share that interest with you to some extent. And this is my talk. I didn't want to spend like the whole 30 minutes because it's the first talk. I'm under-caffeinated. Very likely you are under-caffeinated. So if you have any questions about Vola, Vue, Angular, RxJS, WebStorm, whatever, I'll be running around here. The link to the slides is on that QR code. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jan Niklas, for that lovely talk.
You're welcome.
Folks, who of you knows what an LSP is? I should see all hands up here now. You know it. You know it. You are all here now. All right. Let me quickly get the wonderful laptop, and we start with our next speaker. Anyone knows who that is, by the way? Next speaker? Sorry, what? Someone said, yeah, there's that one person. Let me quickly get it set up. Some of you might know that guy, living in Singapore. All right. But before we jump to the next speaker, we have a little QR code prepared, and I hope that's only the display. Yeah, there we go. We have a little QR code prepared, so if you want to ask questions for the wonderful live Q&A coming up next, you can scan this QR code and bring them in anonymously. If you say, hey, you know what, let everybody hear your magnificent voice, then please just raise your hand. There are people down there with microphones coming to you. You can ask the question to the man, the myth, the legend himself. People said it already. We have the creator of Vue, the creator of Vite, the founder of Void Zero here with us remotely, straight away from Singapore. Folks, I want to hear the biggest applause you've ever heard in your life. Give it up for Evan Yu! Hey, Evan.
Hello. How is everyone doing? Well, yeah, I'm unfortunately cannot make it in person, but really happy to be here talking to all of you over video. So I can only see okay, I see the slides now. Great.
Perfect.
Okay, so so this is going to be the same talk that I gave at VConf a while ago, but I figured this is the thing I've mostly been focusing on for the past few months, and I do think it is important to get the message through, and this has impact on Vue and related ecosystem as well, obviously, because most of Vue tooling is now based on Vite. Nux is based on Vite. So any improvement to Vite underneath will greatly impact the development experience of Vue users. Okay, so here we go. Okay, let's see if I can get the clicker going. All right, cool. So first of all, a quick look at how Vite growth has been. So compared to last year's around this time, we've already doubled, more than doubled in terms of download count, and we're now at over 15 million weekly NPM downloads. This is still actually not quite the largest number we can get, because compared to some of the older tools like Webpack or Babel Core, we still have lots of room for growth. But we're on a really good trajectory here because from last year's State of JS survey, which is actually the latest one, both Vite and Vitess got a lot of recognition from the community. Vite got the most adopted, highest retention, highest interest, and Vitess also got very high ranking in those categories. So both projects almost basically top the charts in every possible category, and Vite won most loved library overall. I'm sure a lot of Vue users have probably casted that vote in favor of Vite and Vitess as well. So outside of just Vue support, obviously, Vite is now growing into something of a larger ecosystem. It is now kind of like a coalition of the next-gen web frameworks and tools. In fact, the only thing that's not on Vite nowadays is probably Next.js. But outside of that, we do see not only frameworks, but also test runners, package managers like Tari, which you can use it in combination with Vite to build desktop apps. Laravel has first-class Vite integration. Ruby on Rails. They don't have an official one because Ruby Rails decided to go full no build, but the Rails community members, they've built a great integration called, I believe it's called Rails Vite or Ruby Vite, that you can easily integrate Vite into Ruby on Rails as well. And there are Playwright, tools like Playwright, Storybook, that are more supporting roles in the tooling ecosystem, but they have first-class Vite integration. So Vite has become the shared infrastructure layer for the next generation of web applications. And that is a pretty bold statement. I think last year, if we said this, it would be a bit premature, but now I think it is becoming more and more of a reality. So that also places a lot more responsibility on us, on me, on the Vite team, and everyone working on improving Vite, because Vite is not perfect, and I will be the first person to acknowledge that. So, so this sort of trust and people's enjoyment of Vite kind of pushed me to think about like what can we do to make it better, right? So, in order to think through that, I think the primary reason people love Vite is because it makes web development feel simple again. So, let's say you want to start a new Vue project, you're mostly just using Vite plus the official Vue plugin, right? You no longer have to configure a ton of other plugins or write a hundreds line long configuration file in order to get things going. And it's lean, it's fast, it's easy to understand what's going on. But underneath, Vite is able to kind of hide a lot of complexity to the end users because we do handle a lot of additional build steps underneath. And we rely on dependencies to do that as well, right? So the three primary dependencies that Vite relies on are ESBuild, Rollup, and SWC. So the problem with this current architecture is, although it works, it creates a lot of inefficiency. So let's look at that one by one. First of all, the reason Vite uses ESBuild underneath is because we use ESBuild to pre-bundle the dependencies during development. Because ESBuild is fast. That's the main reason. It is extremely fast. It's the fastest bundler that we know before Rolldown appeared, right? So the downside of ESBuild is that it has very limited chunk and tree shaking control. Its tree shaking bails out in a lot more cases than Rollup does. Its chunk splitting has no configuration, so you can't really control, like, say, I want to avoid hundreds of small chunks with ESBuild, right? So it has limited flexibility in its plugin ecosystem as well. And it has no built-in React refresh transform. So we also use ESBuild to transform TypeScript and JSX by default, but unfortunately we cannot use it for everything, right? So it's a great tool. It does a lot of things really well, but it just have a few things that it just doesn't have and doesn't want to implement. And there's really no way for us to sort of make that happen. Like we actually try to want to look at how we can contribute some things back into ESBuild or even fork it. Unfortunately, ESBuild's internal architecture is designed in a way that is multiple layers of concerns mixed together. And it makes it quite difficult for external contributors to understand what's going on and keep things maintainable. And its maintainer, Evan Wallace, although doing a really great job, is very strongly opinionated. So in some cases, it might not be easy for us to get exactly what we want in ESBuild. So next up is Rollup, right? We use Rollup in Vite for production bundling. Rollup is great because it has a very mature plugin ecosystem. It is very battle-tested for production bundling in terms of handling tree shaking. Rollup probably has one of the best tree shaking capabilities for pure ESM, and has a decent level of chunk asset control. Okay, so and most importantly, its plugin system is so much simpler than Webpacks. We believe this it makes the barrier of entry for writing your own plugin much easier. So we modeled Vite's plugin system on top of Rollup's interface, right? So the biggest drawback of Rollup, obviously, is it's written in JavaScript. So the build speed is slow compared to native. It can be orders of magnitude slower than ESBuild, for example. And then there's SWC. We do not rely on SWC directly in Vite, but for a lot of React users, as I mentioned, ESBuild does not ship React Fast Transform. So for a lot of React users, they actually have to either use Babel to transpile their React components and have hot module replacement, or they have to use SWC, right? So Babel is really slow. So a lot of them opt to use SWC for that. But the end result is for a typical React app with built with Vite, they are using ESBuild, Rollup, plus SWC all in the same project. Not ideal, right? So first of all, because ESBuild is used for dev bundling and Rollup is used for production bundling, there can be some level of bundling behavior inconsistency. And this mostly happens when you have a lot of mixed ESM and CJS dependencies, or you have dependencies that are weirdly transformed from, for example, the code is written in ESM, but then compiled into CJS that pretends to be ESM. There are a lot of weird cases in there, right? So ESBuild and Rollup kind of handles these edge cases a bit differently. And that can be quite annoying if you only catch the problem in production. Another aspect of it is all these three tools have different parsers, right? So the same piece of source code in a production app can potentially go through 4 to 5 different parse, transform, serialization passes. So, for example, it can first be processed by ESBuild for TypeScript transformation, and then processed by Rollup for actual bundling, then SWC for minification, then ESBuild again for target lowering. So this kind of inefficiency is it adds up over time, right? So a system that eliminates this inefficiency and handles all the tasks in one system would be much more efficient, right? The worst case here is not only are we paying the cost of repeated parse and serialization, we're also passing big chunks of strings from Go to JavaScript to Rust and back and forth again, right? All this little overhead adds up and can make your build significantly slower than it should be. And finally, the network bottleneck of unbundled ESM during dev. So this is a problem that has existed fundamentally because of Vite's unbundled ESM dev server. So it works well enough up to a certain threshold, right? For example, if you have fewer than 1,000 modules outside of your dependencies, only source code, right? It probably works just fine. But in enterprise projects or some really large SPAs, there could be like 4,000 to 5,000 of unbundled modules that we need to load over the dev server. And the network overhead just adds up, and it can make the page load quite slow. For example, it could take like 5 to 6 seconds to load the page when you first start the dev server. And it also kind of creates an issue where when you have the dev tools open and you have the network tab open, or you have you ticked the disable caching in your networks pane, it kind of all affects the unbundled dev server network speed. So we've tried many different things, try to work around this. Unfortunately, this bottleneck exists at the browser networking level, and there's no simple direct answer to it. There is an ongoing ES spec called module declarations, previously called module fragments, that might help us provide a way to help us solve this problem, but it is still at a relatively early stage, and it will take a very long time for this kind of things to eventually land in browsers natively. So we cannot really rely on that in the short term. Okay, so how to actually solve these problems, right? The first reaction we had is, okay, we need to unify the bundler and the transformers that we use. So enter Roda, right? So we start working on Roda, and in order to better support Roda and handle all the tasks consistently, we landed on OXC. And as we also worked deeper with Roda and OXC, we realized, okay, like, why do we stop at the bundler, right? OXC has the potential to tackle a much larger problem scope than what a bundler would do for Vite. So the realization was that the challenge Vite is facing is a reflection of the JavaScript ecosystem at large, right? Not only in Vite, but in almost every production app that we have today, we probably rely on hundreds of third-party dependencies in order to solve different things. And this historically is because JavaScript evolved from a simple scripting language that was only meant for simple things into a powerhouse that it is today, right? And as we use JavaScript to build more and more ambitious apps, the demand for better engineering practices arises. And in order to support those engineering best practices, people come up with all kinds of tools and open source projects. Unfortunately, there was no centralized team to design such a coherent system for JavaScript. It kind of just all happened decentralized, right? So it's a blessing and a curse because it kind of is able to leverage the community's creative power to solve all these things differently. And through competition, we eventually land on some good solutions. But the sad state of affairs is that for a lot of these different tasks, right, all these dependencies are fragmented. There are incompatibilities, fragmentation, inefficiencies. So I really wish we can, change this for the JavaScript ecosystem, not just for Vite, but for all JavaScript work. If we can make things more efficient by having a unified toolchain, right? That would be great. And that is the reason why we are working on it at VueJS. So the vision for a unified toolchain for JavaScript, I came up with 4 things that I think are really important. The first is it needs to be unified, right? One AST to rule them all. We want one AST that starts from the parser. We want to use the same AST for linting, for transforms, for bundling. And in fact, there are a lot of shared things we need to do between, say, linting, transforming, and bundling. We all need to do semantic analysis. We need to understand like the variable declarations, the function scopes, how they're nested, what variables are declared in what scope, how many references they have, are these references exported from the current module scope, and all that, right? So all of these analyses are actually very common. So not only the AST, but the semantic analysis is also a big chunk of work that can be shared across these different tasks, right? So a unified toolchain has even more benefits than AST reuse. And the next is it obviously needs to be really, really high performance, right? Tools written in JavaScript no longer cuts it, and that's just a fact. So, but where do we split the line, right? So I've always held the view that we need to move these well-defined, slower-moving targets to be handled by native languages. For example, parsing JavaScript and TypeScript. These are slow-moving targets. They are really well-defined problems. The spec changes really slowly, so it is easy to catch up once you catch up with the current standards. And transforming TypeScript is also one of those tasks, right? So these tasks can and should be written, handled with compiled to native language. For example, Rust, right? And the reason we go with Rust is because Rust as an ecosystem has probably the most active package ecosystem and tooling that already exists for JavaScript, right? And we have an easier time finding people who are passionate about tooling in the Rust ecosystem compared to something, say, like Go or C++, right? And next thing is the toolchain needs to be composable. Being composable means it should not be a black box, right? So as I said, an example is that ESBuild is great. It has a lot of functionalities, but it's kind of a black box because the reason ESBuild is able to achieve the speed it has is because it just mixes all these different concerns together in its code base. And its parser, for example, you cannot just take out ESBuild's parser and use individually for other purposes. And we want to build something that is as fast or even faster than ESBuild, but still allows you to pick and choose the individual pieces. So that you can use OXC's parser, you can use the linter, you can use the transformer or the resolver without having to opt into the whole thing. And finally, there's the runtime agnostic part. For example, there's runtimes like Bun or Dino that comes with their own opinionated tooling, which is great development experience boost for the people who decided to use a specific runtime. But a lot of times, you may not have the ability to just switch from Node.js to one of these newer runtimes. Or you may have to, you cannot assume that your code will run on a specific runtime. Maybe your code will run in a work environment, or you're shipping a package that should run in all of these runtimes, right? So if we want a unified tooling for the entire JavaScript ecosystem, then this toolchain should not be coupled to a specific runtime. It should be able to help you no matter which runtime you expect your code to run on, including browsers as well. So isn't this too ambitious? Well, maybe. So that's why I founded the company VueJS, and we've raised quite a bit of funding in order to help us pursue the vision. So the investors truly believe that this is something the JavaScript ecosystem deserves and needs. And we're obviously going to work really hard on making this happen. And this is not going to be a short-term project, right? It's going to take years of hard work. So we're here for the long run. So the big picture here and what we want to really achieve in the end is that Vite, so OXC will be at the bottom. It's the language toolchain. It consists of a group of composable NPM packages and Rust crates that includes the parser, semantic analysis, transformer, minifier, resolver, linter, and formatter. And OXC will power Rowdown. Rowdown will be powering Vite. Vite will be powering VTest. And eventually Vite and VTest will be powering the higher level frameworks on top of them. So the progress so far. First is OXC, right? So OXC we already have completed the parser, the linter, and the resolver. So all three of these are spec compliant, full compatibility with existing standards or de facto standards. For example, the linter is compatible with the ESLint. It has ESLint A compatible configuration, 400 plus ESLint compatible rules. We haven't really opened up the plugin system for the linter yet because it ties into a bigger problem about how to best offer JS plugins that can stay performant when it's used in a Rust core, right? So we have some ideas on how to make this as efficient as possible, but so we don't want to prematurely open up a JS plugin API because if we open up a JS plugin API now that allows people to write arbitrary JS plugins that can slow down the whole system, then there's no chance of coming back from that. So we want to be really careful about this. That's why the linter currently does not allow custom plugins just yet. So we want to really get that right. So the current focus is on the transformer part, right? So we already finished the TypeScript transforms, React.js transforms, and isolated declarations transform. So this one is interesting because it's a recently new added feature in TypeScript that allows you, if you turn on the isolated declarations option in your TS config, then you can use OXC to directly emit definition files from your TS files without going through TypeScript itself. So it becomes a pure syntax transform. So this allows you to generate DTS at a fraction of seconds, like 15 milliseconds or something, right? So that's orders of magnitudes faster than TypeScript itself. So TypeScript also shipped a new method called transpile declarations only, I believe. But OXC is at least 14 times faster than what TSX does, TSC does. So right now, the only part that's left in the transformer is syntax lowering, i.e. converting your ES 2020 syntax down to ES 2015. And that's just a chunk of work that we need to do, and we're already making good progress. So likely this will be finished in Q4. And after that, there will be the minifier and the formatter. These are two large pieces left. Both of them already have prototypes. In fact, the minifier is already in Rodan. It's just we haven't really fine-tuned all the possible minification options yet. So right now, the quality is probably like 90%, 80% of other minifiers, but the speed advantage is huge, right? So for the formatter, we leave it to the last because we know there's already Biome in the ecosystem that people can rely on in the short term. So we're not really in a hurry to kind of directly compete with Biome, but eventually we'll get to that so that people already using OXC for other things will be able to have a formatter that's compatible with OXC as well. So now performance, right? So this is probably the most important part. OXC, for everything that we built so far, OXC is probably the fastest that we know. So the fastest parser, linter, resolver, and transformer. So I've attached benchmarks in the slides. You can check them out later at your own pleasure. And in addition to just pure performance, there are some other interesting metrics that I think people should look at. One is memory usage. OXC transform uses less memory than both Babel and SWC, and notably, the binary size, which is often overlooked, but we actually do care a lot about it in Vite, is we don't want your node modules to keep growing, to be huge. We care a lot about the number, the bytes you have to download. For example, when you run something on CI or in GitHub Actions, that actually makes a difference, right? And OXC transform is less than 2 megabytes in terms of binary size for Mac OS, right? Compared to SWC, which is 37 megabytes, right? One of the reasons we don't use SWC by default in Vite is because SWC's binary size is more than twice the size of Vite, and all Vite dependencies included, right? So we do care a lot about that. And OXC kind of is fundamentally better in this regard. It also compiles a lot faster than SWC, so it makes our life developing Rodan a lot easier as well. Okay, so now talk about Rodan, right? So we've already done basic bundling, OXC integration, and advanced features like tree shaking. We have 90% roll-up plugin compatibility. So right now, the only things that's not compatible are really the niche features that you probably won't use yourself anyway. And a lot of the built-in, lot of the official rollup plugins are either compatible or are no longer needed because Rodan already handles them internally. For example, Node.js Node Resolve or CommonJS handling, Rodan just does that out of the box, right? So right now, our focus is on adding a first-class CSS, HTML, and SS support to Rodan so that we make it a general-purpose bundler, not just for JavaScript. And the reason we want to do that is because we are also, in parallel, integrating Rodan into Vite. And when we're integrating Rodan into Vite, what we discovered is that Vite has a lot of internal JavaScript plugins. And there are probably 20 of them. So when you add a lot of JavaScript plugins to a Rust-based bundler, it slows things down significantly because every plugin involves multiple calls between Rust and JavaScript and passing data back and forth. And that cost adds up. And it also blocks Rust from its parallelization, right? Because JavaScript is single-threaded. So we've been experimenting with ways to make that faster, but the most fundamental and direct way to speed things up is to port the JavaScript plugins over to Rust. So we've been doing some of that, and we've been able to achieve significant performance gains by doing that for production builds. And in part of that, we are also trying to port the CSS plugin and HTML plugin, SF plugin in Vite over to Rust. And when we're porting those, we realize, okay, there's some fundamental architectural difference that between what we want to do, between what Vite is trying to do and what Rollup allows for. because Rollup is originally designed to be a pure JavaScript bundler. Everything in Rollup is eventually converted to JavaScript. It does not have really the first-class concepts about CSS, HTML, or assets. Everything is treated as kind of an afterthought, right? So we want to make Rollup, on top of being compatible with Rollup, but also have first-class citizen support for these additional web assets so that we have a cleaner implementation and better performance in the end. So once we finish these, we will be polishing up Rollup for 1.0 beta. So there's still a ton of work to do because building a bundler is not easy. We have to make sure it stays fast, make sure it's maintainable, make sure all these features align with existing solutions. So, but hopefully we'll be able to get to beta status later this year, hopefully by end of year. Okay, so performance, obviously. This is a benchmark bundling 19,000 modules. We're using React.js components because that is the one that doesn't really require any plugins. So it's standard across all these different build tools. So Rollup is able to bundle 19,000 modules in 600 milliseconds, 630 milliseconds, which is the fastest, almost twice as fast as CS build. So this depends on the machine you're running on. For example, if you run it on so this result actually comes from a machine with a lot of cores. If your machine has fewer cores, the difference between Rollup and AS build probably shrinks a bit, but still it doesn't change the fact that Rollup is right now the fastest bundler that we know. I also benchmarked it against Buns bundler, and Rollup is faster, at least on my machine. So a case study that we do is we actually have successfully used Rollup plus OXC to bundle Vue itself, right? So in Vue 3.2, our build setup was all in JavaScript. And it was also not efficient. We're running TSC for every subpackage, and that results in almost a 2 minutes long build. In 3.5, I actually did, in 3.4, I believe, I did a major build system refactor. So we migrated over to using ES-Build for the TypeScript transforms. We used SWC for minification. We also used a different Rollup plugin for DTS bundling. So that cut everything down to 8.52 seconds. Which is actually great, right? That actually accelerated things a lot for Vue's development. But with Rollup and OXC, we shaved that down further by more than 8 times, right? So the whole build now, including DTS generation, takes a bit over 1 second. And this is also before that we merge the DTS bundling capability into Rollup itself so that we don't need to do a separate pass to do OXC transform and do DTS bundling, right? In the future, Rollup should just handle this all by itself without any need of additional tools. And that will take way less than 1 second. It'll probably be just 600 or 700 milliseconds for entire Vue production build. So we're hoping to make this happen soon. Actually, also to note that the bundled output of this, we verify its correctness by running through the generated packages, running the Vue ecosystem CI with these generated packages. So we actually have a dozen downstream projects, including projects like Radix Vue, Vuetify, Vue macros, and Nuxt also, right? So we run the generated bundles against those downstream dependencies, run their tests, and the tests are passing, just like on the main branch. So we use that to verify the correctness and tree shaking efficiency and everything in Rollup to make sure we're dogfooding all the implementation details. Okay, so that's a lot for the progress. And what is next? So the first thing that I want to talk about is the 3 stages of Vite that we can envision from now to the near future to the longer future. Right? So right now, this is Vite, and the upcoming version 6 is currently in beta, and the biggest change in it is the environment API. So that is a relatively low-level change, which does not really affect end users. It's an API designed for framework authors, building full-stack frameworks on top of Vite, right? Once we ship that, and this is the current architecture, most of the logic in Vite itself is in JavaScript, and we rely on a bunch of third-party dependencies. So in the next version of Vite that we hope to ship early next year is the JavaScript core stays the same, the unbundled dev server stays the same, but we swap all the dependencies with vertically integrated Rodan and OXE stack, right? So now all the tasks that we perform in Vite are standardized and unified. From transforming to bundling to minification, they will be all handled by the same tool, right? So there's no more inconsistencies between rollup or ES build or SWC. And this should also significantly improve the production build performance, probably by more than 10 times, I would imagine, for a lot of apps. And finally, the Vite future, which is currently in prototyping stage, is we will then move part of the logic that we currently handle in Vite's JavaScript side over to Rodan. So the Rust side will play a slightly bigger role because some of the APIs in Vite right now are stable enough that we can re-implement them in Rust in order to get better performance benefits, right? So another important aspect of this will unlock the full bundled mode, which allows us to opt into a bundled dev server, kind of like what we would do with other bundlers right now. But the benefit of this is you have a particularly large app with, like, say, thousands and thousands of unbundled modules. This will allow you to get back to just a few network requests and make your page load instant. And also, this would give you better consistency between development and production build. It would also get rid of issues concerned with depth optimization. It will get rid of SSR externals. It will essentially remove a whole category of problems that are Vite specific in its current model and bring us back to a simpler mental model when it comes to development and production differences. Right? We would also use the same bundling to power the environment API so that the SSR side of things would also see a big speed up during development. So that is the longer term future. This one is currently in early prototype, but it's showing great promise because we tested Rodan in bundle mode, and the startup time and the hot module replacement time are way ahead of other known solutions. So the future of Vite will be bright, and it will stay the fastest possible solution for all your web build tool needs. Okay, so that's all. Thank you very much. And hopefully you'll be enjoying some of these things we're building right now in the next few months.
Evan, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Let's get into the Q&A and some questions. Once again, if you have some questions, either submit them through the QR code you've seen before or raise your hands, then we'll have some mics. And let's stay with the whole topic of the unified JavaScript system toolchain. Someone is asking here, are you coding in Rust yourself, or how do you make sure that the code quality of Rolldown and other Rust-based tools are in a good shape?
So I honestly don't write much Rust code, but we have the team that we have founded, we have assembled are probably some of the smart people that I know, right? People who have previously worked on RSPack, people who have contributed to SWC, and Borschen I've actually been keeping track of Borschen's work since very long ago. OXE has always caught my eye in terms of its code quality and how obsessed with performance Borschen is, right? So when I talked to, before we founded the company, I actually talked to some of the team members that are now with us today, and to get their opinions on some of the Rust tooling, like their experience working on RSPack, their experience working with SWC. So I would say I do a lot of research to determine what are the good engineers who can write the desired toolchain that we want. But as a team, my job at the company is mostly to find the right people to do the right job and secure enough funding to support their work and set the vision, coordinate all the work to make sure we are moving towards our goals.
Totally makes sense. Thanks. And talking about the vision, so someone was also asking, can you maybe like briefly share how it happened that from like creating a front-end framework like Vue.js, you went over to Vite and now to that unified JavaScript toolchain eventually?
Right. I think it's it's very clear picture of me scratching my own itch. Right. I created Vue because I wanted a framework that I enjoyed myself. And in order to make Vue better, I started building the toolchain around it. So initially, I built Vue CLI, which was based on Webpack. And over time, I realized there was a lot of bloated abstraction. It was difficult to maintain, which led me to think about how we can simplify this and eventually created Vite. Right. So, and from Vite to the company and the tooling, really, I basically talked about it in the talk, right? It's a process of us thinking about how we can improve Vite more fundamentally and realizing it's really a bigger problem that needs to be solved. And if we find the right people, get enough resources, we can actually make it happen. Right. So that's I think the biggest hurdle that I need to get through is basically convincing myself that, hey, we are going to be the people doing this. Right.
And I mean, you also have the big advantage of Vite being used in most of the major frameworks out there, right? There's just the odd one out. But yeah, that's also I think a big difference to other projects trying it beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the main reason we were able to convince the investors. The main reason we believe we're in a position to do it. Right. I actually talk about this a little bit in the announcement blog post because the biggest challenge of a unified toolchain is the chicken and egg problem. If you don't have adoption, then you cannot really secure enough resources for you to complete the whole vision. But if you don't complete the vision, then people don't really want to use it. I think that was the situation for Rome. But for us, luckily, we already have Vite, right? So once we build it, we can get people using it by putting it into Vite. And we also use Vite as the opportunity to battle test it, making sure it actually lives up to the standards that makes people happy, right? So I would say Vite helps us solve this chicken and egg problem.
Definitely. Someone asking, will Vite roll down OXC support TypeScript decorators?
Eventually, yes. The problem here is that there is a version of decorator in TypeScript that is in fact deprecated. There is a version of decorator that is on standards tracking in JavaScript itself. Right. So if we implement decorator support, it will likely be this new standard compliant version of it. And legacy decorators will depend on actual user demands.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah. So another fellow conference attendee is asking, how does it feel to bankrupt the CI business with like 1 second build times?
Well, we're still far from getting into every possible project out there, right? So hopefully newer projects will be easily using our build tools so that they get much faster build speed. I think a lot of the current CI business is based on the premise that there are existing large projects that stuck on older tooling and also have a really hard time of migration off. So their near-term solution is to pay for some cache-in strategies, cloud cache-in and all that, in order to make things fast. But eventually, obviously, I hope that we can all collectively move on to something faster by nature. That would also make your build pipeline simpler without a cache-in middleman in the middle.
Got it. And so now we move a little bit more towards Vue. but also a bit towards Vite as well. So how do you go by managing a team and also still coding in parallel? How does it work out? I mean, the day only has 24 hours for all of us, right?
Yeah, it's getting more and more difficult, to be honest. But luckily on the Vue side, we also have a lot of very active contributors in Vue core. So if you take a look at the Vue commits nowadays, most of the time I'm mostly merging work done by other people, right? So that's much easier compared to, say, me having to, look at every single issue. Edison and a few other newly joined team members have been doing a really good job at almost having PRs ready for every new issue very fast. And then I set up a pretty detailed review process of like how we categorize things, how we label things. So eventually when things flow through to me, I can very efficiently take a look at what is ready to merge, what is ready to do. So I can squeeze the maintenance down to a very efficient period instead of having to keep my mind distracted in every direction every single day.
That makes sense. And that leads to the next question. I remember there was a discussion like 2023 also about you as a BDFL, benevolent dictator for life, can sometimes being the bottleneck. Are you happy with the velocity, with the Vue releases now as things go a bit faster? And as you said, like with you basically merging like the work other contributors doing effectively doing maintenance, how do you feel about the current situation of that?
So to be honest, I think Vue itself is now in a pretty good place in terms of feature completeness. So I don't think we want to play the game where we are like going to reinvent how things work or like coming up with crazy new paradigms, like forcing you to use server runtimes in order to do data fetching and all that stuff, right? So I think a nice benefit of that is a lot of the full stack innovations are being carried out by the Nux team. And I think that is nice because I like this sort of layered approach of our ecosystem where Vue core is mostly focused on lower level improvements. For example, we make the parser faster, we make the reactivity system faster. We explore things like vapor mode, or we just focus on making things work better without forcing people to relearn things. I think that is the current focus of Vue. And Nux is, can handle a lot of like how to do better full stack development, data fetching, routing, and all the more framework level or meta framework level DX surrounding Nux itself, right? So I think that each team kind of taking care of the right layer of abstraction is really nice. So I'm not really too concerned about the velocity because the nice thing about Vue also is Vue is completely separate from this new company, from this new business endeavor, right? And Vue has been sustainable on itself for a very long time. So we're not really under pressure to say monetize Vue or trying to ship something by a certain deadline, right? And I think it's actually nice for open source project to be in that state, right? We don't want to, be constantly scrambling to come up with new things just to create hype or anything like that. Our focus is making sure Vue is able to serve its users well for a very, very long time to come, right? We've done so for 10 years, and I see that happening for another decade maybe, right? And we want to do it at our own pace. We are not really trying to say competing for attention or anything like that.
Makes sense. And also for like a question here that fits in there very well. Someone's concerned, will using Vue and also Vite stay completely free forever? Or are there any parts to monetize? That you partially answered that, but just to double down.
Yeah, they will be free in MIT forever, for sure. Everything we build as open source, they are meant to be open source, right? So the commercial part of the new company is more of an end-to-end toolchain that uses the open source bits and pieces, Like say it will probably stitch together all the parts of OXC plus row down plus Vite and Vitess maybe. So it becomes a kind of all-in-one, one-stop shop, which is going to be really, really strongly opinionated, right? So it's not going to be for everyone. It's mostly designed to cater to bigger companies or enterprises where they want strong consistency and standardization on their entire tooling stack, right? So that solves a different category of problems for pure open source consumers. So ideally, we want to be able to do it right by the open source community, but also find a sustainable business model so that we can use that sustainable business model to keep improving the open source parts.
Got it. So with all these things going on, as you mentioned yourself, you mentioned roll down, Vite, Vitest, Vue. Do you have the feeling that also giving the whole time management that like you can keep up with all of that, or you feel like that's maybe you're burning more and more down in terms of all the work that's coming on, also giving the newly founded company in addition to what's all happening and everything around it? Or do you feel like the workload you can keep up with it, you're happy with it at the moment?
Mm-hmm. I think the most important thing to realize is I play more of a manager role in a lot of these newer projects now. For example, like Vite, Rodan, OXC, I don't really write code for these projects every day, right? Sometimes I may, like, in my own usage, I come up with small things, I may just fix it, but I'm not the daily driver of those projects anymore, right? We have dedicated team members doing the maintenance, working on new features. So in a way, the reason for building a company is so that I can scale myself to focus more on the vision and ideas and putting things together rather than spending most of my time figuring out small bug cases or edge cases and all that. Right? So that's a transition. It actually has been happening for quite a while now. And I think that's been working decently so far.
And Vue is the exception to that, you would say?
Yeah, I'm much more hands-on with Vue still, but Vue, as it stands, a lot of the work is also done by contributors through pull requests. Yeah.
Definitely. So you also mentioned that Vue as like almost feature complete, so to say. Would you say that like in Vue, the innovation part stops or has stopped a little bit, or do you still think, for example, Vue Vapor Mode as like an innovative bit coming out and more yet to come?
I think the biggest thing we're focusing on next will be Vapor Mode. So we've had some pretty decent performance breakthroughs just in the past week or so. So Kevin is going to be sharing a bit more details on Vapor Mode in VueFest in Japan. He's been making a lot of new progress on that, and we can expect to see a beta release of Vapor probably by end of this year. Yeah.
Sweet. And the full release is TBA, I guess.
Yeah, TBA. So the full release, the biggest hurdle really is the mixed component graph. So we want to be able to run Vapor in VDOM and VDOM in Vapor. Right now, we can already run Vapor in VDOM, but not vice versa.
Got it. And I've seen maybe also some people in the audience have seen a tweet from Kazopon showing Vapor also working with, for example, Svelte. Is this also something that's actively pursued?
It's more of a kind of outbound exploration that's done by Kazupon, I think mostly for research and for fun and showing the capabilities of Vapor. But like as a project, as Vue itself, we don't really intend to say like, oh, let Vue power other frameworks.
Fair, yeah.
We don't really want to do that.
I mean, there could be worse things, right? Okay. Vue 3.5 brought a lot of custom element improvements, which kind of like, I wouldn't say came by surprise, but I remember when we talked in Deja Vu podcast, there was not much mention about it, and it was glad to see that. And someone was wondering if there are more features like access to the constructor for advanced features like form participation of custom elements soon in Vue.
form participations. Did I hear that?
Yeah, form participation, exactly. It's like advanced custom element features and like almost better web component support, so to say. Even better.
I guess it's kind of vague, so it's probably easier if there is a GitHub issue or a thread that I can look at to get the full context.
So that makes sense.
Because, yeah. It's
So
kind of
whoever
hard to
asked the
understand
question, write in GitHub issue. Like right now on the break. You know exactly. Yeah, then maybe let's start with, like I said, let's end it with a few lighthearted questions. Do you already know the name for Vue 3.6? The release name, whenever it will come?
I actually haven't decided yet.
Are there some close candidates so far in your head?
Let's say, yeah, I've actually written down the list of future code names I want to use, but it's not really set in stone.
Good. And are there any features for 3.6 that we can expect already as like, hey, this is definitely something like, I don't know, stable suspense that we want to ship in the next minor or anything like?
Yeah, stable suspense is one thing we do want to do. Actually, Edison has been systematically looking through all the suspense-related issues, and we are having basically an internal document that just like kind of lists all the current problems with suspense. And at one time, we'll have to just like look through all of them and see if there are any fundamental things we need to change. But if not, then likely it can be stabilized in 3.6.
Sweet. Anything else on the list is like, oh yeah, that's likely going to make the cut besides that?
Well, hopefully we can ship Vapor as part of Vue in 3.6. But so it will ship, but it will basically be in experimental state. Right? So you don't need to install a separate package to use Vapor. You can try it out as just part of proper Vue.
Sounds great. Yeah, I hope then also more people can share feedback, try it out, and it goes more and more towards a stable version. Lovely. Then as a very last question, and that's a more of a tricky one, especially in React, it's very common to use a meta framework like, I don't know, Remix, 10-stack Start, whatever we have now, Next.js with React instead of just plain React. Would you recommend using Vue plain, or would you also go the same way and saying, hey, a meta framework should be the way to go, and if yes, why or why not?
If you look at, I think the idea that you need a meta framework to React largely has to do with how the React team and Vercel wants to push the mental model to sort of, because React 19 came up with this like, hey, this is how we're going to solve, say, data fetching, streaming, suspense. It's a grand design scheme that they think is best manifested in the form of a meta framework. I personally do not 100% agree with that premise to begin with. I don't think you should force your users into one, just one way of building things. Like I think SPAs are fine for a lot of use cases. Even a lot of React users kind of agree with that too, right? So that's why there are still a lot of the new React SPAs being created with Vite. So yeah, I don't really think we'll ever tell people to say, hey, you should use Vue with a framework. It is up to you. It really highly depends on what you're trying to build, right? If you say you're building an internal dashboard that really doesn't make sense to be SSR'd, start with Vite and plain Vue. You can get pretty far, especially if your backend is not even in JavaScript. You have to work with an existing API, right? So in those cases, you should make the decision based on whether you really like the conventions or additional convenience brought by a meta framework, right? Because Nux, you can use Nux to build SPAs too, right? But Nux comes with a bit more opinionated things like how to fetch data, do you want auto imports? Do you want auto font optimization? Do you want some of specific Nux modules, right? when you opt into a meta framework, you get these additional benefits. But if you really need those, then simple SPA can still get you pretty far.
Or just using Vue in the script tag when you still have like an
you can do
traditional
that too.
SR application. So
Great.
Evan, thank you so much for joining for the talk and the Q&A. Thank you for everybody submitting questions, and give up a big applause for Evan Yu, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for the questions. Evan, see you in Japan very soon. And now we come to a little break. Enjoy some snacks, some coffee. Check out the sponsor booth. Check out the popcorn. There's really good coffee out there as well. We'll be here back very soon with some amazing talks coming up. And enjoy the rest of the conference. See you in a couple minutes, folks. Thanks. Thank you. Hello, 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 everybody. We will continue the conference in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to continue the conference. Grab a coffee, grab some snacks, and it continues in 5 minutes. Thanks. All right, everybody. It's time. Slowly but surely, take the seats. The show is starting once again after our little break. In the meantime, you see that wonderful bunch of meetups there. And if you haven't been to a local meetup yet in your hometown, check if there's a Vue meetup nearby because, well, it's amazing to be part of it, to get in touch like here with like-minded people, fellow VueJS developers. Don't forget to tweet with the hashtag VueJS Conf 2024. And very soon after this feedback that you should also definitely fill out, there will be more questions to be seeked for the panel tomorrow. So if you have a question similar to the Q&A, there you go. You can scan that code, ask your question, can be about Vue, but anything. And we'll have a lovely panel discussion tomorrow for that. All right. And our next speaker comes all the way from Edinburgh, Scotland. It is someone talking about a topic we all heard shortly before in the Q&A already. One could say it would be the perfect transition if it would be planned, and it wasn't. You might know him from GitHub. You might know him as a GDE, Microsoft MVP. You might see him on Twitter every now and then, especially when he's on holiday, posting amazing things there. And also when he's not on holiday. So everybody, please give it up for the lead of the Next framework, Daniel Rowe. All right. There you go.
It is a real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the welcome. And it's great to be here in Germany again. My first time in Bonn. So I enjoyed a lovely walk last night. I'm talking about the rise of the Meta framework. And by that, I don't mean React. It's a hard audience. I'm just going to explain, because I'm very funny, and therefore it helps when I explain the joke, that Meta is a company previously known as Facebook, and they have a framework. Sorry, it's not going well. Okay. Just to say a little bit about who I am, Alex obviously will be paid later for his kind words. My name's Daniel. I'm a full-time open source contributor. I obviously lead the Next core team, but I'm also involved in some other open source projects like Elk, which is a client for Mastodon, which is a decentralized social network. There are a few libraries I've put out there. Some of them are on this slide, like Fontaine or Magic Regex, which are, generally speaking, agnostic libraries, not to any particular framework, designed to work on all of them. There are others that aren't, like Unifont, which I just released a week ago, so do check that out. You can see most of these things on my website, which is road.dev, as well as ways of contacting me. So you can, please, by the way, do that. My email is daniel@road.dev, and you can find me on Twitter, Mastodon, obviously, and GitHub and other places, because if you have any questions that come out of anything I say today, or there's any way I can help, I would really love to do that. And yes, as Alex said, I'm a GDE and an MVP, and actually relatively recently, and I'm still sort of slightly beaming, and I can't quite believe it, a GitHub star. This is my cat, Barley. I live in Edinburgh. I haven't always lived there. I just moved there in January. And this is my new place where I'm working. So if we're chatting on GitHub or something, or on Discord, this is probably where I'm standing. And my cat is probably trying to stop me from working, which she is very effective at doing. So the way it works is that I'll be typing away. And I'll have a great idea or a bad idea, but I'll be doing something. And then there will be this mewing on the door, and she's impossible to ignore, and so she'll come in, and then she'll stand at my feet and mew, impossible to ignore, until I pick her up and put her on the desk in front of me, at which point she will sit on the keyboard, and I can't do anything but think about the good or bad idea that I had, utterly unable to actually implement it. So there you go. I want to talk about meta frameworks, and particularly the first question that you might ask is, why use a meta framework? Or you might even ask the other question, what is a meta framework? Or you might even ask the third question, wasn't that a terrible joke Daniel made earlier about meta frameworks? And the answer is, a meta framework is a framework on top of a framework. So if you think of a UI library like Vue or React as a framework, then what about something that incorporates that library as part of a bigger picture? And that, of course, is what we're thinking about in terms of a meta framework. And there is a very strong recommendation, as Evan pointed out just a few minutes ago, from the React team, that you should use a meta framework. That is how to do it if you're building React, or also if you're building React Native. You should use a meta framework. And I was pouring through the Vue docs earlier today to find out if there's a similar recommendation from Vue. Obviously, a few minutes ago, Evan said choice is important, which I, by the way, very much agree with. But I did find this in the Vue docs. And I don't know if you can read this, but it basically says, there are higher-level Vue-based frameworks, including Nuxt. And that is basically the mention of Nuxt in the, or meta frameworks in the Vue docs. There's another page with some more examples. But so there's not the same kind of approach from Vue. But meta frameworks are a powerful thing. They're definitely something that's out there in the world. And that's also where a lot of focus is in terms of thinking about what's new and what's happening. And so I think there are at least two main reasons why people adopt meta frameworks. And one is necessity. So your job, your work adopts a meta framework, or they have a stack, and you come on board, and this is what we're going to use. And often this is just how it works. So everyone is working in the same way. People have a sort of shared understanding of what you're going to be using and how you're going to be building and developing. And by the way, I will say this is a profound benefit of any stack that is consistent. I think it's the main benefit, actually, of Tailwind CSS. The innovation in terms of Tailwind CSS is not the concept of atomic classes, which existed long before, and of which there are many contrary implementations. But the main benefit of Tailwind CSS is simply that it is opinionated and it is consistent, so that new developers coming on board know immediately how to implement right CSS because they've seen it in dozens of projects so far, and the learning curve is much faster. So this is one reason people adopt meta framework. It's just necessity. It's just how things are working in this role. But there's another, and that is, can you tell, hype. And I don't know if anyone else is terminally online as much as I am, but I will say we are terrible for hype, aren't we? We're awful. Basically, if you're at any point on Twitter or even reading articles on Dev2 or anything like that, you'll gradually pick up this awful, unsettling feeling that you are behind the times, that there is something newer and better out there, released yesterday, released tomorrow. If you don't get on board with it right now, you are going to be left behind. You are going to have substandard build times or worse developer experience, or you are not going to be cool, or people are going to look down on you, or you are not going to be in the in crowd, right? This is what it feels like sometimes to be online. And can I just say, although this is a reason, I think, why people do adopt meta frameworks, how very bad this is as a reason to adopt things. I mean, I'm all for exploring new. I love testing bleeding edge. But can I say, hype is a really bad thing. It's really bad for your mental health if that starts driving you, because you can never catch up to it. And although I enjoy building cool new stuff and telling people about it, I would really, really hate to be involved in any kind of hype-based FOMO-style pressure to get people to adopt something particular that I built. But it is a reason. But here's, I think, a better story for meta frameworks. And the story is that in the beginning, there was HTML as it was intended. And in this glorious day, when HTML came direct from servers to the browser, as it is written, we had frameworks like Laravel and Django, frameworks that were built in the way that they should be. But then, if it were possible, things got even better. And a new dawn, the dawn of JavaScript-enabled frameworks appeared. Frameworks like Backbone, I think it was about 2010 that was out, and React, I think it was 2013. And things started this new idea of being able to have an app that was interactive in the browser, that suddenly could respond to you instantly without needing to go on that long round trip to the server and back again. And the moment that happened, the moment that became a thing, meta frameworks became necessary, because you had to unlock the innate capability of these libraries that you were building with. So in many cases, things like React required, say, a transform. You had to have some kind of bundler integration. The moment you have a bundler integration, then you have to have, frameworks emerge, right? Because you have to assemble things. I don't know anyone here ever manually maintained a Webpack configuration file. Look around, everyone. These are the real heroes. Because the moment you have this bundling step, and particularly Webpack configuration files in the early days were awful. They were, I mean, you have a single thing out of place and it didn't work. So if you got something that did work, that was like your CV. People would be like, so what are your qualifications for the role? And you would say, well, I have a Webpack config here that works. And you could name your salary. It was great. But that was initially, so meta frameworks would come and they would say, you know, what we have is a Webpack config that works. And it was necessary to unlock a lot of the features of the framework. Vue, I think, is an example of a framework that didn't require it. You could just write Vue in HTML, and still today people do it, and it is a glorious thing. But a lot of frameworks needed that step, that extra step. And even if you could do it, there were things that you could unlock that were better if you had a framework such as SSR. If you wanted to have the lovely, sweet search engine rankings, the idea of setting up SSR and figuring out how to render something to a string was actually not something that was straightforward, just like configuring a Webpack config. And so again, you have a meta framework that solves the problem for you. So this idea of keepers of the config, we saw frameworks like Next.js arriving, I think 2016. And a couple of weeks later, Nuxt was also, the first commit was written for that, so around the same time. But others as well, like Ember and Meteor and Angular, that basically handle all of that for you, which of course brings, it's a necessity, it's time saver, but we can also talk about that in terms of developer experience. Because it's not that these things were doing work that you couldn't do manually, they were doing it better, hopefully, and they were doing it in a way which saved people time and made their lives, therefore, better. But I think I should say, and I do hate this sometimes when we talk about developer experience, that sometimes we have this idea that developer experience is like having a comfortable chair. Having a comfortable chair, it's an added extra, maybe, I think. But often developer experience could be measured in cost, in time savings, and therefore in money savings to the company that a developer might be working for. So I just want to sort of put that little asterisk in there. Developer experience is not a, it's obviously as a developer, I think it's great. but also I think it's the kind of thing that a company can appreciate and think is an excellent idea just from every other point of view. And meta frameworks have continued to grow. So Cloudflare's year in review 2023, looking at JavaScript frameworks across the web. This is the page that includes the libraries like Vue, like the UI libraries as well. I thought it was better picture. They have another one which just looks at meta frameworks. But you see React is most used. But actually, this I was amazed by, Nuxt is the biggest meta framework in the top 5,000 domains. So that is going to skew it a little bit to established or enterprise companies, which I think is why you don't see some of the newer meta frameworks in the picture. But the main point I want to make here is that meta frameworks make us a substantial proportion of the websites that we see out there that are built using JavaScript for good reason. I want to do a little sort of informal survey, though, for us. Obviously, I would imagine maybe at a VueJS conference, Vue is going to be, or Vue-based meta frameworks will be a little bit more highly ranked. But I would really like to know what our makeup in the room is. So if you've used any of these meta frameworks, even just to play with, I would love it if you'd scan one of these QR codes, or I mean multiple ones, however many apply to you. And we'll just get a picture for some of the meta frameworks that are out there. I can see the Quasar team in the front row, like, scan, absolutely. It's really nice to see you. Cool. Nuxt representation, I love it. But I'm also really impressed by the breadth of what we've experienced in the room, for everything from 11T to Gatsby. No one on analog yet. You know, Brandon Roberts is going to be very disappointed when I tell him about this. I'd be like, yes, those Vue developers. That is really interesting. And each of these different frameworks, of course, brings, this is a sort of current crop, and it's undoubtedly an incomplete list. And I think it's interesting to look at the list and consider that of these frameworks, some are established, some have been around for a while, some are challenger frameworks coming in, some have a really unique idea, and like Quick, for example. But what seems to happen in any kind of marketplace where you have some established and some competitor frameworks or libraries or products is that often what ends up happening is the challenger comes with a new idea, and the idea, if it's a good one, becomes adopted more generally by other ones. And one of the difficulties for me, just as an aside, thinking about leading Nuxt, which is one of these frameworks, and this isn't a talk about Nuxt, but one of the challenges is thinking about how to avoid becoming stuck. Because it's easy to sort of rest back and think, oh, we have adoption, people are using, but how do you reinvent and take on board new ideas that are being brought by competitor frameworks and competitor, I mean that in a sort of technical sense. I would like to think that the JavaScript ecosystem is very friendly and but it's an interesting and it's a difficult challenge, and it's worth thinking about. We have a strategy which is to basically innovate rapidly if we can, adopt quickly under an experimental flag to let people try before then wrapping things into core. And the idea is, I hope that is going to keep us fresh. You know, we were the first meta framework to adopt the Vue Transitions API, for example. And things like that. Anyway, I'm not meaning to pat our own back, but I am very much wanting to say it matters, like adopting and trying to learn from new frameworks. But I think it's fascinating to see what is out there. And if you want my opinion, the two analog people, thank you so much for downloading it just now and trying it. Brandon will be so glad to hear that. Actually, I mean, I've said a lot, and I could say something about some of the meta frameworks, but just a quick moment. We rarely get a chance to hear from the people who are attending a conference. Would you mind sharing what you think about meta frameworks? So the benefits you see or have seen, or the drawbacks you see or have seen to meta frameworks. I'm talking about the rise of them, but maybe you have a different point of view. Is there something you want to, or maybe you totally agree with me and just want to say, you know, Daniel is awesome. That would be also fine. Do you have any feedback? Feel free to drop something in. Already the framework wars begin. Okay, so we're seeing obviously strong Nuxt feedback. No, the concept of speed, being able to get started quickly. A couple of people are talking about speed. The idea of simplicity, I see some things there. A strong argument of bloat. That's an interesting point. Am I CEO of Next.js? Very much not. Yes, meta frameworks. Vue is my first love, Nuxt my husband. Oh, interesting. That's easy start, additional work. I can tell you migrated from Nuxt 2 to 3. Is that right? No one's laughing. There's too much pain still in the room. I'm really sorry about that, by the way. If you need, I will write a personal apology to anyone who would like it. Java, cute kitty. Oh, yes, Barley. Sorry, I thought I'm not. It's never been my nickname. That was also a joke. I don't know. People are not taking that seriously, I hope. Nuxt 4. It's a very good question. So I'm just going to very quickly summarize that. Ooh, more late feedback. Sorry, you won't be in the auto-generated feedback summary. This is why I hope the internet is live. It must be, right? This stuff is coming in. Okay, here is your daily OpenAI summarized LLM slosh. Overall positive reception. A majority of users find front-end meta frameworks, particularly Nuxt, to be very useful. Useful, quick, and capable. Efficient, simple, user-friendly. Some users complimented documentation. Did you? I missed that. But obviously I trust the LLM. Criticism for additional complexity. Despite the positive reception of few users. I'm tracking your IPs, by the way. I'll be in contact later. Meta frameworks might add unnecessary complexity or bloat. Some users have expressed concerns about reduced control. Others produce traditional languages, e.g. Java, or other frameworks like Quasar. Strong Quasar representation. And there we go. Positives and concerns. I think that's a fair summary, actually, like across the list. I mean, I think it's also a difficult challenge because if one of the purposes of meta frameworks is to abstract away configuration, the question is, do you immediately lose the ability to configure? And so our take in Nuxt is to, as much as possible, try not to expose original configuration, to expose hooks that allow things to be changed. But that's also something that people don't necessarily, it's not as easy to access, right? Or it can feel that way. But anyway, it's an interesting question. So where do I think meta frameworks are going in the next few years? So what's my prediction for the future? So I think deeper bundler integrations for sure. So much that we are doing, like if you're thinking about the boundary, the frontier of meta frameworks, I think the frontier of meta frameworks is bundler related. So we're doing things like being able to detect what is used and optimize your chunks so only that is included. The Vue Composition API was an initial move in this direction, the idea of being able to have features be imported effectively. And even though a lot of Vue is not tree shakeable, some of it is, and the model enables tree shakeable frameworks. So for example, the Nuxt server framework, all the utilities, reading the body, parsing queries, sending redirects, creating WebSocket servers, handling streams, these are all imported features. They may be auto-imported, which can aid in DX, but there's still a separate function which can therefore be stripped out of the build if it isn't needed. And you lose that if you're talking about something that isn't bundled. We're also doing a lot with static analysis and parsing your files to do lots and lots of things, and which is one of the reasons I'm so excited about stuff like OXC parser. I have a work-in-progress PR to adopt it, in fact, experimentally. Because so much that we do from the Nuxt point of view and from other framework point of views is bundler related, and it's no surprise that that is the direction Vite is going in, and that is also the direction that Next have been going in for some time with the adoption of TurboPack, and hopefully their coming adoption of Vite, who knows. But there's a reason people are doing that, and that is because that is where innovation is happening on the meta framework point of view. That is where we see that ability to improve performance in production and also in development, and also add new features and functionality, like React Server components. And so that is why things like RSPack, Roll Down, or TurboPack, etc., are where a lot of people are focusing. And I think we're only going to see that more and more. I am delighted to see Void Zero launched, and I really hope we see exactly the things that Evan has been talking about come about. It offers a lot, even if it's just bringing down our already fast Vite HMR times to even faster. That's good developer experience, right? And I'm sorry for this, because I hate this meme. In general, I just want to put a little asterisk. I hate the meme because it always is deployed to make other people, to say that other people are stupid. Like, that is basically what it's, so I hate it. And that's actually not how I'm using it here. I'm using it more in the sense of, it used to be that we server rendered everything, and then the better thing was to move everything to the client. But increasingly in bundler space, in meta framework space, the idea is to lean back into servers. Not necessarily in the same way that it was before, not in the Laravel Django way, and not even in the Nuxt 2 way, where you have everything on the server, but things to be in a much more granular way, where you have individual bits like server components being pre-rendered, or maybe the data payload being pre-rendered and cached, but to actually have some bits which are dynamic, some bits which are on the edge, and have this sort of very, very granular use of server capabilities. And for the server capabilities to be not just that one node server or the 10 node servers behind the load balancer or whatever, but to have server capabilities be much, much more broad, from the Lambda to the CDN function to the image optimization service offered by provider A. And that is actually very much what we're seeing in terms of vertical integration being offered by some of these providers, like Vercel and Cloudflare. Because if you were from the early days, for example, on Vercel, they basically had a Docker image hosting service. That was Zeitnow's original service. And now they have this really tight stack offering everything. It's something you see in AWS Amplify. It's something you see in terms of Azure going in that direction. It's definitely something you see in Cloudflare. And these providers who are offering more and more microservices and functionality that is not based on providing compute, but on providing features and services that can be tagged to people, this demands, or it basically raises the question of, how do frameworks take advantage of it to improve the performance of the apps and the experience of developers? And so some of these primitives, things like key value storage, things like image optimization or direct database access, writing your SQL queries in tagged template literals. Who thought that was coming? I definitely didn't. WebSocket functionality or LLM integration, it seems the latest thing, is sort of native LLM access rather than calling out to OpenAPI for everything. And I think this is the big divide. Because with everything that's offered in this vertical way from providers, I think we'll see meta frameworks opt for one of two options. Either to be platform-centric or framework-centric in terms of how stuff works. And I think a good example of these two sort of patterns, not meaning, by the way, anything negative or pejorative about this, but Next is a great example of platform-centric development. It can be deployed anywhere, but when you deploy it to Next, it deeply integrates with every aspect of when you deploy it to Vercel, it deeply integrates with every aspect of that vertical integration that we talked about. From the way things are cached to the way functions are executed, and it just works. It has this incredible experience that can't easily be replicated elsewhere. And that's, Vercel have received a lot of negative criticism for this, but I don't think it's not a conspiracy of trying to stop stuff working on Netlify, for example. It's the fact that in order to create the experience they want on Vercel, they can't deliver that kind of experience on every provider without actually devoting a lot of effort to doing so. And so you have this platform-centric approach, where you get this incredible vertical tight integration, which just works, but it does have the limitation of being tied to a particular provider. And then something like Nuxt, which has a different approach, which is basically saying, for example, we provide primitives in the framework, which, like our key value storage. So you can say use storage, and then you can get item, set item. The caching is all based on the storage primitive. And then you have a provider system. And we've sort of built it into every level. So from key value to database, to font, to image optimization, at every stage there's a choice. There's an abstraction, which the framework uses, and then there's a choice for the user, pick. Which of these providers do you want to use? And we try and guess, and we try and detect from where you're deploying it, and we hope that in many cases we can be zero config, which we can, but it's a different way round in terms of thinking about how to take advantage of those vertical integrations. The question isn't, do you take advantage of them? It's how. Like, what is the mental model you're using for it? And so you can either have this framework, or you can, which the Nuxt, this is our Nuxt approach, where we basically aim to say the framework is going to be the core thing that you use, and you pick the provider, and that integrates. Or you say, we have this provider, and this is going to be our base, and the framework deeply integrates with that. So this is not me, by the way, coming to a conclusion. It's a lot harder to do this, because you're maintaining, in our case, 90+ providers. And that takes work, it takes maintenance. If we were just focusing on one tech stack, by the way, which we never will from the Nuxt point of view, the whole value I see in open source is choice. One of my key values is people being able to pick, people having freedom. That is one of the reasons why I'm in open source and why I care about it. But this is hard, and it requires contribution, and it requires people in the community who champion the provider that they use and make it possible. Whereas if you deeply integrate with one, you can have something that's much easier. There are other frameworks that opt into that provider pattern. So Nitro itself does, which therefore means that frameworks like TanStack Start and Solid Start that use it under the hood and analog, Brandon will do exactly the same. Or SvelteKit does exactly. Again, you have providers, adapters that are targeted to these different frameworks. Or Astro is another good example. And personally, I wish they would all unify in Nitro so we could be collaborating on the one thing. But credit to them, I think this is the better way to do it. I think it is better to adopt the provider, the framework-centric approach, so that you actually are picking and choosing and offering users choice at every stage. And what else do I think is going to be coming in the meta framework world? I think better developer experience. And not just because developers are coding the meta frameworks. Honestly, scratching your own itch is a very, very powerful, motivating factor. Conference-driven development and scratching your own itches, that is basically what makes development, right? But I think it's because it is an unadulterated good. It is the kind of thing which benefits both individual developers. We have a better life. We enjoy things more when you're in that flow zone, when you are not constrained by arbitrary and frustrating and impossible errors and bugs and slowness, but you're able to implement your idea as much as possible. So we'll see that sort of devoting. But it makes good business sense for exactly the reasons I was saying earlier. And I think we're going to be looking more and more at thinking about what makes a framework intuitive. It's always been important because people use it. And if people have a good experience, if they find something intuitive, then you hit that tailwind sweet spot where the power of convention means you have quick adoption. The fact that it's intuitive means people easily pick it up. But we are now moving into the realm of not just thinking what is intuitive for people, but what is actually going to be, it's the wrong phrase, but intuitive for LLMs. What is going to enable a pattern or API to be easy to be prompted? And so this is the kind of thing that I think we're going to be seeing frameworks moving in. It's developer experience at the end of the day, but powered by other tools. And there's some new stuff coming from the Nuxt point of view, which I think is because we're chasing the same thing. We want developer experience to improve. So stuff like Nuxt Fonts, which we released, which basically makes web fonts zero config, and which, by the way, I've extracted to Unifont so people can do it in other frameworks too. Or accessibility, where we basically want to make it as easy as possible for people to build accessible websites. So we have a new module coming soon. Our scripts module was just released that, again, aims to make scripting and loading scripts and tags more performant. It is the worst offender in terms of taking a site from fast and amazing down to terrible. Like if you test somebody's website and it's a bad Lighthouse score, most likely thing is they have some terrible scripts loading and slowing things down. The marketing department is added after the site was built. But I'm out of time really. This is what we want, right? We want something that is simple, clear, and is going to enable us to build faster. And that is, at the end of the day, one of the things, if not the thing, that I think meta frameworks are here to do, to enable people to build without constraint what they want to build. If you're interested in any of the stuff I've said about Nuxt, and I hope I've kept it to a minimum, do check out the docs there. Feel free to follow on Twitter and Mastodon if you want to see some of the stuff there. And by the way, please get in contact with me. But if I haven't ever said this to you, please let me say this. You feel free, if it would ever be of use or help to you, to book a 10-minute chat with me. I have an open diary on ro.dev/chat, and I'd be really delighted to talk if there's anything I can ever do to help. Particularly if you have got questions about open source, particularly if you feel maybe a little bit out of place, or you think you would like to be involved, but you're not quite sure you fit in, I would love to tell you that you would be really welcome. And not just in Nuxt, but if there's anything I can do, I would love to. That's everything from me, but thank you so much. It's been a real honor and a privilege to talk today, and I would love to chat over the break and everything. But thank you very much.
Daniel, thank you so much for taking us on a journey of meta frameworks, the dawn of JavaScript. Lovely metaphors. So yeah, definitely reach out to him, as he said. He's a lovely guy, not only on Twitter, but also in real life. So take the chance. And we also have a lovely guy coming up next. This is the next speaker. He's a senior engineer at Raziel. He's also a GDE, right? We are around GDEs. It's amazing. All these Google developer experts, crazy. And he also had quite a journey coming here all the way from Egypt, from Cairo. He and I have a lot of things in common. For example, we're both podcast hosts, but he's like, yeah, one podcast, easy, right? I just do two. So he's hosting two podcasts. I'm not kidding. Untyped, and the point of view, both in Arabic. And he's also known as the maintainer of vValidate and Villus. Anyone know these libraries? Anyone ever worked with vValidate here? Yeah, they're the fans. They're the fans. I see. Wonderful. And we'll hear a bit more about the learnings from building an amazingly big software as a service application with Vue, some patterns, some do's and don'ts. Folks, give it up for Abdurrahman Awad.
Hello, everyone. I am Abdurrahman Awad. That's how to pronounce my name. It's a little hard. I come from Egypt, and I don't live in a pyramid. So today I will talk to you about how to build a SaaS application using VueJS. So we'll cover a lot of problems that we faced and how we solved each one of them. In other words, I will talk to you about my full-time job. So Rasail is the app that we are building / the company I'm working at. Rasail means messages in Arabic. So naturally, it's an inbox, right? So Rasail is an application that allows businesses to communicate with their customers through WhatsApp, whether their use case be sales, customer support, doesn't matter. But that means we have a fully featured real-time inbox, and that means messages coming in, conversations, agents having different views, real-time, lots of real-time, a lot of real-time, and data attributes. So it's a big thing, right? At the same time, businesses also need to have like a automation, right? Everything now is using AI and stuff like that. So that same application has a part where you can build an automatic flow that takes care of some conversations for you, assign agents, do some stuff with them, and assign them maybe to the right leads, stuff like that. So it's a big app. It's a really big app. And the ones that I didn't have a video for, but they are available right now, we also have campaigns, so everything in between. Contact manager, reporting dashboard, AI conversational toolkit, because everyone has AI now, right? And CRM integrations, permission role system, and much more. Again, it's a big app, right? So all of that is built with just 6 engineers, including myself. We are all from mixed backgrounds. I am with more front-end experience, the others maybe a little more back-end experience. So we had to start with a few bits. The first bit is in terms of technology choice. So the first bit is VueJS. Why? Because we are experienced with VueJS, and it's really easy to pick up for beginners, and it's really easy to learn from a back-end perspective. And if they are using another framework, it's really easy to switch to Vue. So it made sense to use VueJS. Also, we are using TypeScript everywhere. There is none JS in our code base. There is 0 JS in our code base, just TypeScript. Why? Because we want everything to be type-checked. It's a large system. This large system interacts with each other. Each part interacts with the other. We need type-checking for that. And GraphQL. Why GraphQL? Because it's a mature system that integrates well into TypeScript and Vue.js. So, for example, we don't really need to set a lot of things up to generate types from a GraphQL schema, right? There are technologies now that do the same, so you can switch that for GraphQL if you want to, but it's not really a requirement. But for us, that means we needed to have an end-to-end typed system from the back-end communication layer back to the front-end. There is nothing that is not typed. Nobody can make something like nullable, and the CI will immediately explode. And we need that kind of type strictness because it's a large application. So what I really like about TypeScript in general is it encourages this mindset that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. If you have something that is nullable, it will be null at some point. If you have something that is possibly maybe assigned integer, at some point it will be a negative number. So that's what I really like about this code, and I think TypeScript said it, probably. I'm not sure who is the original. So let's dive right into it. Code structure, how does it work? So Rasail is not just the application that you just seen. Rasail also deploys to a mobile app, it deploys to an iframe app, and it deploys to the web. So we have multiple deployment targets, and that meant we needed the structure that represents that. And so we have like a mono repo kind of thing here. It's not a mono repo, it's just folders, but each has their own Vite config and TS config with very strict rules around each of them. For example, we have our shared module that has all the common components, the design system components, and so on. And the web and mobile can import from it. But they can't import from each other, and that's enforced through Vite and enforced through TS config. It won't resolve. And we needed to make sure that by fixing something in web, we break something in mobile. And if you have ever built something that works cross-platform, you will have experienced this case. Something as simple as making CSS height 100% can work on a desktop, but break on mobile. So there had to be some kind of separation. So let's talk about components. How do we organize them? We don't. So everything is one folder. It's a flat component structure. We have around 800 of them in web alone. I think total is around 1,000. But they are all Pascal case names. They're tightly coupled names, meaning everything has the same prefix. For example, the bot stuff has always bot flow action, bot flow node, bot flow message, bot flow something. And that makes them really easy to navigate and search for. So far, we don't have issues with it. And the order of words naturally is important as well. It's not really perfect, as you would might expect, but it's not because the sheer number of components that we might have. It's because we have some discoveries that we want to improve on. For example, some components are system design components. They are our design language components. You don't really want them to be in the same place as the other components because you don't want someone to come in, change the margins, right? And suddenly everything changes across your app, right? These components need some special handling. They need some special care, right? Maybe even stricter CI, maybe even stricter kind of publishing system, maybe even requires a designer approval, right? So these components need to be separated somehow. So we didn't do that yet, but we are in the process of doing that. That includes stuff like form inputs. It's basically anything that you would expect from a UI library. Avatars, menu dialogues, and so on. Also, we have a few other components that can benefit from similar separation, like the bot stuff. It's not meant to be used anywhere else. We know that for a fact. And the reason we have like such a flat structure is because we don't want to waste time. Okay, what do I name this? What if it changed? Like it's used somewhere else now? Do I have to move it outside the folder it was in? And that wastes a lot of time. So we just create a component and that's it. But some separation might be useful in the future. Let's talk about composables. Oh, we don't follow the same rules here. They are nested, but we make heavy use of something called barrel files. If you are not familiar with them, barrel files are index.js, index.ts, index.whatever file that exports everything or combines everything inside that folder. We use it to make importing stuff from deep modules easier, but there are a couple of rules to make sure that you don't mess it up with barrel files. First, there is no side effects in barrels, meaning you shouldn't have functions, you shouldn't have assignments, you shouldn't have any weird things in there. Just export stuff. Why? Because you really don't want to mess up with the tree shakeability of your modules. If you add side effects, you may lose that. Also, there is no circular imports. Naturally, with an index.ts file, your editor VS Code will suggest you import anything from dot, right? Like if we have here, as you can see, the bot module, it has, let's say the manager needs to import something from the validator. It can import it through the index, or it can import it directly through the validator. You should always optimize to import from the validator, not the index, because now you created a circular dependency. Index exports manager, and manager imports from index. So it's really hard to enforce, but code reviews work, right? So let's talk about building those composables. So composables in our case are more of a like everything sandwich, where you have everything in them almost to manage a certain resource. In this example, I'm talking about conversation stream. A conversation stream is like the messages in a chat, right? The events, the actions, the things you see in a conversation. So their main job, composables, their main job is to maintain data integrity, meaning it fetches things from the API. It maintains their freshness through WebSockets, polling, server-side events, whatever you want to use. It doesn't really matter, but it does that as well, and it uses browser events to make sure that data stays fresh. In the example I have here on the right, that's not really our code, that's just an example. We are watching for visibility change, and we are watching for online events. Those are DOM events, browser events. And we watch for them because browser may decide to throttle your callbacks. And if that happens, you suddenly have a stale state. And in a real-time app, that's really bad, right? Imagine someone from a sales team talking to a customer from messages like 5 minutes ago. That's disastrous. You can't afford to be one message late in that kind of business. So we make sure everything is fresh as long as they have internet, and that's good enough. Also, there is zero UI coupling. We have, like, our composables know nothing about our UI. If anything needs to know anything about the UI, it exists in the component. It doesn't exist in the composable. There are some exceptions, but we manage it through dependencies, like you pass the element ref through the function parameters, and that's it. Now let's talk about state management. With VueJS 3.0 and the composition API, it's really easy now, right? It's before it was you have to pull in Vuex, right? And now it's you just export something, right? And This is really great. Like, this is like a minimal effort to set up, just one line, and it's typed. Like, what's not to like, right? However, it has unpredictable mutability, meaning just as easy as any component can import this and use it, like in the second code window, any component can import it and change it. Not any component, anything can import it and change it. So there is also unclear ownership here, like who owns this? What is the source of truth here? It's obviously the variable, but who owns that? So we try a few things. First thing that comes to mind is the provide inject pattern. And if you plan to use provide inject, I implore you, use TypeScript. Don't consider otherwise. Because TypeScript has the injection key type in the view types, and the injection key type makes you type those injections. So it's critical for them to actually work in a, I would say, a company environment. Maybe if you are intending a library, you can skip that, but if you are working in a company, there is no way people have to hunt down your provides and see what's actually there. It's a really bad source of bugs if you don't have types. So make sure to do that. But with provide inject, it solves some of these problems. First, it's a top-down direction in the hierarchy. So the component that provided the thing owns the thing, and it provides it for the children. And it's a provider ownership, basically. So, however, it introduces a couple of issues. And I thought this was a better answer. Like 2 years ago, I thought this is the answer to all of our problems. But it introduces a really bad question to your team. You basically traded some DX for this. The DX is which functions to avoid. What does that mean? Well, take a look at the code windows. Do you want your users or your fellow developers to use the inject, right? Because otherwise they would create the context again, correct? However, it's really hard to use inject because they need to hunt down the keys. And it doesn't matter where you put them. Maybe you put them in one file, maybe you put them all over. It doesn't matter. They have to hunt down the injection and figure out if it is actually provided in that tree that they are working on or not. That's really hard. And that's why I saw most of our developers just call use current user. They thought that's the way to do it, but it's the way to provide it, not to use it. So that was a big problem for us. So maybe one pattern to solve this is, let's forget about injections. Let's just use a singleton. And this is just good old global variable, set it to a value, and short-circuited after, right? So it's a single instance. It's guaranteed to be a single instance. But it has a few issues. First issue is it's unclear direction. Where did the value come from? It's not top-down, that's for sure, because who owns that state now? The first component that calls it. And that's really dangerous, because imagine if you have a drop-down that uses this, that gets called before navigating to another route. Suddenly that component is the owner of that state. And that means any teardown lifecycle hooks like component unmounted, or on before unmounted, sorry, or anything like that is registered against that menu. It's not registered against the bigger, more important component. And let me put it in an example. Imagine the current user uses a subscription, a graphical subscription, a real time. Typically, it would unsubscribe or disconnect when the component unmounts, right? So that will happen as soon as that menu disappears. And suddenly, you lost real time. So this is why ownership is so important, because it translates to the lifecycle hooks as well. How does this lifecycle hooks run, and which component do they run against? Another pattern that can solve this is self-inject. So instead of a global variable, we try to inject the key itself before we provide it. And that works really well. It's a top-down direction, it has provider ownership, and it has the implementation or injection details, meaning users need to just call use current user. And they don't have to worry about if this is in the tree or what the injection key is. The con of this is it may end up with multiple instances. If you are working in two different trees, so current user may actually do two HTTP calls, it's fine. But I would say make use of the two patterns. We make use of the singleton one for a state that will exist for the lifecycle of the entire app, like current user. This is for more contextual stuff. So you need to be careful about that. And if someone here is saying, why don't we use stores? Why don't you just use stores? They follow the same rules. Stores, I think, and I haven't checked in a while, use a similar thing to singletons. So if you have a teardown lifecycle hook, it will execute against that first component. Now let's talk about something more fun, performance. So that's our current scores right now for Rasail is an SPA app. It's not on Next, sorry. It's not. So it's just a Vue app, right? And these are current scores for it. And a lot of people will say that's good for an SPA, right? Like it's a crutch or something like SPAs are not important to optimize for. But I think the current state of Core Web Vitals are really great at describing how the app behaves and how it translates to your users. For example, the cumulative layout shift measures the layout stability. And an inbox, this is critical. This is why this is the most important for us, actually. This is the most important metric for us. Because if you have an inbox with a lot of sidebars and a lot of stuff loading in, everything is lazy loaded, right? Imagine if all of these were jumping around. Imagine if they are scrolling through the stream and we loaded in an image and it jumps around. That's not a great experience. So that's why this is the most important thing for us. It depends on your application, of course, but another metric is the interaction to next paint. It was introduced recently. It replaced the first input delay, I think, and this is, I think, my favorite new metric here because it measures the user journey as they are using the app because the results are not reported on load, right? That means you can't actually measure this with Lighthouse. You have to collect it periodically from your users. So what I really like about this metric is it measures how long does a user interact with your app and how long does it take you to respond to it. So it measures responsibility really good. Then we have FCP and LCP, first contentful paint and largest contentful paint, and they are too volatile for us. Yes, they are really important, but they are too volatile because every user in our app has a different view than another user. A user may have a message stream full of images, another may have just text. So all of them, so the numbers are all over the place for these two metrics. So they are a bit unactionable for us, but there are ways to optimize for them. So I have compiled down a list of how to improve each one of these. So for CLS, because we did much more work in it than the others, so I will have a longer list here. So media ratio or size, images, videos, we did a lot of effort to make sure that we can predict the image height/width. And that actually happens by the backend. So whenever an image is sent, the backend analyzes it and stores its width and height. So whenever the front end needs to render them, it knows the width and height, and so it can calculate the aspect ratio, and then it can preserve a space for them, right? And this prevents the message stream from jumping, which is critical in such applications. We also have lazy elements. You need to be careful about those. As stuff loading around, maybe you are using suspense. When you switch from the fallback to the actual content, you need to make sure that doesn't cause a layout shift. You need to make sure both are stable. Other stuff like loading states, maybe you're pressing a button and a loading thing happens. Try to make sure it doesn't push anything around. It's a hard challenge, but these are all affect the CLS. There is also animation and transitions, so be careful about fading stuff in, moving top left, moving inset properties, moving margins, moving paddings. Be careful about these things. And then, unexpectedly, the scrollable elements can affect CLS, because let's say a user loads in 3 conversations, they won't have a scroll bar, right? But if they load in 100 messages, suddenly they have a scroll bar. And we suspect that's actually the reason why we have 0.04. Like a lot of users have that scroll bar pop in after load, so it causes a small layout shift. And lastly, async or synchronous persistence. Let's say you have a sidebar that is customizable. The user can resize it, they can move it back and forth depending on their needs, their screen size, and you persist that. If you persist it in IndexedDB, for example, which is asynchronous, it will take a small delay to read it. And that means there is a potential that the UI dances briefly as the value is being read. So for stuff like this, we make sure to only save those values in a synchronous persistence, like local storage. Let's talk about INP. Just respond to clicks. Easier said than done, I know, but it's critical that you do that. Examples for this are when someone submits a form, have a loading state, like disable stuff, do a paint, right? Have the UI react in a way. And this is why I really like INP, because it encourages you to tell the user what is happening. And yeah, that's almost all there is to it. Then you have another case that's really annoying and hard to deal with, which is lazy modules, right? Like with Vue Router, your pages are typically lazy, or lazy components. And the problem with this is, I'm sure all of us noticed it if you are using Vue Router. When you click a link for the first time, there is a small delay before it loads the next page in, right? And when that happens, that's affecting your INP score, because the user is waiting for something that's unclear for them. Now, solutions to this are really hard to implement. I think Max used to have, or still have, hot links, which when you hover, it preloads the module for them. And that will save you some time, unless the user clicks immediately. Then you didn't really save a lot of time. Another approach is people would wait for the user to be idle and start downloading stuff in the background. So that's a little harder to implement, but it's a solution. We didn't really do anything in that regard, and we still got a very good score. So I think you are safe for now, but anything else, make sure you respond to clicks, or more specifically, pointer events. So touches, or pointer up, pointer down, mouse up, these events. Let's talk about FCP and LCP. Just cache everything. Cache your assets, use aggressive caching, make use of the browser cache. These are all things we take for granted because usually it's pre-configured for us on almost all of the platforms, right? But then there is also caching our data, or in other words, persisting our data. We think that will fix our scores for the FCP and LCP, because how do we fix something that's a little unpredictable, right? Like we can load in multiple images in the stream, we can load videos, so each user has a different number. But if we cache everything, or persist that last view, then it will solve that. But it introduces another problem. The problem it introduces is, you just introduced stale data concept into a real-time application. So you need to communicate to the user somehow. If you have used WhatsApp or Messenger or any kind of messaging app, it loads immediately with your previous messages, even though if you are not connected, and it displays a loading state telling you, I'm still loading, I'm doing stuff here. What you are seeing is stale. And this is the challenge here for us. How do we tell the user that what you see is not something you should take an action on? You shouldn't do anything. And this is important because that's for customer support teams and for sales teams. He can't just repeat the same message expecting an answer, right? Like, it's more critical. So stale data is more dangerous here. And so it's not a technical issue. It's a product issue. We need to think about how do we communicate that. So a little something I wanted to show is lazy loading balance. If you decide to lazy load something, there is a bit of a trade-off here. Here I am trying to load a component called command palette contact menu, and it needs to do a graphical request. But the total time here is much larger because there is a waterfall effect here, because we need to load in the JavaScript, the CSS, because it's a lazy component. Then, once that's parsed and run, it can now start doing the actual graphical request. So something that took a second could have potentially taken 600 milliseconds. If we try to at least try to load the graphical beforehand. So there isn't really a good solution for this. So try to balance it. It's like, don't spread your dynamic imports everywhere expecting your app to be better. Actually, it hurt us in a lot of cases. So and since we are an SPA, we don't really try to optimize for FCP or LCP, right? So that gives us some leeway here in ignoring this, or just loading stuff synchronously and not dynamically. One thing to know is Rasail is an app with a relatively long sessions. So what does that mean? I will leave you with a number and try to guess what does it describe. This is our current record of a user that didn't reload the app. 74 days. So that user probably, like for 2 months, in 2 weeks, they didn't decide to reload their app once. And we know that because we have a Sentry issue with that exact version on our Sentry. So that brings a lot of problems. It brings asset version skew. Imagine if you have a simple server that builds the last build and serves them directly. So we have 2 users, each of them requesting a different version of the file. Imagine the first one being the 74 old days one, and the second one being you right now, for example. The first one will 404 because the asset no longer exists. The second one will 200, and that's a big problem. So one solution for this is we just keep the old artifacts. So we have a CDN that keeps everything, every build exists there, and we periodically clean it up, and both will 200, ensuring that even if you are 2-month-old app, it still works. And this will occur a lot if you make a lot of use with dynamic loading or lazy loading stuff. You will have, I'm pretty sure, you will find some 404s in there. So surely this works really well, right? No, it doesn't work. Even with all of that, doesn't work really well. And this is a bit of an old issue, so you probably won't have noticed it with new apps. But if my PC builds the same file with the same content, it produces this hash. If your laptop builds the same file, it produces a different hash. Now, that doesn't happen with V3 onwards, but we used V2, so we need a solution for this. But then, because the hash used to rely on the machine. So each machine can build the same hash reliably, but different machines won't. So that means on the CI, every time we run it, it produces a different hash. And that means if you have a scaling app that have multiple servers, each one has its own hash because it's built on a different machine. And if that happens, most of your users are 404ing because the load balancer keeps redirecting them to different servers. So we needed to make this more consistent, and we did that with a commit hash. So we just configured Vite to get the short commit hash and append it to the file and use it as a hash, and it works really well. We even put it in folders inside our CDN, so it works fine. Let's talk about something else, the API version skew, which is produced by the same thing. Okay, what does that mean? It means your app is now talking to a new backend because the user didn't reload in 74 days. So is it still compatible? That's a big question here. And many providers just reload the app. I really don't like that because it interrupts the user experience. What if they are putting in a really important message and you just try to reload it, right? That's not a great experience. Another issue is your front end is actually the new one and it's talking to an older backend because the backend didn't finish deploying it. So there is a chance that this happens, and this means your front end might be requesting a field that doesn't exist yet, and it will crash. So how do we solve this? Well, we version our app, but with the commit hash as well. And this, we can call it a pre-release version. It's kind of in the semantic release kind of things, but we also put it in the backend as a header. So the backend tells you, I'm expecting this front end to communicate with me. And whenever a change happens, we make sure first to detect that, parse the built version, so that's a static value, and parse the API header. And this happens in every single network request because we ship like crazy. We ship like, I don't know, maybe 12 PRs in one day, so that means 12 different versions every day. And that means we need to break down the version difference. So if a pre-release changes, it's just a new commit, nothing changed, so nothing to worry about. If a patch, we need to soft prompt it. If a minor, we need a stronger prompt. And if a major change happens, we need to actually block the app usage because it will crash at some point. So what does the prompts look like? Something like this. If a patch version happens, this is what we show to the user. If a major change happens, this is what we show to the minor change, sorry, happens. This is what we show to the user. And if a major change happens, we just block the entire app and tell them, you got to reload. Like, you are way beyond what we expect right now. And it's actually pretty useful to track issues by the release because it's now baked in and it's not on a CI, so it's not adding commits, so it's a little bit softer. We may make use of change sets in the future, but that's still under investigation. We are not sure if this works well for us or not. It doesn't work with Sentry well, because Sentry recognizes this as a non-semantic version when it actually is, but it works well for us. Maybe maybe next year if I do this talk again, this will be a little different. That's all. Thank you. And yeah, that's all.
Abdurrahman, thank you so much for the great talk. That was lovely. I hope you all learned some lessons out of that, what you should or shouldn't do when building a big application. And what you should do, all of you, is listen a little bit closely, because now we're slowly coming to our lunch break. And as you can see, the lunch is nowhere in this room, because it is served at the restaurants. We go out there for that exit, then to the right. There will be some helping hands guiding you, so we'll go, it's like one big blob, or you can come afterwards, of course, if you don't mind standing in queue. All the way out to the right, to the entrance, and then the right side, there will be people guiding you. Besides that, we have some lightning talks right after lunch break, and unfortunately for me, this is already the end of being your MC for today. Thank you for listening to me. You might have to later on again, so don't be happy yet, right? And also, if you catch me around with some cameras, there might be some merch to win. So if you want to test your VueJS knowledge, that's the way to go. But first, let's have some wonderful lunch. Thanks everybody, and enjoy the food.
Well, a very warm welcome back from lunch. We are ready to kick off the second part of the day. And I don't know about you, but that Käsespätzle was absolutely incredible. I am deeply warmed and incredibly content with my life right now. Our next speaker he is not a person of two dimensions. No, he is here in the flesh. Alvaro, the author of Trace.js, is going to be coming to give us an overview of what is coming in the world of 3D in the coming year. So without further ado, would you join me in welcoming Alvaro?
Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here. It's my first time in VueJS Germany, and also my first time in Bonn. So thank you very much for having me today. I'm going to try to put this on full screen, maybe. I'm using a slide dev, as a lot of people does nowadays. So I have around 10 minutes to tell you about Trace and what's hot on Trace.js version 4. Okay, so this is my talk today. My name is Álvaro Sabu. I'm a developer experience engineer at Storyblock. I'm originally from Venezuela, but reside in Barcelona. There are my links if you want to say hi or show me what you're building. Always happy to hang out. Yes, I'm that guy. I used to have the white hair, but I tried not to damage my hair anymore, so now I have it long. But it's the same person. So, how many of you know what Trace is? Okay, more than I expected, because it's honestly a really young library. It has only 2 years old. It's going to be in November. And what Trace.js is a custom render in Vue. It's a Vue custom render for 3D. So normally when you're doing 3D on the web, you're using 3JS under the hood. And what Trace does is that it gives you a way of doing scenes, 3D scenes declaratively by using components and composables. It's called Trace because I'm Venezuelan, so Spanish speaking, and also because the French word was already taken. So I'm really happy because it's almost 2 years from the creation of Trace.js. I originally did for my portfolio, which I haven't finished it yet. So I created a library to be able to use 3D on my own portfolio and never finish it. So here is Trace.js around like crazy numbers. I was checking the numbers yesterday. I'm really surprised I got like 100K downloads monthly. So I'm pretty happy about the community. And you can get started by just installing Trace.js core and 3JS as a pure dependency. We also have a playground, like a single file component playground that you can start playing with it. If you see here is the code. So plain Vue, okay, with the magic of 3D. So we are already in the version 4, and now that I see the version 4, we have iterated a lot and obviously created a lot of breaking changes. So we collected a lot of feedback from the first iteration, like last year. So we ask users, okay, are you building things with 3D, with Vue, with Trace.js? And we recollected a lot of the feedback. So there was a lot of performance issues. Also, a feature request was on-demand rendering. We're going to get there. A lot of TypeScript issues because, of course, TypeScript. Memory leaks because we are talking about really performance-heavy operations. And event handlers on primitives. We're going to get there in a moment. So, on-demand rendering. We did on-demand rendering. We did refactor the whole event system and propagation logic to be more similar to what you do in the DOM. We added event handlers to primitive. I'm going to talk about that later. The object prop on primitives is now reactive. And we work a lot on the disposal of resources. But the most important part of the V4 was a new render loop. Because when you do 3D, you are creating an image, and you have to iterate that every frame per second to create a new image to show an animation, like how animation movies or games work under the hood. So we created a new composable that does it in a better way. And of course, a lot of bug fixes and performance improvements. So on-demand rendering, really quick. When you have the Trace canvas, which is the canvas component that draws everything, now you can tell it not to render whatever there is no need for it. So if you pass a prop that is called on demand, by default it will render all the time, but if you put on demand, it's only going to render when it needs to render. So there is an update on the scene or one of the props changes, it's going to apply the render. So here in the video, if I use the on-demand rendering, in the top you can see that in the low point it's not rendering. And whenever I change the camera, it starts rendering. So this is huge for performance because I'm stopping the rendering to happen, which is a heavy operation, whenever we don't need to. Then we have manual invalidation, which is another level. So instead of having on-demand, we let the user decide when they want to invalidate the frame. So they decide when to render the scene. And you can do it by using the useThreadsComposable, and whenever you see a change, you invalidate. Then we refactor the whole event store and propagation logic. What is events? You click on a 3D object, you need to fake that object to be clicked. So if you want to change, I don't know, the color of it, we had click, pointer move, like a hover effect on the 3D elements, pointer leave, and pointer enter. But for the before, we added context menu, so right click, double click, pointer down, pointer up, wheel, and pointer missing. So this is really different from the VDOM because you use the camera to know which components are in front of the camera and need to propagate events. So if I had these three tables right here, if I click in the first table, it's going to propagate onto the last one because it's where the ray tracing of the camera is going. But we added the option to stop the propagation. So if the first table say, hey, we are not going to propagate the effect, if I click there, the other ones are not affected. So it's more or less like this, okay? So this is a video showing. So we have this cube, and if you click it without the event propagation, you see that they all change color. But if I enable the propagation, it doesn't. So, okay, 4 minutes, let's go. Primitives. You might think of primitives like this, but it's essentially being able to programmatically create a 3D object and add it to the scene without the view component. So you can do that with the primitive and passing it with a prop object. So this is amazing for models because then I can import a model from internet or something that I created in Blender, add it to the scene with just one line and a composable called useGLTF. This is not necessarily important, it's just making it reactive. So if I click here, for example, I can change the whole object. Really useful for gaming. If you want to change the character, I don't know, armor, or do like a Baldur's Gate kind of editor. And we have also added conditional rendering, so we can use the BEF to show or not the component on the view. Then we added event handlers to them, which is kind of cool because before you cannot click on the objects. Now you can do it in the models. You can click the different parts of the model. Especially useful for, we have some users that were doing like architectural stuff. So they were building like a house and they needed to interact whenever they click an object to drag it and put it, and this made it possible. So whatever you add, like in plain view, you add the click event handler, then you can call the function and do something with it. Memory management, to be honest, is really boring, and we just launched. So I'm not going to talk about that. We just basically did a lot of improvements there, GPU and CPU. You're going to be living in that. We did a lot of DevTools improvements. We're really excited with the new Vue DevTools and what it has to offer because it's going to allow us to add all the developer experience that plain 3JS doesn't offer because it's an imperative code. With Vue, we had the DevTools, so we managed to add all the different components like the camera, the ambient light, and you're able to edit them in real life. You are able to move a component inside just by using the DevTools, and that's powerful. So we're rendering all the info, like how many triangles, how many vertex, everything in the DevTools, and we added also shaders. Shaders is basically materials, how they look, if they are shiny, if they are opaque, things like that. So you can search the scene 3D objects by name. So we added the search functionality if the scene is big. But I'm going to take the last minute to talk about the use loop composable. So before this, we have a use render loop. And whenever this render loop iterates, it triggers a new render. The problem was that as a user, you didn't have access to the state of stress. So you couldn't get like the previous camera, you couldn't get what objects are inside. There was no possibility to add order. So if I wanted a callback to be before the rendering or after render, it was impossible. And there was no way of taking over the render loop. So we did a lot of like mathematical stuff, but basically we created something on before render, then the rendering of the frame happens, and then we have triggers post-calculations for physics, for post-processing and stuff. So the way you do it right now is that you use the use loop composable, and you had three methods. One is on before render, so this is going to happen before you render, animations, moving a camera, etc. Then you have the takeover, where you take the responsibility of rendering, and that's where you get the state. You get the render, the scene, the camera, and you can render yourself. And then you have callbacks after the rendering. You can also pause the loop. So I'm out of time. Let me just quickly show, like, we have a cookbook now in the documentation with real examples. So if you want to try Tres, you can go there and see like examples of real use cases and how they're built. And I want to thank all the contributors that make it possible. We are around 50 contributors and 4 persons in the core team. And without them, it wouldn't be possible. I also want to thank all the sponsors. Also, StackBlitz just joined it as a sponsor because of the Conf, the collaboration we did. So if you want to collaborate and help us, we have an open source GitHub sponsors collective. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Let me disconnect here. Should I leave it there? Or?
Well, our next speaker is, you might know him as the author of VueJS 3 for Beginners, or you might know him in his work as a software architect or as a prolific tweeter. It's a great, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Simona to the stage. Would you give a big hand to say welcome?
Side. Yeah.
Good.
Good afternoon. Is everyone awake? Was lunch okay? Good, good. So this actually is the title of my talk today. I cannot say the first word. I can try, okay? Demystifying. I tried for a month. So demystifying technical content writing. And I always like to start with a quote. So if you want to learn something, you read about it. And if you want to understand something, you need to write about it. Okay? And this is usually the foundation of everything that is around content writing. We got 10 minutes, and we got around 70 slides. Jokes? 50. It's time to start and actually go through. First and foremost, why am I able to do this talk with you, and why you should listen to me after lunch when you got food coma coming? I'm Simone. I am the VP at Delivery Digital Labs. Yeah, promoted, not software architect. I'm Zelig880 on X. Please come around. Happy to chat. You've seen that I've been tweeting all day. And I play tennis, DIY, coding. I don't have a cat, so the one thing that stops me from actually doing work is the kids. They also do jump on the keyboard. I do have a blog. I had a blog for years and years. I don't know, probably more than 10 years. It is on WordPress. So, moment of shame there. I've done hundreds of blog posts there. I also write this dot in our blog post. I've also done printed article. I don't have the magazine anymore. My wife stole it, threw it away. She didn't know it was my article. And then I have self-published a book 2 years ago. So there is a budget there for 30% off. So this was for people that wanted to start into coding. And just recently, I've also published a book. There is something going on Twitter, so if you go, there is a chance to win a hard copy or ebook. It's very good for people that are getting into Vue. It's really, I took a lot of time, and we talk about it a little bit on the talk. But let's really crack on and say, what is this talk about? So there are benefits in doing content writing, okay? There is a big misconception that content writing is not for people just starting, so junior. Usually, as soon as they talk in Meetup and say you should write about it, people usually say, I'm not good enough, I'm not a senior, I don't know these things, and it's crap, okay? It's actually good for all level. So content writing should be something that you do for yourself, not for the millions of people that probably read, because they won't be. The only people reading at the start will be your mom, yourself, and yourself from the mobile phone to check if it works. You know, it's really, really good, and it makes you better. It makes you better because it forces you to do research, as we'll see through here, and it also forces you to improve on what you already know, because we think we know, but we can always do more. Then there is also, I like this quote, I love economics and business, so loads of the quotes are from business, but stop telling yourself you're not qualified or good enough. Growth happens when you actually start to do something. So hard work actually pays off, and this is the next slide up. How many people like manga have watched Goku? Okay, my life is built on Goku, okay? So if I could, I tell my wife she doesn't understand, but it's important things. So this is something that I learned when I was probably 16-ish. And is, you know, there is a story of a Goku that works very hard to go all the way up to this tower and steal something when the enemy just, you know, takes a lift and goes all the way up. And what this shows us is that actually the process of content writing is not the end results. It's not the blog post you actually do, but it's the journey that you actually go through to actually, you know, to learn about the, you know, everything that you think you already knew, to write it down, to explain it to somebody else. So again, it's a journey, and you learn as you go through. You know, again, more quotes. So the person that learned the most in a classroom is the teacher. Let me give you an example. So I done Vue for many years. I work with big company. I go and do corporate training and everything. And I thought, I'm going to write a book. How slides can it be to write a book for beginner? I'm not a beginner anymore. Well, it was very hard. Like very, very, very hard. Like the Vue documentation was up, the Discord was up. I was asking questions here and there. I was questioning myself. So it is a self, you know, it's a process of self-learning and improving. So this also, I think, and I put may, because I've asked around and some people say they don't feel this is for everyone. But for some people, it's also going to help a little bit with imposter syndrome. So what that means is it's going to help you by, it's going to improve your confidence because you know more about the topic. So that means you will be able to talk with people about it. You will feel a bit more in control of being able to do it. To be able to write, you have to do deeper research. So that means you will actually feel okay to talk about it. And then there will also be the possibility of reaction of people. So there's nothing more beautiful than you write the content and somebody tells you, I read about that from your blog post, or I know about that. It just makes you go 10 steps higher. It doesn't always happen. And again, it can be, it's not the same for everyone. And if you're not natively from England, the English is your first language, like myself, it helps you to improve your English. So yes, most of us work remotely, we do our tech chats and everything, but there's nothing better than try to write something down that you know is publicly available. You will work harder and you actually learn more. So if you see how many times I had to go through the grammar check on my book, you will be surprised. Then we got the next one is, step number 3 is how are we going to do it? So there are a few tips that I can give you. And the first one, please don't use AI, okay? We just said it's a journey, and the math you write for you to learn what you're writing about and doing more. So if you're just creating blog posts and content by using AI, don't do it. There's no point. You're just doing it to pay the hosting fees. And then there's more. I've done some research when I was writing my book and when I do this kind of conference here, is that we're actually getting worse than a goldfish. So humans now have an attention span of 8 seconds, while goldfish have an attention span of 9 seconds. That's how bad we are, okay? All because of technology and everything. So the reason why I started the talk with the quote, because they want to show you straight away what it was about. And it's similar when you do blog posts. Try to be very concise. Try to tell the users what they want to know straight away, and then if they're interested, they will read more. Next up is you need to do this for yourself. So the first people you're going to write your content for is actually you. It's not going to be the thousands of people, millions of people that may happen, but in reality it should be your own problems. You are the reader, and should be bookmarks for yourself. For, ooh, I just solved the problem with X, Y, and Z. I should actually write about it. This is why I did the blog myself, and I still go many times. I'm the only person going on Google and searching my own titles. So you can see that one person coming along from analytics. Then the next step, probably this is for larger topic, but it works very well also on, sorry. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. It works very well also on blog posts, and make it simple. So there is a Freeman technique. We're not going in details, but you choose a topic, you research, you teach about it, and you repeat it. We can change this a little by saying, you choose a topic, you search, you really teach about it. So you really work hard to write a blog post that other people can use, and then you write about it. Break it down. So take a topic. This is what I do for any blog post. You take a topic, you ask yourself 4 or 5 questions, and you then just write about the 4 and 5 questions. You answer them. You don't think about the full picture. And let me give you an example. I was asked to do a VueJS book, 300x pages. It turned out to be 270. Can I do this? I was like, yeah, I'll do it. But what I actually did is expectation, no, you're just going to sit down and write it. You're going to spend a long time to break it down. And what I did, I wrote the topic down. So I broke down the book in around 60 different topics. And each of the topics, I set the goal for myself to say, okay, I'm going to write 1 a week, and then 1,000 words, and then 1 chapter. So for me, it wasn't a book. It was 60 different blog posts. And by doing that, it's more achievable because you can set yourself to actually hit the deadlines. Again, content is a journey, and it's a very important journey for you all. No matter what level you are, if you're a senior, if you're a junior, if you're just starting, or if you're a super expert. Even when you're a super expert, it helps you to remind yourself how to explain things easier. In an easier way for younger people, because we've all started somewhere, even if we think we're cool now, we've all had to learn what array was and why start from 0 and everything. And when you have to write it down, it has all a different perception. I have one last quote before I actually finish, and it's from Gandhi. So if you want to change yourself, change the world, you need to start with yourself. So again, content writing is for yourself, is your own journey, and is for you to really, share the thought with yourself. Then there is a chance somebody's going to read about it. Okay, so keep writing and share the word with everyone else. Don't forget that there is a free copy of the book as well on Twitter. And thank you so much for coming. 2 seconds spare. Shall we say that at 2 seconds spare? Okay.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I feel inspired. I fully expect all of you to be producing technical content in the next weeks and months, right?
Oh, hours, I thought. Next hour.
Next hour. So that is a bit challenging. Don't do it in the next hour, because I definitely want you to have your eyes on our next speaker. Zoe is going to talk a bit about something that we often don't talk enough about, I think. She's a prolific open source maintainer and studied sociology, I found out just last night. So please give a very, very warm welcome to her.
Okay, hello everybody, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break and welcome back to the conference. I'm going to be doing the last lightning talk for today, and as Daniel already teased, we're going to be talking a bit about ethics in coding. My talk is called Code with Consciousness, and today I'm going to give you a short and brief introduction into technological assessments for responsible developers. But before we get started, a bit about myself. I have a background in sociology. I'm a full-stack developer, and I help maintain Sidebase and Nuxt. Some of you may have heard about it. And I also do, in fact, have a cat, who's my little small helper. Also make sure that I have a good and responsible work-life balance, as we can see on the left, and she sometimes casually stalks me behind my bookshelf. So, I recently graduated from my course in sociology, and I was focusing a lot on sociology and digitalization and how this affects people and society as a whole. However, I always had one major issue with all of my courses, and it was that there were no developers present. All the information we were learning was super helpful when developing your own applications or products, but the people learning this and actually doing these technological assessments weren't the developers themselves. So I was always quite frustrated by that, and this led me to sending in the papers for this talk to actually talk to developers about it. So, what are technological assessments? A technological assessment is basically just a framework that helps guide you to determine what impacts your product could have on society. They help provide insights into both the potential and potential drawbacks and effects that it could have on society or individuals as a whole. In general, it's important to note that technological assessments prefer to focus on the negative. So it's not looking for ways that we could better the product, it's looking into ways that the product could harm society or other people. And in the end, by doing a technological assessment, it can help steer the development of your product to ultimately become a better product for everyone. Technological assessments focus on two different areas. We have the hard impacts and we have the soft impacts. The hard impacts are generally the things that we already focus on. We have institutions created for these that monitor these for new products and that regulate industries. Hard impacts are generally quantitative, so they're number-based. They're also objective or obvious. You can directly prove that they exist or not. One example I have for this is the Samsung smartphone explosions that we had a couple of years back. There was a number and a percentile risk that this could happen. There were reasons why it would happen, and there were ways to predict when it would happen. Soft impacts, on the other hand, are a lot more hidden, and they're very difficult to find and actually address before a product is released. They're often more qualitative, so you can't put a specific number on it. They're also quite contested, and it's hard to find one specific definition for it. They're also co-produced by many factors. So it's not the battery explodes, therefore the battery is broken. It's many different factors that come together to then create a problem that you may not have thought about before. And lastly, they often impact society or culture as a whole. An example of this could be, once again for the smartphone, that people began texting and driving, or they changed our social relations, and they led to addiction and dependence on mobile devices. As already mentioned, the hard impacts, they're covered quite a lot. So today I want to focus a bit on the soft impacts and ways that you can easily try to determine these yourself. For this, I outlined 4 different steps that you can take yourself while developing or after developing to try and find some of these soft impacts that your product could have. The first step in this is creating a scenario. This is usually done in brainstorm sessions. You can do it by yourself or you can do it within your team. And inside of this first brainstorming session, you want to create a guiding vision. So in a sense, during the scenario development, you want to try and create a mirror image of society that you can then play around with and introduce your product to try and identify social and cultural changes that could come from it. After creating your base scenario, you want to do a stakeholder analysis. For this, you want to think about who will be affected by your technology. This can be people, groups of people, animals, plants, or also generally just the environment. It's anyone who would benefit or potentially get drawbacks from your technology. What's also important to note with the stakeholder analysis is that this is the most difficult part, because you have to really dig deep and try and find the ways that your product could cascade down society. If we take cars, for example, when evaluating self-driving cars, you wouldn't be able to just take drivers as the main stakeholder. You will also have to factor in pedestrians, cyclists, animals, and the wildlife. After noting down your stakeholders, you can then move on to the vision articulation. In this case, you want to then figure out what does your technology actually do? What are its benefits? What needs does it fulfill? And what values can be realized by using your specific technology? During the vision articulation, you can really start becoming creative, and you can think of stories and ways that people can use your product in their everyday lives. After your vision articulation, you can then begin to analyze. Okay, yeah. You can then try and find social, cultural changes that come from this specific vision. In this case, you will then take the stories you've created and take your stakeholders and players within your technology and figure out how their lives could change because of this. This can include their behavior, it can include what tasks and skills will be required, and how responsibilities would shift and be redistributed. In this step, you can also figure out how power changes within society due to your product, and what societal and economic structures would have to be changed to allow your product to thrive. As an example in this case, if you take farming equipment, you could create a really awesome new way that people can automate farming. But due to this, people will lose their jobs, and generally farming will change. This may lead you to ask the question, do we need some kind of benefits for farmers who lost their jobs? Do we need to retrain people to different professions? Do farmers need support when maintaining and using their new equipment? And how exactly can we ensure a smooth transition from one technology to another? One example that I always like to point out here is the introduction of ChatGPT, because this personally affected me quite a lot. So around 2 years ago, ChatGPT was released to the world in December. And I was currently on my university break while this happened. And when I came back to university, I found them scrambling to try and find ways to identify if texts were written with ChatGPT. At that point, there was only one real solution for this. And this was a tool also provided by OpenAI. And my university jumped on it and began using it to scan every single text or submission that we would give back to the university. And the 2 semesters directly after the usage of this tool, all of my texts were flagged as written by AI. And I found myself constantly in front of the board of examiners having to defend my papers and try and explain to them why it wasn't written with AI. In this case, that's one example of how ChatGPT affected society as a whole, or in this case, universities. And I can honestly say that caused me a lot of stress that I didn't need at that time period. And I feel like by using these kinds of structures and trying to figure out ways that your product can impact society, you can at least try and somewhat avoid these kinds of situations. In summary, and I think these are like the most important points that I have with this whole topic. We can't predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen, but we can do our best to anticipate it, and we can actively think about it. There's no one-stop solution for this, and in the end, the main goal of this talk and also technological assessments as a whole is to create awareness. It's to get people actively thinking and talking about products and figuring out what they're developing and how it can impact other people. I think that we generally need to have more discussions as a full society. And this doesn't just include developers, it includes everyone, to figure out what we want our future to look like. Because this shouldn't be in the hands of a few people. And we also know that regulation often is a few years behind us developers. We're a lot quicker. So I see a lot of responsibility with us. And I think that we can really change the world and create a brighter future through our apps and technology. Thanks for your attention. Thank you again to the team behind this conference, and a few special shout outs to a couple of my professors whom I borrowed a few slides from. If you'd like to connect with me, you can find my GitHub, Twitter, and my website on the right-hand side. I would love to chat more about this topic with anyone who's interested, and otherwise, have a great day.
That was fantastic, wasn't it? Could you imagine in 3 short talks getting so many interesting and different ideas? Could I suggest we have a round of applause for our 3 lightning talk speakers, Alvaro, Simona, and Zoe? Well, our next talk picks up something that I'm incredibly interested in. It's the world of micro front-ends. To present it is Klaus. So a very warm welcome to him as he comes on stage.
Okay, hello everybody. I want to introduce you to micro frontends. In this fact, with Module Federation. Short to me, my name is Klaus. I'm team lead at Einhalt Germany AG. We are a manufacturer of tool for DIY and whatever. I'm father of one daughter and 5 cats, if this is important here. So, let me introduce you to micro frontends. What are micro frontends? We can build funny things with micro frontends. But we want to solve a problem. What is our problem? We want good, stable, maintainable apps, and this is a hard-reach goal. It gets even harder if there are many, many front-end teams working on one application. So, another big topic, reusability. We don't want to reinvent the wheel over and over again. So, we found one solution, and these are micro frontends. Sorry? Thanks. Okay. Where was I? Okay. In backend development, we already know this problem. We already solved this problem with distributed services. These are small-sized, specialized applications and they are here for doing one job. They are easy to maintain and easy to add features. Now, let's put this idea into micro frontends. We split up our monolithic frontend and put it into small services. Before we start, let's take a little look at the history of micro frontends. Where appeared this term? At first was 2011, where the microservices themselves premiered an event for software architects. Then on 2016, ThoughtWorks added the term micro frontend to their technology radar. I brought a screenshot for you for this. Oops. Was the first talk about micro frontends in the ThoughtWorks. On 2017, ThoughtWorks recommended single-page applications for the micro frontend approach. And then on 2020, Jack Jackson released this masterpiece, Module Federation. This was a plugin for Webpack this time. And 1.5 years later, already ThoughtWorks adopted this solution for micro frontends. They recommended to use Module Federation for this approach. Till now, I think micro frontends is still in the early stage. Nobody knows what to do really, how to adapt it really. And I want to show some pros and cons about this. First of all, you can easily translate your monolithic front-end into micro front-end. You can do it step by step, feature by feature. Next thing, you get a smaller code base. A micro front-end is smaller per definition. Here we want small little applications that we can easily maintain and easy deploy. Brings me to the independent deployment. So, if you have a special feature on one application, you can deploy each application, each remote, separately. In the end, you see in this example, we have 3 micro frontends. We pull them in our Git, we run it through our build and test pipeline, send it to production, and then have one app which combine all 3 remotes to one application. we can handle this with different teams. So if you have different teams which have to do special jobs for special front ends, the micro front ends approach is the best you can choose for this, so I think. You can even use different technologies for micro front ends. So you can use Vue, you can use React, but do you want this? I don't think so. Let's talk about some cons. Infrastructure and deployment. For every part of the micro frontend, you need a separate entry point. You need a separate deployment pipeline. You need a separate domain, maybe a subdomain, and maybe you have monitoring for your frontends. Then you need for each application a separate monitoring. So complexity could accrue as well. Even the code base is small. You can have the if you have some special dependency sharing or translation sharing or routing in your applications, then the complexity can increase. And of course, it suits hard on small projects. So in conclusion, micro frontends are about breaking up big and scary things. Let's make them easy to maintainable, make them easy to add features, and make it easy to share with other teams. So let's talk about micro frontend architecture with Vue and Vite. To make this magic happen, we need a little plugin for Vite, which is called White Plugin Federation. It's brought you by Orange.js. This plugin is fully inspired by Webpack and it's fully compatible with it. To use this, we need at least 2 applications, of course. One application of this acts as a wrapper application, it's the host application, and the other application acts as a remote. I brought you a little scheme. How does this build up? So we build up our applications out of multiple single-page applications. In red we see we have our wrapper application which collects all remotes. In green we have our sidebar, which could be one remote. In blue we have our main applications, which is hosted on the host. And this main applications itself use another application as a remote for here this fancy app header. So, how to set up your project? Let's get started with the White Module Federation plugin. It's just a few lines of code, I think. Okay, let's get started. You open up your existing Vue project, or you create your new one, and you install the dependency, the White Plugin Federation, as well. Then let's take a look about in the White config. Here we import the plugin. In the plugin section of the define config, we configure the federation and give some special configurations like the name, file name, exposes, shared. In the host application, we do the same. Only difference is we have here no exposes, we define here our remotes. To use the remote in our host applications, let's take a look at the app view. We use here the define async component from Vue itself to make a dynamic import of the remote file and use it as a component as in our template as always. Let's take a detailed look at the configuration. At first we can define the name. This is necessary for the remotes so that we know in the host application which remote we want to import. We can define a file name. For default, it's a remote entry. And we define exposes in our remotes. So In the exposers, we define exactly which component do we want to expose to the world. We can expose few components, we can expose stores, and we can expose composables. On the other hand, we have our remotes. This is used on the host, but we can use it in the remotes as well. So a remote can have another remote, but usually you use the remote in the host. In the remotes, you define your list of components which you want to use. And the next big thing are shared. You can share dependencies between host and remote applications. So it means in your host application, you have your Vue dependency. You want to make this available to all your remote applications, it's no problem. But there is some special thing here. So I have a little more details for the shared configuration. You can define a version. This is only available on the host side. Usually, the host application tries to figure out the version you use out of your package JSON. You only need this to configure if this method is not working for you. On the other hand, for the remote side, you can configure a required version of your dependency. Means if your remote requires a strict version of a dependency, you can define it here. If the host can deliver this version, then it will be used. If it's not available, then the remote tries to build up his own dependency or load his own chunk file. Brings me to the last one, is the generate flag. This is also available only for remotes. You can decide, do you want to create a chunk file for your dependency or not? The host will always create a chunk file for the dependencies. Let's show you some examples how we use it. Because by us, microfrontends are everywhere. I brought you two examples where you use microfrontends. We use it for two different kinds of apps. We use it for a special form for our websites, and we use it for our business applications. Good to know is we have around about 40 websites in different languages, and as well we have a lot of business applications that we use in-house for production planning, service, and so on. So let me start with introduction of our web formula. Here I want to show you our customer complaint. This formula is for our end customers if they have a warranty problem with our machines. In this form, I use in end 8 individual applications. One, the host. In the host application, I collect all remotes and put in, and this is the application that will be put on the website. Let's take a look at the config here. You see we use here a function config because we do some configuration stuff before we return the define config. Here we define our name, it's the custom complaint form in this case. We define our remotes, which are used from this host, and we define the dependencies which are shared from the host. So this dependencies delivers the host delivers to the remotes. The usage in the app view, we do a dynamic import. We're using the define async component. We import the different modules that we need. And in the end, in the template, we use this as a normal Vue components. We can define here props, we can define here emits, and use this as usually. Let's take a look at the remotes. Each remotes provide one part of the form. So I've brought you one example here. This is our article search. With our article search, we are able to identify a special article about from its serial number or its article number. So the user can enter his serial number, and then he gets the example, maybe a drill, and can give this to the next step. Let's take a look at the config for those article search. As same, we use a function as configuration here, and on the return, we return a defined config. Here in this case, we have the name article search, of course. In this remote, we use another remote. So we have a chained micro-frontend architecture here, because in this case, we use a special service, which I come later to it. I will explain you this in detail, what we do here. This article search itself exposed three functionalities. The first is an IATN service, which provides us with the language files for the host application. The next thing is the article search component as well, itself. And also we expose the store. We use a Pinia store here, and you can also expose this and to use it in a host application. And we also define here these shared components which are loaded from the host application. In the end, we get our final application. One part of the application is a little contact form where we collect contact data from the customer. The next thing is the article search, which I showed you before. Now we have the possibility to give the end customer the possibility to make some error descriptions or give some detailed information about the article. In a special case, we also offering spare parts. For this, we use a hotspot application where we provide an explosion drawing of our article, and the user can select which spare part he needs, and the same as a table list as well. Last but not least, a little summary view. And in this summary view, we collect all stores from each remote application and show the information which are stored in the stores, in the Pinia store. My next example, which I bring you, is our Einhell web management system. It's called EWMS, which is a little portal software where we collect some little applications together into one portal. We decided to do this because we have special requirements here. Every user should not be able to get in separate applications, so we can make here a specialized role management. Let me show you the structure here. So you see we have here each button is a separate app. We have our sidebar, which is a separate app, a remote application, and our top bar and whatever. And in red, the corner around, is our EWMS main wrapper, which collects all remotes into one application. An example, let's take a look at our shop locator. This shop locator provides us the information for our distribution services. So let's say you're here in Bonn. I want to buy an Einhell article. I go to the website, go on a shop locator, and I find a shop where I can buy something. So this is configured here. We can add all information for the shop we need. Another part of this portal for this EWMS is the AWMS, which is an article web management system which allows us to manage our articles, what we have, to all our subsidiaries. What challenges do we want to solve with this approach? One is we want to extend these applications over the time. So there will be more and more remote applications here. The next challenge is it could be that some applications which are used here have its own routings. Problem is you can only have one instance of a router. So how we solve this, I will show you. Same is for the translation files. As next, we need a store where we share all our authentication data to get the user roles and everything else. And the fifth challenge is these applications should be always be available. So if one service goes down, the main application should be available as well. Okay, let's start with the first problem, the first challenge. We want to expand the application with different teams. So that's why we choose micro frontend. So every team can work independently and every team can use this technology it wants. Second problem, each application has its own routings. So, as I told you, there can only be one instance of a router, and this instance of the router is in the host applications. So, we need the possibility to import or to use the routes from the remote application in the host. So, we set up this routing in our remote application as we usually set up a route. So we create our router object and push in our routes we need. As next, we go into the white config and we expose our routes so we can import it or use it in our host application. This is handled as before. We make our federation configuration. We call the remote, in this case the WMS, and import the remote. Then, in our remote application, we create another router file. We create our routes as usually we need it in the host applications, and then I work at dry catch block where I do a dynamic import for the router, the remote routings. I try to import it. If I found something, I make some checks here if everything is there what I need. Then I just spread the routes that I found into the existing route object. Otherwise, I have a catch block where I do my fancy area handling. And then this is done. All routes from the remote applications are available. I can use it in the host application and I can navigate as I expect. Same problem appears with the translation files. We have solved this problem as I solved the router problems before. So in my remote applications, I create a service, a composable, where I set up my I18N dependency. So I have here the view I18N. I create my I18N service setup as before. The important thing here is I create a function where I expose my language files with the locale it was called. So I'm doing the dynamic import to the language file. And this functionality I expose in my remote. Next thing, let's import this into in the host application. In the federation configurations on the white config, I do the same. I get the remote entry. And then I do the same here. I make my setup for the I18N functionality. And I start again with my dry catch block and try to import the router function, the translation functionality. Here I fetch I destruct the functionality, the function that I defined in this file. I call this function with the locale which was requested, and then I spread it into the message object. And on the end, I call my create I18N functionality, give all options, and provide the final message object. So all translations are available now in the host application. And so this is also done. So the next thing, we need a store to sharing authentication data and much more. So here we come with a solution which I call the EMF service. It's the Einhell Micro Frontend service. This helps us with 3 special functionalities. First one, it's provide a global pinner store. In this global pinner store, I store all user data, user roles, and whatever you need. The next thing is an authentication service. For authentication, we're using keyclocks. So we have here a special service which applies the keyclock.js here. And the third functionality is an Axios service. In this Axios call, in this service, we create an interceptor where the interceptor where the token automatically will be refreshed and applied to all Axios calls automatically. So let's take a look at the global store. As I told you, it's just for the storing the user data. Authentication service handles all functionality we need for login, for logout, role management, token management. It's implementing the keyclock.js and provide all functionality that we used in our remotes and host applications. Last but not least, Axios, the Axios service. So we use for all API calls, we use Axios because of the possibility to create an interceptor. With this interceptor here, we are able to create an separate Axios call which defines us a functionality to automatically refresh the token via the keyclock functionalities, and this token will be applied on each API call I make automatically. So I have to not set token over and over again for each call. Just a little look at the config here. We have the same here as the name is the EMF service, as I know, and it exposed the global store, the keyclock service, and the Axios service. So, last problem, the host applications should always be available. So let's say one of the remotes going down for every reason. Don't know, maybe server down or something like this. But the host applications have a lot of remote applications in it herself, so it should always be available, of course. So for this, I added a check here. I check the routes. So if it's possible to import the routes, I set up my routes at first, and then I come back to my try catch block. So if it's possible to import the store and the routes here, sorry for this, then I try to push it in, and otherwise I do error handling. So my application is not available. I will blend this out of the overview. So, second approach goes in the same way. I try to import the special service in my remotes. This is called application service, which provides me the buttons and the menu entries components. So if this is available, I try to load this. If this is available, then I can show it. Otherwise, the application will be blocked out or blended out of the overview. And that's all. That's how we use micro frontends. I thank you for listening. I hope you get something out of it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, I do expect you to build a micro front-end architecture over the next half an hour, because we have an opportunity for a break, for getting some coffee or having a little bite to eat before we come back in the afternoon for our next two talks. So without further ado, I'm going to say if we could be back here at 3 o'clock, 5 minutes before the next speaker, gives us a bit of time to sit down and get sorted. But until then, enjoy. We're just going to be starting in a moment, so do grab a seat. And while you're doing that, or if you're already sitting down, do take a picture or use your phone to go to the feedback link on the screen. And particularly for this one here, do submit a question for the Q&A tomorrow. It would be great to get some questions, some votes in time for that conversation. So if there's anything that's puzzling you, or you want to know, you want to get a secret question in, this is your opportunity. Now, our next speaker is going to be talking about a deeply metaphysical question about who we really are at heart. Or it might be something to do with auth. We'll see in a moment. The thing I'm particularly looking forward to are the illustrations, which are always fantastic in Ramona's talks. So do give her a very warm welcome as we invite Ramona to the stage.
Oh dear, this room is really big. So I'm so happy to have you here with me to get to interesting answers for certain questions, and basically having the opportunity to share your time with me. I feel really honored about that, so thank you so much. So what I am about to talk with you about is, actually, I guess my title already gives it away a little bit. It's on who are you. It's on authentication, which is the way on how we get to those answers, right? Well, let's start with the facts that authentication is something you probably already encountered. May it be in your professional life when developing applications, but also in your daily life, I guess, because answering the questions who you are is something you need to do on a certain occasion. Even today, I do think you needed to enter this conference with a ticket, right? So you needed to prove that you are who you are, because it's assigned to your name, getting your badge, which we all wear around our neck, actually. So, yeah, you needed to answer this question, who you are. And there are many points, many occasions I find this question. And a particular cute one was in basically this small video. It's a small short film. I guess it's around, not even 15 minutes long, short film called Who Are You? It was directed in 2019 by Julio Pot. And it's pretty cute because it deals with a protagonist who tries to answer these questions. He wants to answer the question for himself, of course, but he's like basically encountering a delivery girl and asking her for a cup of coffee. And they talk about this question, who she is, who they are, and who we are as the viewer, actually. And to quote the film, many questions without answers. And this is something which shouldn't happen when it comes to us as a developer. So who are you? Who are Vue? And of course, I guess everyone knows what Vue is or who Vue are because it's our beloved JavaScript framework. And of course, I love puns. I love bad puns specifically, and this is a bad pun. Who are Vue? Who are you? I hope I will never mix that up. For example, when talking to a Vue, that would be really embarrassing or cringy. So hopefully not. Let's get to the question, who are you? There are lots of cases, especially in web development, where you need to have an exact answer on that. It needs to be valid, it needs to be sure, and it needs to be secure. You need to know who your user is before granting them access to your application. May it be the information stored in it. May it be features you want to have as a paid feature. Stuff like that. And authentication is the thing we need to get these answers from our users. Well, let's start with the basically common ground, common definition, so we are at the same page when it comes to what authentication actually is. If I look it up in the Oxford Dictionary in general, they say it's the process or action of proving or showing something to be true, genuine, or valid. And if we refer that to software engineering, Oxford says it's the process or action of verifying the identity of a user or process. So you can be confident that the user who wants to log into your application is the one you think it is. And when it comes to taking a look at on how to build authentication inside of a VueJS application, I will try to be mindful of your time, and I will focus on the most key aspects. There will be a deep dive a little later on in NGD, unfortunately, by my dear colleague Elisa, who will get into more depth. But now I will focus on the most key aspects. But don't worry, I will try to always mention more further resources by a QR code. So it will often show up in the upper right corner. But if you're not fast enough to scan it, no worries, I will share my slides later on. Okay, most important parts. What is the most important part in my opinion? And I will start with some terms. I'll be quick, no worries. Because there are two terms many people, including myself, I am guilty, I'm sorry, are mixing it up at some points. So, authentication versus authorization. It's not the same thing, that's really important to know. Authentication is, as we defined before, the way of verifying who a user is and validating their identity before giving access or granting access. On the other hand, authorization is on the user permissions. So this user, is he allowed to do certain things, doing CRUD operations, reading data, accessing a feature, so everything they are allowed or permitted to do. It's a more granular process you, for example, can do with OpenFGA, but I digress. Even if it's not the same, it's still interconnected, right? Because before you decide what a user is able to do or are permitted to do, you need to know who he is or who she is or who they are. So, in other words, authentication is the first step to make authorization decisions. Okay, with that being clear, how could an authentication process look like? Well, I will scribble a really traditional simplified one. Picture this. We have a web app with pages generated on a server, server-side rendered, for example, by a backend, by PHP, and the server sends fully generated pages back to the browser. And in this scenario, our user will visit a website on the browser, which means that the website will request something, some page, from the server. And the server handles all the logic. If this web page is protected, the user will enter some credentials. Maybe a username, maybe a password, maybe something else, we'll get to that. And the browser will send them to the server. The server will check those credentials, oftentimes with a database where a whole load of credentials are being stored in, encrypted most of the time, and see if they match. I hope they're encrypted. Afterwards, it will decide if they match, of course, and if they indeed match, it's a correct user who's basically permitted to access the page. The server will send back the page they demanded, but not only the page, but also a cookie, a session to keep the login active. So the user doesn't need to log in again and again and again and again. And later, if the session's still valid, they are able to log in again. Okay, this is pretty easy. I guess most of people figured that out. But how can we build such a thing? How can we build authentication? Before we decide on a small demo, for example, we could take a look together with some coding. We first need to decide what type of authentication we would like to have, like the factors. And there are 3 to choose from. First, a factor we all know. This could be a username, this could be a password, something inside of our head, like the typical code word in some like novels or something you could imagine. But this is not all we can use for authenticating ourselves, like proving who we are. We could go for something we have. This could be our cell phone with a typical authenticator app. It could be a debit card. It could be a YubiKey, a security key, something we are processing, and another person does not, as a result. And last but not least, something we are. Like all biometrics, for example, your fingerprints, you could basically give to a sensor, or Face ID if you're using Apple or the Android pendant. If I think about a typical demo to write in 30 minutes, but I would go for an easy one. Like the typical offline login, typical login UI, trying to catch username and password, validating it like we pictured before in this simplified workflow. So in this case, it's something we know. It's just one of the 3 factors. So we will call it single-factor authentication. And let's now finally get into some code and build a simplified way of authenticating, a traditional one. So I built a small project based on Vue 3, and I only use Vue route, so a router as a second dependency. There will be a third one. We'll get to that, because I don't want to stick only for traditional authentication, because that will be boring. You will need some backend. For this talk, I will mock it, just for the sake of time and clarity, actually. It's a simple Express server. And, of course, a login UI. We will have a home page as a starting point, a login form where we can enter our credentials, and a dashboard, which should be protected, so we shouldn't be able to reach this dashboard without being logged in. And if you're curious to see what I built, and hopefully be nice to it, or if you have negative feedback, I love negative feedback, you will find a StackWidth instance under ramona.dev, or in this QR code. I don't know if it's working on any mobile phone though, so maybe if you have a laptop, it's better to use it. And a GitHub repo, if you want to play around with my upcoming demo. Okay, some small words on the structure. It's pretty typical Vue 3 project. So we have a views part where all of our aforementioned UI parts are located in. The home view, the login view with the login form, and the dashboard. I will use router.js for the Vue router. So we have a possibility to protect the dashboard route, and a backend mock in the root level, so the server.js file. And I want to take a look at this backend mock first and what it's doing. So here you see, it's a pretty boring, simple mock, actually. So it's a standard Express server with a login root, and in it you will find 3 parts which are interesting. First, I will hardcode a user for this demo. So we don't have a database of a kind here. For a longer talk or a next talk, I will include a database, but for now, I will just hardcode one user inside of an array, so pretty basic. Second, we will get the user from the client, basically which was sent by the client, and we try to find it inside of our database mock. And last but not least, depending if a user is available, so if we can find a correct user matching these credentials sent by the client, we will send a successful or false response with the corresponding status code. A small look on my root.js just to see how to protect those roots. There you go. We are protecting the dashboard root by setting requires off to be true in the meter of the rules. Okay. So let's see how I will build that up. I will start with a small reminder on how to protect the root inside of the router.js, so requires auth.true. And afterwards, I will go to the login view. And in it, I will get the credentials the user entered in the form by using a view model. So pretty basic. There we go with the password. And then we would love to use those credentials to post them to our backend mock by using Axios. I do it in the try-catch error, so if something goes wrong, it's easier for me to debug. And in it, finally, we will send the request, or basically we will post the request because it's a post one. So let's await it. I'll send it to our root, this basically localhost, so I try to keep it simple. There I will add some headers which we need, for example, content type, which is a JSON because it will be a JSON. Application JSON, there we go. And then add the data as a body. I will take a look at the response, and if there is one, I will get looking failure true. It's just a little mark for like styling, and then navigating to the dashboard by router push, so basic view router way. And else, if the credentials are invalid, I do some error handling by this little flag and do a small console error. Same inside of the catch later on, so if something else goes wrong, we will get notified. There we go. Just changing the error message a little bit. And then let's test it out if the things I wrote down are actually working. So at first, let's see if I can access the dashboard without being logged in. I cannot. Woohoo, that's wonderful. I will test some invalid credentials, and then I will test credentials. You can see the console for the error message. Invalid. I'm not being able to log in. And with valid credentials, it should work out. And a small note. If you paid some attention, there's indeed a small typo inside of this little coding example. If you paid attention and found it, please come to me at the booth and get some swag as a reward because, yeah, I'm a weird person doing typos. Okay. Well, now you might wonder, why is she telling us that? Because it's too easy, it's too basic. That's traditional authentication. Who's doing that? Well, there's some things to add. I want to introduce a small standard for you. I will keep it short because I don't want to take away every content of Elisa's talk later on. But it's on one standard I guess most of you already heard about. It's on OAuth. It's an industry standard protocol for authorization, access delegation, but you can use it for authentication as well. Remember, it's the first step to do authorization decisions later on. So basically, it's the way to grant access to information on websites without giving them the passwords. So no sending passwords back and forth, which is pretty good because it's a little more secure, right? But if we don't use passwords, what else are we using then? Well, in OAuth, I guess 2.1 is the most recent version. We are using a token-based approach. Okay, you introduced tokens, right? What's up with tokens? Well, a token is basically something which doesn't have meaning on its own, but if you fill it with content, if you fill it with claims, it will contain all the information you might need. You can compare it like a stamp ticket, and it allows you to remain access as long as the token or ticket is valid. Think about it like that. In Germany, we have bus or train tickets, which are fine the way they are, but you need to stamp them in order for them to be valid. If you don't stamp them, you might have a problem with some control officers inside of the train. So please think about that. Or like, you needed to swap your entrance ticket here to the badge you're wearing, right? So you could consider it a token. Well, a token allows a user to verify their identity with it, and in return, they receive a unique access ID token or refresh token. What are those three tokens, you might ask? The ID token is interesting because it encodes all the user's authentication information. And this could basically anything what you want the client to know about your user. May it be an ID, may it be a role. A role might be interesting for authorization later on. And it's meant to be read by the client. So for your view application, you will mostly interact with an ID token. The access token is something else. It's meant for the server and should be read by the server. It's meant to allow an application to access an API. And then you can receive an access token after a user is successfully authenticated via API, and you can pass this access token as a credential when you call the target API. So like an ID token, but for the API. It's interesting to know that tokens format, it's not specified. We'll get to that later on. And last but not least, the third one, the refresh token. We don't want our token to be valid forever because in this regard, you could use it forever, which is pretty insecure. Think about it like an ever-stamped train ticket. I guess Deutsche Bahn wouldn't like that. You can use a refresh token to get a new access token and to renew your session and still being secure enough and nobody can basically work with your old token then anymore because it's invalidated. I mentioned before that it's important that, it's the case that a format of a token is not specified. But at Auth0, for example, we are using one standard, which you might stumble across to at some point. It's a token in the JSON format, basically. In detail, it's called JWT or JWT token, and this is a shorthand for JSON Web Token. This is an open standard, so you can take a look at it, and it's compact and self-contained for securely transmitting information in between parties, encoded as a JSON object, which makes it easy to basically store information in it. You can sign this token, which is the stamp basically, which makes it secure because you can be sure on the sender of the token, and you can ensure that nobody messed around with your token before you received it, which is pretty cool, isn't it? So yes, you can sign it, and basically all the information that matters for your application is contained inside the payload, no matter if it's for the API, being the access token or the ID token. A JWT token can look like this. So it's made of 3 parts. Again, I guess we have many things made out of 3. Rule of 3, I love it. Here you can see actually it's a screenshot of jwt.io, which is a website we have for helping you validate and debug tokens. And here you see there, the first part being the header, containing some metadata like the type or the algorithm used for signing your token. The payload, as said, this is the point where the information is stored, at least when it comes to an ID token. It has all the claims. This is how the information stored in it is called. And those are key value pairs, giving it its meaning. May it be user ID, may it be role, we'll use it later on. And last but not least, the signature. So how to being verified and signed with a private key, for example. Okay, so how can we include JWT token into our VueJS application to build a token-based authentication, right? Well, let's take a look at our server mock again. I will import the JSON Web Token library. It's open source. That's wonderful. You can import it. Then I will define a super secret key. So it's really secret. You can, of course, use a secret key here. And I will keep it not completely decrypted for the sake to see what happens here. But of course, you should think about a private key and probably encrypt it. Then we will create the token by using the sign method and include all the information you would like to have it in it. May it be the user ID, may it be the role, whatever you need for your client to, for example, decide which menu item to collapse or basically do authorization decision later on. We will include the secret key to sign it and then some options like when the token should expire. Yeah. And then we can basically send it as a JSON to our client again. And then react to it accordingly. There we go. We go to the point where we were before. We will react to the token if it's there, if it's included inside of the response. For now, I will save it to the local storage. Wait on that one. So I'll set the item so we can access this later on when we will test our small demo. And then again, doing some setting a flag to login failed to false because we were able to log in and then navigate to the dashboard again. Yeah, let's test it out. We go to login, we will use invalid credentials again. Open the console to see what's happening. It will fail. Wonderful, we don't want to have unauthorized user accessing. And if we use valid ones, we are able to log in. Let's copy the token we got and paste it onto jwt.io to see if it's valid. There we go. Let's add it. And there we can see the information we added to the token some minutes ago, or seconds actually. And it's working out. Yay, we were able to build a simplified token-based authentication in Vue.js without the inclusion of too many libraries besides JSON Web Token. And a little hint, if you want to use a proper backend like Auth0, you could add those custom claims inside of an Auth0 action. It's pretty easy. Well, did you notice the small careful warning inside of my commands? Because when I was asking at a non-conference where people usually store their tokens, I got pretty split answers. It was almost 50-50 in between local storage and cookies. Well, due to the time frame, and we are talking about Vue.js being a single-page application, I went for local storage. Because it might get a little difficult to decrypt cookies when it comes to using SPAs. And the tokens will be invalidated. So it's not too dangerous to use local storage, but of course, the contra points, the cons, are still valid. You need to be careful when it comes to storing any information inside of your local storage, right? Especially if it's sensitive information. So be careful when it comes to that, and be aware that cross-site scripting protection is not that effective in local storage. So it's easy for attackers to run their JavaScript on the same origin, leading it to be easy to retrieve secrets. Well, I will still add a small hint on how to use HTTP-only cookies. I will scrap the decrypt topic for now, just for the time frame and to be mindful with your time. But I just wanted to mention it anyway. So let's take a look at the server mock again. And here you can see, at first, a small change, I added a configuration for course to prevent course errors, because otherwise this mock will not work, and we all have course errors, so let's get rid of them right now. And the other part, after we were creating our JWT token, I added a set cookie header with the token and the addition of HTTP only. And if you do it like that, your client will set this cookie automatically, which is pretty easy, right? But it's still open to decrypt it properly, so please keep that in mind when it comes to this example. Okay, I hope it came across that authentication, even if you build it on your own, is not that scary. And I don't want to be arrogant. I will not discourage you to build your own, because you will have your reasons. I don't want to contradict myself on that stage. However, you might have reasons not to build authentication completely on your own. May it be the burden of maintenance. You don't want to keep it up to date. You don't want to keep track of all the security issues maybe popping up in Vue or in other libraries. Or you want to just merely focus on the things you want to do best and not on those boring tasks like authentication. Or what's actually, in my opinion, the most important point, you don't want to build other ways of authentication. Maybe multi-factor authentication, where you use 2 or even all 3 factors or authentication types. Be it passkeys, be it, basically a YubiKey. And I started with passkeys. It's a really good feature I didn't want to build on my own, like all the things WebAuth and will tell you. Or just normal passwordless, may it be an OTP or a link to login. So if you don't want to build all of those things, you could take a look at lots of libraries. I went for 3 for now, but there are plenty more. And if you have your favorite library, please talk to me and let's take a look at it together. Could be a Vue Auth 3, which is basically a well-known package to have Vue authentication. If you're using Nux, there's NuxAuth to use. Or, of course, honorable mention, at Auth0 we have a Vue SDK too, which is pretty easy to use to get all those features into your application, including passkeys. Okay, let's be mindful of your time. If I want you to remember 4 things of my talk, it's those. No matter how you build authentication, please keep in mind that it's really important to secure the data of your users, or your own features or whatever you want to protect. It's really important, and you should treat it responsibly. Authentication is not the same as authorization, even though they're connected. So the one is like verifying the user is who they say they are, and the other one is the permission, what they are able to do or permitted to do. There are 3 factors for authentication to remember: something we know, something we have, and something we are. And you can implement it on your own. It's not that scary, but don't feel bad if you want to use libraries or tools to basically support you. That's totally fine too. So, no matter if your authentication is custom built or like introduced by a library, you need to know who your user is. In the short movie, Who Are You, I mentioned before, they actually leave the question up to the viewer who the person in the story are, or who the user is, basically, the viewer. In an app, it's up to us developers as well to determine it. And the good thing is, we are able to answer the questions who our users are or who we are, no matter if we are a developer or user, in a secure way, in a confident way, and in a short way. And there's only one question left. Who am I? I'm the illustration girl. Well, looks outside. My name is Ramona Schwering. I'm the developer advocate at Auth0. You can find me in this booth, like this direction there. And there's nothing else left than to just thank you for your time. If you want to go into that, visit me at the booth or take a look at Elisa's talk in NGDE if you have tickets for both conferences. It's on authentication in a more deeper way. And like apart from that, thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to have you with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Well, our next talk is about one of the things I'm most excited about that's happening in the VueJS ecosystem. If you know Eduardo, the creator of VueRouter, there's some exciting stuff coming from him. I don't want to spoil anything, though. Everything from Elise in just a moment, I'm sure you'll hear. Would you give a very, very warm welcome to her as she comes to talk about Piña Colada?
Hello? Great. Oh, sorry. Here we are. Thank you, Daniel, for the great introduction. Yes, so I will be talking about Piña Colada, but before I wanted to say that I am super happy to be here. Ich bin sehr glücklich und sehr zufrieden, hier bei Ihnen zu sein. Thank you. Couple of years of German courses. German is not that easy, right? Well, anyways, do anyone here has ever heard about Piña Colada? I'm not meaning the cocktail, right? I meant something else. Anyone? Oh yeah, a couple of people. Nice, great, congratulations. That's great. That makes me happy. Well, so I will go into the subject within a few minutes, but before, let me just very quickly introduce myself. So, my name is Elise Patrikainen. I live in Paris. I am a freelance front-end developer. I'm working for a couple of clients, including NuxLab, and I am also the co-organizer of the meetup VueJS Paris, where speakers are very welcome. And by the way, I am absolutely delighted to say that last week we had 2 persons from Germany, one from Düsseldorf and the other one from Berlin, who came to us. So it was great. We really had a great time. So if some of you feel like sharing something with the Parisian Vue community, just feel free to come to talk with me. I will be very, very happy to exchange with you. Well, enough of speaking of myself and promoting the meetup. let's go into an introduction. So before talking about Piña Colada, I would like to say a few words about global state. By global state, I mean the state in our application, of course. So we all know what it is. Global state is made of, but the question would be more, what is global state made of? And it's made of two things. The client state, which is a state which belongs to our application, and what I will call here the server state, which is simply the data that we fetch, that we pull from the server, right? It's not related with SSR, I mean, it's independent. That's basically the idea. So we have the state pulled from the server and the state which belongs to our application. I guess I am not teaching you anything here. Let's just have a quick example, because this is really important to make sure that we are all on the same page. If we take this fake e-commerce application, the articles would be what I will call the server state. And this, like the user selection, provided it has not been persisted on the backend, what will be what we call here client state. I am precising that because also I don't think there is like a specific denomination. So let's just agree we mean that with these terms during this talk. And why am I talking about that? Because these states are not equals. They have major differences. Well, they have major differences that maybe we can summarize in two main points. The first point is about synchronicity. Like client state is of course synchronous, like we can get it whenever we want, it's okay. But server state is of course asynchronous, which means that we have a couple of complications, such as handling the asynchronous states, loading, errors, and so on. And also, we may want to cache it, because we, of course, don't want to fetch it every time that we need it. So that's a first major difference. The second one is about the ownership of the data. In the client state, the data is only owned by our application. Like, nobody can mutate it, except the user, of course, but then we have control on it. In the case of the server state, that's a shared ownership, which means that the data that I fetch can be at any time mutated by someone else or even by myself. And this means that we never know if the data that we have currently in our application, if it is still stale or not, if it is still synchronized with the server or not. This implies that we have to refresh it, either at a specific moment or maybe on a regular basis, depending on the cases. And these 2 points can lead to complexities with common storage patterns. What are common storage patterns? Generally speaking, when we think about keeping our data in our application, the most obvious pattern is to keep it in a local scope. For example, in a component. That's really the most obvious one. There is, of course, a limitation, which is we don't have cache. When our component is unmounted, the data is gone, and we will have to fetch it again once we remount this component. So what can we do? We can put the data in a store, right? That makes sense, because the store are here to give some cache, to provide some cache. So that's great. But we still have a limitation. As I mentioned just on the slide before, we might need to refresh the data. And the thing is that with, regular stores, usual stores, we don't really have the tools to refresh the data. We can, of course, rebuild it, but we don't really have, out of the box, the tools to refresh the data at specific points or even on a regular basis. So these two solutions are not ideal. And besides, these 2 points are not the only issues. There are lots of other issues that we have as soon as we are doing server state management. For example, I mentioned already handling the states, the asynchronous states, such as loading, error, and so on. we have the question of the request deduplication. If I have two components who need the same data at the same time, I, of course, don't want to have two calls, two parallel calls, which are fetching the same data. Other interesting question, when do I refresh the data? Should I refresh it on component mode, for example? Should I refresh it after a mutation? Of course, we should. What happens if the user leaves the application, leave it open and comes back? Maybe we should handle something on the window focus. Maybe we should handle the case where the user has been disconnected and he's reconnected. And last but not least, we have the question of garbage collection. What do we do with all this data if it is inactive? Should we keep it or discard it? And even so, how do we track the fact? How do we know that the data is or is not active? So, as you can see, it's like a rabbit hole, actually. As soon as you start working with server-state management, there are lots of questions, lots of things. And that's the reason why it's quite complicated. And if you are still not convinced with all that I said, then I would suggest to have a look to Natalia Teplurina's talk. So Natalia is a Vue core team member. You probably know her. And she did a talk in Vue Amsterdam in 2022. So I know it was more than 2 years ago. It's like an eternity for us in the front-end development. But still, her talk is still very actual. And yeah, it's a really great talk. She really demo how quickly server-state management can become complicated. So the question now is, what can we do? Well, answer, we can use a server-state management library. Cool. But what is actually a server-state management library? I am asking the question, you probably, I guess some of you already have some ideas about that or even used it. But still, I want to precise that because there is no common definition term. Like every project has a bit his way of defining things. So let's just agree that we will call these tools server-state management library. So there is the first one, it would be Vue Apollo, which is really a great library. But it has one limitation. It is that it is, of course, working only on GraphQL. But that's a very great tool. The second one is TanStack Query, which is also a super great tool, and which is working with everything. You may have used or heard about React Query or Vue Query, and TanStack Query is actually the framework agnostic version of all these projects. All these projects have been merged into a JS core, and they are now it's completely agnostic. Out of curiosity, how many people are using Vue Apollo or TanStack Query? Okay, thank you. In case you're interested, I did a talk this year in Amsterdam about TanStack Query. And now, be careful, there will be like a violent visual effect. We have now a third tool. I was afraid it might be too bright. We have a third tool, which is Pina Colada, and which is designed on Vue and only for Vue. This list is, of course, not exhaustive. There are some other libraries, but I just haven't mentioned them because let's say that Vue Apollo and TanStack Query are really the main tools, and I hope one day Pina Colada also for the Vue community. But there are other projects, it's not exhaustive. Okay, so let's jump into the subject now. What is Pina Colada? Well, that's a project which has been created by Eduardo Sanmartin Morote, alias Posva. So you certainly know him as well because he's a Vue core team member. He has created the Vue router, he has created Pina and other things. And now he also has created Pina Colada. And so what is Pina Colada? The definition in the documentation is that Pina Colada is a data fetching layer on the top of Pina, which in other terms actually mean that Pina Colada is a set of stores, Pina stores, which are pre-configured for data fetching and data management. So of course Pina is needed, and it's quite minimal, 3.1 kilobytes minified. And a big warning, it's not stable yet. So it's not usable in production, but it's still already advanced enough to be usable. I mean, you can try it. So before going to the demo, just a very big overview of how the things work. By the way, Pina Colada API is very close to Tanstack Query API. So if you have used Tanstack Query, you will definitely not be lost in Pina Colada. That's quite near, at least for the basic things. And so there are basically two notions which are important to have in mind. The notion of queries, and which are here to fetch the data, and the notion of mutations, which mutate the data. And that's also the same in Vue Apollo. Well, so what does a query looks like? A query actually, to create, to run a query, we are using a composable which is called a use query, and that's quite easy. That's nothing like especially original, I would say. So this composable accepts a configuration object. So we can see we have a key, we have the query, the state time. It accepts a configuration object with options. So the key is mandatory one. That's the key of the query in order to store it in the store. The query is the actual way of fetching the data, because of course Pina Colada is not fetching for you the data, it's on the top of that. So you will have to pass the actual function which is fetching the data. So here I'm using fetch, for example. And then you have a couple of options. Here, for example, I have the state time, which is probably the most important option, which is the amount of time during which the query will be considered as valid. This means that if we need this query before here 15 seconds, if we need the data of this query before 15 seconds, we will not refetch. Whereas if we need this data after 15 seconds, we will refresh the data to make sure it's fresh. I will show you in a few minutes. So that's all for queries. And then we have mutations. Mutations, they are exactly based on the same idea. We have a composable called useMutation, and to which we pass the mutation function. And then we have lots of options. We will have a look later in the demo. A difference, so quite important, between queries and mutations is that mutations are imperative, whereas queries are declarative. What do I mean with that? I mean that queries are meant to be run by the library. We are not triggering ourselves the query. We are expecting the library to do it for us. For example, on component mounting, we will see that later on the demo. Whereas for the mutation, we of course don't want that, because can you imagine a mutation which is triggered each time a component is mounted? Of course it wouldn't work. So for mutation, we want to be able to trigger it by ourselves, and that's the reason why the composable useMutation is exposing a mutate function. So that's the main difference, I would say, to have in mind between queries and mutations. Okay, so let's go to the demo. A little warning about that. It will be a bit more challenging because I am using a locally packaged version of Pina Colada because I wanted to show the latest features, but for some reason I lost all the typing. So hopefully it will work anyway. Maybe that's too small. Let's try to make it bigger. So that's the reason why all the typing is red. But of course, on the real project with the real release, you will not have that. Is this big enough, or should I make it bigger? Bigger? Like this? Okay. Okay, so what I suggest would be, oh, sorry, I haven't showed you the application that we will be working on. So this is a contact application. Oops, little responsivity issue, yeah. This is, yes, a contact application where we have contacts and where we can see some details and so on. That's very basic application. And that's about the Simpsons, because the Simpsons are cool. Okay. So, what we are going to do first, so here so far we have we are using suspense. We just have a regular call here to get all the contacts. And what we are going to do is to change this and use a query instead. Oops, sorry. So, we won't need that anymore. I remove it, and then we will get it back from the query. So the query is returning some data. That's what we will get, data. I will rename it as contacts. That's easy, finally, because Copilot knows already what I want to do. And I will use query. And now, I have to configure use query. So I will add a key, query key, that's only key, which is always an array, because we can have several parameters. Here that's for all the contacts, so we don't need it, but we will see that with another query. And then the query function. So actually that's easy, I just have to get all contacts, and that's pretty much all. We will add a stale time as well of 15 seconds. Okay, let's hope that this is working as expected. So the API, yeah. So the API is on purpose a bit slower. That's for us to be able to see what is happening. So yeah, as you can see, we had our call, which has been done. If I am navigating and I am coming back, as you can see, maybe you cannot see actually. I should make it this bigger as well. But actually, I don't know how to do that. Sorry? Oh, thank you. Great. So that's much better. So as you can see, we navigated, we came back on that page. We didn't have any refresh because our data, we were before 15 seconds, so our data was still fresh, and we didn't need to refresh it. If I go again and then I come back, then I have the refresh, which is working. So that will be all for the query. For the moment, I will come back on the query in a few minutes. I see that time is really running fast. Let's try to do a mutation. So in the mutation, we have here this button, which enables us, well, actually, it's already a favorite, but which enables us to set a character as favorite or not favorite. So we will work on that. So here I have as well a regular call, which is add favorite, and I will change that and use a mutation instead. So I don't need that anymore. So I will get back my mutate function, which I will rename add favorite. And then I will use the use mutation composable, to which I will pass Oh, sorry, we don't need key for mutation, it's not mandatory. But what is mandatory, so we're doing anything. Well, without typing is a bit harder. We will pass the mutation function. So for the mutation function, I can literally copy and paste what is here, which was my function. And that's more or less all. So let's try to see what it does now. Maybe reload. OK, so apparently the call is made. But as you can see, the result is not visible because it hasn't changed, because we are actually not refreshing the data after the mutation, which is displayed in the component. So we will add that. You will see that's super easy because we can add keys, not key, but keys value, a keys properties, which will tell Pina Colada to refresh the queries which have these keys. I think written will be easier. So here, that's actually this query, which was fetching the data of the character. This query has this kind of key, contact id.value. So I will tell Pina Colada to refresh that specific query, the query which has also that key. So let's have a try. So we are patching, and as you can see, after the patch, we had a get, and normally it should be, I didn't check if it was working. Oh, yeah, it's working. I would have loved to show you more, especially like doing an optimistic update or things like this, but I see that we are running out of time, so I think I will go straight to the next topic because it's a quite important one. But if you want to talk more about queries and mutations, like feel free to come to me later after the talk. So that was for the demo. So now I would like to speak to another subject which is tightly related with Pina Colada, which is data loaders. Does anyone has heard about data loaders as well? Okay. Well, that's normal. That's also super new, and I don't think it's still not completely officially even so it's usable. It hasn't been much talked about a lot. Well, anyway. So what are data loaders? Data loaders are an RFC and a project which have been created by still Eduardo. And so that's a very big RFC, and you can have a look on it. It started this RFC like 2 years ago. It's super, super long. And yeah, that's not like something, that's kind of big project. And it's available currently in the unplugin view router, so you can already use it. It's working very well. And the goal of these data loaders is to solve suspense limitations, which are, for example, the deduplication of requests, local fetching and error states, because with suspense, if you have, you cannot locally handle the loading state or the error state. You have to handle this on the page basis. Cascading loading states, if you have typically with suspense, if you have one component which is asynchronous, and which has a child which is also asynchronous, then you will have to wait for the first component to be resolved before the second component, the child component, starts resolving. So this can be quite long if you have nested asynchronous components. There is a question of the updates if the parameters changes. For example, in our application, we have one of the queries which is depending on the ID of the character, and but we will see that in 1 second. And also the question of preloading. So If you are interested, I would strongly suggest you to have a look on this talk by Eduardo. He did a talk at Front-End Nation. It's available on YouTube, of course. And where he explains why data loaders and also the API of data loaders. Great. And so the question now is, how does it relate to Pina Colada? Well, actually, Pina Colada has been designed to work with data loaders. And I will show you right now how it can work. That will be really just like a glimpse about data loaders, how they work, and how Pina Colada can fit inside. But that's really just to give you like kind of, a glimpse on the subject. So let's take back this page, which is the character page. So as I mentioned, we have here a query which is dependent on these parameters, this query param, which is the ID of the character. So currently, what are we doing? We are using the ID here in the key of the query, which makes the query automatically dependent on this parameter. And we are watching the parameter in our component in order to update it if we change root. So if we want to use a data loader, then it will look like this. Sorry. Oh, I cannot uncomment. Excuse me. Yes. So here is what a data loader looks like. So that's basically a script which is executed before the script setup, before the component is rendered and so on. And the idea of the data loader is to fetch all the data that we need before the component is rendered. So it looks a bit like suspense in that regard, but actually, and I won't have the time, of course, to say more about that, but actually, as I mentioned previously, it will enable us to have much more fine-grained and much more control about how the data are loaded and cached. And precisely about the cache, that's where Pina Colada enters in the stage. I don't know how to say that. Because data loaders have loaders, specific loaders, and in particular, there is one which is specially made for Pina Colada, which will enable us to work with these two tools together. So, how does it work? I will just remove this to remove a bit, to make it workable. Okay. So here we are basically doing exactly the same thing as what we were doing in our component, in our query. We have the same function. And we have actually the same configuration here, except in the state time, but it doesn't matter. We have here the same configuration as the one that we would pass to a query, except that we are passing it to the Colada loader. And then this Colada loader will return us a composable, use user data. And that's this composable that we will be using here. So I can remove it, this, and instead I will use the composable exported by the data loader. So again, data is the contact, and we get it from there. Use user data. And that's all. And now it should be working. Let's see. It's working. So, yeah, that's basically all. Absolutely all. Yeah, I'm already out of time. Well, so that's all for the demo and actually for the talk. If you are interested in the demo or in the slides, here are the links. And otherwise, then I just have to say thank you, Dankeschön, and I'm absolutely available to speak about this topic later if you feel like. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, it's time now for our last coffee break, which is always a delight, isn't it? I'm a big fan of coffee, as you can probably tell. And then our final session of the day. So if you can come back and make sure you're in the room by 35 minutes past, that will give us plenty of time to set up for our last two speakers. But enjoy the coffee break. If I can call you back, if you aren't already sitting down, now is a good time to head back to your table. Our final two speakers of the day are ready and waiting to go, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from them both. First up is Marcus. His is, whenever I see he has produced an article or has an opinion or take, I always listen very carefully. He has real insight. And I'm particularly looking forward to the next talk, which is about handling a migration to Nuxt. I'm hoping he says something positive. We'll see. Would you put your hands together for Marcus?
Hello. Yeah, so when I submitted this talk to this conference about a year ago, I was thinking I will be on the stage talking to you and telling you a success story. Telling you a success story about how we use the principles of domain-driven design and team topologies and how we used Nuxt.js to make the life of the developers at our company easier. But now, a year later, things didn't turn out quite as I imagined them to turn out. So now, a year later, I'm not even with my former employee anymore. And I thought, should I even do this talk? So the project wasn't as successful as I imagined, although we achieved a couple of things, but not the big success we were hoping for. But then I thought, no, actually, I think I can do an even better talk by also telling about the things that didn't work out, and maybe you can take a lesson or two from what I have to tell you. About myself, my name is Markus Oberliner, and for what is important for this talk, my role was software architect at Karriere.at, so one of the biggest job platforms in Austria. And nowadays, I'm a software engineer at the Bundesrechenzentrum in Austria, where we are working on making the lives of the taxpayers easier, so making it easier for all Austrian taxpayers to do their taxes. And obviously also a cat, so I really wonder how any of us can even get to write some code sometimes with all the cats annoying us while we are at work. But the most important thing I learned during the last year or so was that although we tend to focus on technologies, especially at conferences like this one, we talk a lot about the frameworks and about all the tools we use and how they use them best. But in the end, what's even more important are the people using those tools and making the people effective at using the tools and working within a larger organization. Okay, so this talk is about how we wanted to solve a particular problem at my former company. This talk is about making our organization more effective. And our organization looked something like you can see here. So we had a couple of teams, and those teams were working on particular projects. And therefore, we had teams with particular tools they were using and knowledge and skills the team members had, like using PHP or Java or VueJS. And the projects they were working with obviously used those languages and tools and frameworks. So far, so good. Then we also had a couple of features, so those are just a few, which were implemented or solved using those tools and the teams were working on. So Team A, for example, was working on those features, and Team B was also dependent or actively working on a couple of other features, and Team C, again, also was working on a couple of the same features and depended on other features. And all of those teams had to communicate with each other. So Team A had to communicate with Team B and Team C, because our organizational structure was in a way that there were kind of random borders between those projects and those features. So there was no clear idea behind what team is responsible for what feature. It all grew organically over a couple of years. So then Team B had also talked to Team A and Team C, for example, and Team C had to talk to Team B and Team A. And we not only had 3 teams, but a couple more teams. So, and as you can already see, this was kind of a mess. So we had a lot of communication overhead, and communication was often an issue and led to projects taking a very long time to get out the door. So we came up with a plan. And our plan was that we use principles from domain-driven design, so that we identify business domains and then also use principles from team topologies, which has a concept of stream-aligned teams, so we can align the teams with particular domains, and therefore we hope to make them more effective by having clear responsibilities and minimize the dependencies between particular or different teams. And furthermore, we also wanted to build a new platform that enables all of our teams to build web applications, modern web applications, more effectively. And we wanted to use Nuxt for this. First of all, let's start with the first part of our plan. The first part was all about using the principles from domain-driven design. So who of you is familiar with domain-driven design? Yeah, I see quite a few. For those of you who are not familiar with it, here in very short, a couple of the most important aspects of it. So in domain-driven design, we have a concept of an ubiquitous language. And for us, this meant that we came up with particular terms for things that happened within our application. So for example, a recruiter creates a job, a recruiter receives job applications, or an applicant views a job, or an applicant applies for a job. So the point of this is that the organization has a common language or uses a common language, not only when talking to each other, but also in the code. So the correct way of saying things or the correct terms to use in our code were, for example, an applicant applies for a job. And the wrong way would be a user submits an application for an opening, for example. So that way you can avoid confusion and can make sure that, for example, in your code you are always using the same terminology. But more important for us was a second concept of domain-driven design, which is domains and bounded contexts. And to find those domains and bounded contexts, we did something called big picture event storming. And big picture event storming involved a meeting with all the relevant stakeholders, or basically with all stakeholders from the company. So we had people from marketing, we had people from sales, and people even from accounting. So we had people from all around the company, and we had this large meeting where we used a bunch of sticky notes, as we all know is so popular right now. And at the end, we came up with a relatively clear picture of the domains and bounded contexts within our company. So we identified 3 business domains. For one, we had a domain job search. We also had another domain active sourcing, and a third domain employer branding. And within those business domains, we identified bounded contexts. And here, just as an example, for the job search domain, we had a bounded context, a search bounded context for the search functionality, a job application context for everything around applying for jobs, and also a job suggestion bounded context when the user doesn't actively search but gets job suggested. And within all the other domains, we also identified various bounded contexts. The second thing I talked about at the beginning, the second thing we wanted to use to reorganize our teams was a method called, or it was how do I call it, was team topologies, which is basically a way to think about teams and how they interact with each other. Who of you is familiar with team topologies? Not so many, so let's take a short look. In team topologies, there are four fundamental topologies or different types of teams. So for example, we have a stream-aligned team, an enabling team, a complicated subsystem team, and a platform team, according to this method. And most important for us, or for the context of this talk, are stream-aligned teams. And stream-aligned teams are aligned on a value stream. And a value stream is something that when the user does it, for example, or something when a user does it provides value to the user or in some way provides value to the company. And it's basically a complicated way of saying it's a product team. So you can also translate stream-aligned team to a product team, so a team that works on a single product, and this product is aligned around a value stream. And then you have also interaction modes between those teams. But for this talk, this is not that important, but I highly recommend you to check out team topologies if you think you can improve how your teams work together in your company. And what we thought was that we can use the principle of bounded context from domain-driven design and combine it with the idea of team topologies, and particularly with stream-aligned teams, to make our organization or to make our teams more effective in their daily work. So at this point, after this big picture event storming meeting we did, we had our domains, for example, our job search domain, and within this domain, we could say, for example, that for the search bounded context, team A is responsible for that, the stream-aligned team, team A, and for the two other bounded contexts you see here, team B is responsible for that. And why is this more efficient than the structure we had before? Because we identified that those bounded contexts are not as tightly coupled to other bounded contexts as it was with our previous features. So our features we had previously, our model around features, was in a way that we didn't have clear boundaries between those areas. And now with this bounded context, we thought we have clearer boundaries, and those teams we would form around those boundaries could work more independently of each other. But this was only the first part of our modernization and reorganization effort. The second one was that we wanted to build a new platform based on Next that will enable, or that would enable our teams to work more effectively and to build new features more effectively. And what I wanted to achieve is that everyone feels involved. So my role was that of a software architect, and I want to avoid to sit in the ivory tower and say, this is my grand idea and this is the best thing we can do and let's do it. But what I wanted to do is to involve everybody and give everybody a chance to participate in coming up with this new stack and the new way of how we want to build web applications in the future. So what I did is I wrote an RFC document. So I wrote a document where I intended my colleagues to add their comments and that way, in that way participate in how we will build our applications in the future. And in this document, I said, I think it would be a good idea to use Next. And within Next, we have multiple layers. So for once, we should have a base layer where we have things like authentication, notification, and all the other functionalities that are shared by all the other teams or by all the other smaller applications within this larger Nuxt-powered platform. And then we have the domain layer where we have all the bounded contexts within this larger platform. For example, the search context, the job application context, and the suggestion context as well. The next piece of the puzzle regarding the new platform and the new way of how we want to build things is that we have a unified UI library. And my idea was that we organize this UI library also in layers, also with 3 layers where we have a layer for unstyled primitives, so basic headless UI components, styled primitives, so UI components with our corporate identity already applied to them so that they can be reused by all the teams that rely on the same corporate identity. So for context, we had basically 2 design languages because we had the B2C aspect and the B2B context as well. So for B2C and B2B, we had different styles. So this is why we wanted to split unstyled primitives and styled primitives, because we could reuse the unstyled primitives between those different ways of how things should look. So we could use the unstyled primitives both for the B2C context and the B2B context. And the styled primitives we would have in 2 variants, one for B2C and one variant for B2B. And the third layer of the UI library contains all the domain-specific components. So all the components that solve a particular business problem. Components that are custom tailored to what we want to do with our application. So as an example, here is an example for an unstyled primitive. This is a select component where we can search for whatever we want to enter here, or we can freely enter text as well. And then we can take this unstyled primitive and make it a styled primitive. This is for the B2C context. So everybody can now reuse this styled version when they are building something for the B2C context. And last but not least, we might have a domain-specific component like the one you can see here. This one is for entering CV data, for example. And this won't be reused across different contexts, but only within one particular context. Okay, so I wrote this document where I asked all my colleagues to participate and asked them for their opinion if they think this is a good idea or not. And some of them added comments. So first of all, there weren't that many people who seemed interested, but a few did. Some were rather skeptical, like, I don't know. Others were, whatever, what we currently use is good enough. Why should we care about this? And then there were many that were, yeah, whatever. If he thinks it's a good idea, let's do it, but I don't really care. But in the end, it was accepted. And I was happy because that seemed good enough. And we moved forward to build this UI platform. So now we had all the building blocks in place to go from something like you can see here, from this mess here, where we had a lot of communication overhead and where we had really a hard time to get things out the door, to something much more well-structured, like the following. I'll give you a short second to check it out. So the idea with this was that now we have our business domains, and within those business domains, we can say we have team A working, for example, on the search context. We have team B working on the job application context and other contexts, and so on for all the other teams. And we hoped that there shouldn't be that much communication necessary between, especially between the domains, because the domains should really be very much decoupled from other domains, and there should also be limited communication necessary between teams within a particular domain, because we found those bounded contexts, and those bounded contexts should be relatively decoupled from other bounded contexts as well. And with the platform team that you see below, we hope that we can alleviate a lot of the pain of maintaining always the same UI components. So before we had, I don't know, like 4 different versions of a button, for example, because every team built the same button again, and the only synchronization happened via a static design file instead of in code. And now with the platform team, we hope that the platform team could take care of building high quality and highly reusable UI components with accessibility in mind, for example, and also taking care of building rock-solid solutions for authentication and for notification stuff and all the stuff like that. And the domain teams or the stream-aligned teams, their only responsibility should be to solve the problems of the users and to solve the problems of their particular business domain. So at this point, everything should be fine. Imagine all the possibilities when you have teams that can work independently, and they have a platform team taking care of all the stuff that they need, and they don't have a lot of communication overhead, and they don't have a lot of dependencies, and everything should be great. But unfortunately, it wasn't that great. And there are a couple of reasons for this. So what I told you now in a very linear story wasn't that easy already in practice. So after we did this event storming process and after we found these new domains, we started to thinking about actually implementing this new organization. And then there were people realizing, oh yeah, when we do this, then my responsibilities change. And this wasn't clear from the start. So one way in which I failed was that I didn't clearly communicate to the whole of the organization what this actually meant, what this actually will mean if we want to change the things in the way that that I showed you here. And also with this RFC process, it was still, I wanted to avoid the situation of sitting in the ivory tower and presenting the solution that I think is best. But still, it really didn't change that much, because in the end, people didn't really question me because they had a lot of their daily work to do. So I was the only one who had, me and my colleagues were the only one who had the time to actually think about the bigger picture of our technical frameworks. And so for the other people, it was like, yeah, okay, here is this document, and there are a couple of fancy architecture diagrams, and next, yeah, sounds okay-ish, let's see. But they didn't really, or I failed to communicate the impact of this, and I failed to really get the people on board and to really make the people involved. So I did go through the motions, like I wrote this RFC document, but in the end, the people didn't really feel that they were involved in coming up with this new idea. So there were a couple of reasons why now I'm standing here and I can't tell a success story as I wanted to tell. I did fail to see that the people are invested in their project. So there were product managers who already had plans in their head what they wanted to do with the features they owned. But if we did the reorganization like I showed you, then they wouldn't be responsible anymore for some of those features. And of course, this didn't go well with some people. Also, I underestimated, or I didn't take into consideration the bonds between team members. So the way how we wanted to go to Nuxt. So of course, we had our legacy systems, and we couldn't just flip a switch and go to Nuxt. The way I imagined it, or the way we imagined it as an architecture team, was that we have to split the projects we had using different technologies like Java or PHP between the teams. And in order to do this, we also needed to move people around teams. So because if one team now is responsible for a PHP application with Laravel, but also some parts of a Java application, then you need the Java know-how in this team, which would have meant that some Java expert needed to move in another team. And some VueJS expert, for example, needs to move in team C. And again, people need to move between teams. And of course, we are friends at work, hopefully. At least in our company, we had very good relations with each other. And of course, people in the teams were friends. And especially with COVID, I think the people focused more on their team. So prior to COVID, there were friendships that crossed teams, but during COVID, it was a situation that people within teams were friendly with each other, but not necessarily across teams. So this also wasn't very popular, that we needed to split teams. And last but not least, this would also have meant that people need to leave their comfort zone. And they weren't quite convinced that this is a good idea for them. So there were a lot of people, especially very involved in the Laravel community, for example. And Laravel is a great framework. And I didn't really show them why I think, or I showed them why I think, but I didn't really convince them why Nuxt.js should be a better option for us than Laravel, for example. So of course, they were not very motivated to now go from what they know from Laravel to a Nuxt.js stack, for example. So the message I show you again here at the end is that although we like to talk about frameworks, and I very much like to talk about new fancy frameworks and new features and new tools and how to make the tools faster, or how to choose the best tool for the job. But what we always have to consider is that people are working on the projects, and we need to take into consideration how the decisions we make about technologies also affect the people working with them. Thank you.
Very insightful. Well, our next speaker needs no introduction. You've seen his face on YouTube. You have listened to his podcast. And he has one or two things that might be good to hear on Nuxt. So without further ado, give it up for Alex, who will be giving us 8 gems on Nuxt. Do give him a round of applause.
All right, everybody. You know, I feel a little bit like I'm having a deja vu. Yeah, took a little bit, but happy to hear that. All right, 8 gems on Nuxt. It was very difficult to pick 8 things that make this framework all amazing. And we start with this. You can see it's empty. There's nothing. And once there was Nuxt.js. Who here, by the way, is a fan of Nuxt.js? Can you raise your hands? Oh, like 90% of the people. That's great. The other 10%, let's talk outside. Daniel, I can convince you. No worries. So that's fine. But did you know that some of you today used a Nuxt application already? I'm not talking about fixing your bugs while listening to the talks, right? I'll show you. This wonderful application where you submitted some questions for example, the panel tomorrow. Do that. There will be QR code up after the talk again. And also for Avenue, it's called Blido, a better Slido. Great name. And it's built with Nuxt. Yeah, you see that up here? It says that Nuxt.js version 3.11, and it's free to use. So we thought when we thought about how to get the questions, brainstormed a little bit and thought, hey, why not use this amazing Nuxt application? So yeah, you already used Nuxt.js today without knowing it, and probably also in other scenarios, because there's so many websites built with Nuxt, you might not even know that they actually are. Nevertheless, let's talk about the gems of Nuxt. The 8 features every developer should know. Not even every Nuxt developer, also every Vue developer, because maybe you want to switch over if that fits to your use case, right? Before, of course, a little bit about me. Thanks a lot, Daniel, for the wonderful introduction. I don't have to say that much anymore. So yeah, I am Alex. I am web engineering consultant by day. So besides the whole content creation part and a little bit of open source, of course, somehow people have to earn money, apparently. Yeah, fair. So I help companies with their Vue and Nuxt applications, architectures, issues, performance, and so on and so on. And yes, that's more work than just sending a video every now and then. Like, hey, look, there. It's a bit more. You have to figure out where the problems are. Anyway, yeah, I'm also giving workshops, of course, podcast host, and the Deja Vu podcast. If you don't listen to it yet and are into Vue, and I mean, most of you are. I remember in the morning there were 2 people who were not that convinced. Maybe the 2 of you are convinced now. Give it a listen for sure. I'm on the Nuxt team as well, and yeah, I do a little bit of content creation. I bring out, 1 video a week every Friday. So yeah, this Friday will be another video. Even though I'm here and then in Japan, there will be things. So definitely follow along. Every now and then I do some shit posts on Twitter, and every now and then I do also live stream, and I have a website and GitHub and so on. So and I also have a cat, right? Yeah, of course, that's not my cat, it's Grumpy Cat, rest in peace, but still, no, I don't have any cat. I'm probably more of a dog person, but I had a cat when I was younger, maybe that counts. Nevertheless, when we talk about Nuxt, let's address the elephant in the room, Nuxt 4. When I submitted this talk to this wonderful conference earlier this year, I had my abstract all laid out, and I thought, you know what, this will be so amazing. I start with, I quote, Nuxt 4 is out and it's packed with changes. Yeah. Drum roll, please, everybody. And yeah, it's not out. You can stop. Fine, thanks. Thank you. The release is still pending. It will come. This is something I can promise. I can promise that it will come. I don't tell when. But the good thing is you can already opt into the breaking changes today, into the changes. Maybe some of them I'll show you. It's very easy. You have your Nuxt config, right? You have a somewhat updated Nuxt version. And what you can do is just this. Future. Yeah, we move into the future, back into the future, commit to the version 4, set it up. Shouldn't be a string number, please, very important. And then you're good. And then all the breaking changes are there. You can apply the things. There's a lovely migration guide where you can go through and say, okay, does everything still work? Let's apply the new folder structure, and so on and so on. And if you think, oh yeah, heard a lot about Nuxt today, why not trying out that new thing? Then you can even do the following. You can write npx nuxi init, so far nothing new, creating Nuxt application, -t. Anyone knows what -t stands for? Say it. Type, almost. Anyone else? Template, yeah, a few people. Exactly, template. We use the v4 compatibility template, and we started no project with Nuxt 4, breaking changes. It's a new thing all there. And that also comes with
this lovely gem. You should all know that because eventually your company in 2 years will migrate to Nuxt 4 not because Nuxt 4 takes that long, but maybe the migration process. I'm just kidding. It will be very fast when you're out there and there will be new folder structure because think of this. Maybe your Nuxt projects look a little bit like that right now, right? We don't have to go through all of that. But there are some things that clearly belong to like your Nuxt applications, and we have this server folder, right? And there we have a few things like public, maybe like modules and layers that might be not related at all. Also, you don't need all of these folders, of course, but maybe you have them. And the new folder structure looks a bit like this. Magic. So let's do it again. Like this. We just have this wonderful app folder, and yes, the naming for that wasn't that easy. There were lots of suggestions, and app is where we landed. And yes, you can have an app.vue in your app folder. It's app/app.vue. I'm not kidding, and that's fine. So now you might wonder, okay, why do we do this? Why do we have to put all of that in? Yes, better performance because of the file watchers, and also it's a bit better in terms of a mental model. Because if you think about it, let's just collapse all these. Okay, you know where Nuxt and Vue-related stuff is in app. You have your server-related parts for like your API routes, your middleware, your plugins, everything's more like Nitro-related. And you don't import a Pina store in the server folder. You don't import a Vue component in your server folder. And the other way around, you don't use necessarily H3 helpers in your app folder. So it's also easier, also type-wise, auto-import-wise, to separate them. And of course, public, for example, is something it's not belonging to either side, it's just there. Same for layers, and so on and so on. And there's one more thing. There's one more thing that is coming, and it's this. Wow, one more line, amazing. Just do it again for the nice animation based on SlideF and cheeky magic move. A shared folder, because if you start now, okay, look, we have our app, that we have our Nuxt-rated stuff, right? A bit of front end, like Vue Nuxt context in the server, more of a Nitro thing. What's with the things that you want to use on both sides that are context-less? So internally we thought like, yeah, maybe we have some kind of a shared folder for types, for utils, and you can even have that, like you can implement it yourself right now if you want to. But yeah, it's work in progress. There's a PR, it's pending, right? You can add it already, as I said. And yeah, the idea is, as I said, context-less code should go in there. Another thing that's pretty important, and that's something you could probably also go for yourself, but it's what also we want to do, we want to use import protection. So you cannot accidentally say, hey, that's my context-less code with my Pina store. Like, nah, it's not context-less anymore. That don't work. So let's not do that. And there will be a big fat warning when you try to run, well, roll up eventually under the hood somewhere in a command that says like, hey, you can't import that. And of course, auto imports, for those people who really like auto imports, and probably a few of them here, we have types, auto imports, utils, and auto imports as well when it comes out. There is an issue and a PR, you can follow that for implementation, and that will be pretty lovely because when I worked with the new folder structure personally, I always felt like, yeah, I need some kind of shared folder, and giving a bit better DX to that is pretty nice. So no more questions where to put the things that go on both sides. We just have a third folder for that. Bless you. Next thing. Who of you knows Nuxt scripts? 1, 2, 3. Then it doesn't count. Oh, the whole table there doesn't count still. Okay, great. Let's have a look at Nuxt scripts because this is a gem that most of you missed out. So perfect. Let's click that on. Double click. Third-party scripts meets Nuxt DX. So what is this, besides this here being very lovely? The idea is third-party scripts, we all have them on our sites, tracking, analytics, marketing, and there's a lot of things that we can do to improve things. For example, here we can say, let's just load Google Analytics, but let's not load it straight away off the site. Let's load it later on, maybe trigger it manually. Then you might wonder, yeah, but the marketing team is killing us. We need this analytics, folks. Yeah, that's why there's a proxy. You feel the pain. There's a proxy, so whenever you still track something, whenever the script is loaded, that proxy, it's fine. We can just replay it. We can reuse it. Lovely. Great. And there are some performance improvements also for like YouTube, Google Maps, and so on. There are some integrated components, so you don't have to load the whole iframe with it. That's pretty cool. And if we scroll further, yeah, also we have cookie consents, GDPR, I mean, we're in Germany. We all know that. DSGVO, as we say it here, Datenschutzgrundverordnung. Can we all say that? 1, 2, 3. Datenschutzgrundverordnung. Perfect. That's all you need to know. People will leave you alone if you say that. And of course, there's some intro videos. Who's that guy? Never mind. There's also a sticker, of course, that's around. But what I want to show here is this part. I have the source code here, make it a little bit bigger. And of course, let's just type in pros. Learn
videos from watched intro videos from pros. And this is, for example, using this script YouTube player. So it's coming from Nux scripts. It's basically a facade component that eventually will load the YouTube video, but it's super, super lightweight and smooth. So Nux scripts really worth trying out. And I want to show you how it looks like in an application. So let me quickly open a little VueJS DE demo application because, well, to be fair, it was not fully made here. It was mainly adapted for one of the upcoming videos. So you might recognize the application, either if you watch the stream or talk later on, or maybe if you've seen it in the React world, because it also exists. Nevertheless, here I just say, let's load plausible analytics, and I pass in a source. So this should just point to /v, just chose that, JavaScript script.js, and I say, okay, here is where you send your API in and the domain. I get that from the runtime config. I have that in use plausible and own composable that I use in different components, right? And I expose the proxy for like low-level integration. I have like a little plausible function that can be using that. And if we have like an SVG tool, let's say, then somewhere I just say, okay, const plausible, use plausible, easy, and here we go. There are some more complex things you can do. Let's say, oh, I want to load a script when I push a button after scrolling, right, with an intersection observer. They're all built-in things you can do. So whenever you feel like, okay, we don't need to load it straight away, then Nux script is coming to help. So a very, very useful thing. Also, there are lots of scripts in there. So I'll just show, like, we can say use script. We can add an own script, can come from anywhere. And the best part is we can even bundle it. During build time, we can say, hey, you know what? We have this random script somewhere, and what if the gist is updated, or like polyfill.io, right? Some hijacking of the domain, and now we have some, I don't know, Monero miner in our site. Yeah, I wish it would be a joke, but it wasn't, sadly. So you can even say, hey, during deployment, we bundle that. We don't rely on that site, and it's also hosted on our space, so also DSGVO conform or GDPR conform. And yeah, there are lots of other scripts there, right? We have all the classics. If you feel like you're missing a script there, please raise an issue. If it's popular, why not adding it? And you can also already implement yourself and say, hey, this is how I did it. Let's do a PR. Yeah, and there are a few more things, so really worth checking out. As I also mentioned, the components, the facade components. Really great work made by lots of people, actually. This was a collaboration with the Chrome Aurora team, right? And also with Julian, Harlan, Daniel, and other contributors are there. Really appreciate the work. So definitely worth, because there are not many sites that work without third parties. As he said, tracking is a different story. Google Maps and whatnot. So yeah. Okay, the next gem. And one or the other might know that already. Get cache data. Who of you knows get cache data? Oh, less people. Oh, okay, a few. Great. So a few people watch my videos. I love it. No, but for real, let's say we fetch data, right? This is how we fetch data in Nux.js. We have this use fetch, right? We say we don't care about the types now, it's fine. We fetch a funny dad joke. And then we have some headers because the API needs it. So of course now, always when you fetch this data, it will be refetched. But on a client side, maybe you want to say, you know what? I just want to fetch it once, and then until the user refreshes the page, so until it's really just all client-side. As long as that, let's keep the data like that. And we can easily do that by just pushing the right arrow and adding some more here code. Wonderful. Get cache data. We have to pass in the key that comes from use fetch, it's auto-generated. And there's some low-level code we don't have to dive into. We need the Nuxt app beforehand, right? Line 1, we have this use Nuxt app that's used now, finally. And we say, okay, let's check if it's in the payload data or in the static data and return it. And if it's not there, it will be fetched. And then it will be saved somewhere there magically thanks to Nuxt. And we don't have to go through that again. Now we can even combine that. And now the code will be a bit longer by saying, okay, cool. I can fetch data. It will stay there forever until I refresh the page. But I want to expire. It should be expiring at some point because, yeah, like 5, 10, 30 seconds, great. But for an hour, or what did Abdurrahman say, like 78 days without refreshing the application, yeah, that sounds like stale data. So bear with me. It's a bit more. We'll go through that. First, we use this wonderful function here called transform, right? Anybody ever used a transform function and use fetch or use async data? Or just a few. So if you get data, you can just say, take the data and maybe remove some or add more, as we do here. It's more uncommon to remove things, right? Like say, I get all these things, but I just need that one property. That can even help performance, but it's another story.
So we just say we add a fetched add date here, because there is no date in the data. Let's just assume that for party API. Good. And now we have this get cache data as before. So over here, we have this data, right? And then, as the lovely comment I wrote back then says, if the data is not fetched, well, so if not data, if it's nullish, or this, actually falsy, not even nullish, let's fetch for the first time. And we do that by just saying return. Let use fetch do the things. We don't have any data to return. It will be fetched. Great. And now we check the happy path. Hey, we have the data already, right? We have this like guarding if beforehand. And then we say if the data is too old, yeah, you know what? Then why not checking, okay, expiration date, we transform it back into a date. Then we say, okay, let's set the time. Lovely. We get the time. We check, is it expired or not? Here we say just 10 seconds. We can set it to any value we want. And of course, if it's expired, also return nothing, because then we just pretend there is no data. And otherwise, just return the data that's there. So that works. It seems like a lot of work, but it works fully on the client side without any script on the backend. But sometimes, well, actually mostly, you maybe want a bit more caching, also including the backend. So let's talk about another gem here, about caching and your backend for frontend with Nitro. So who here ever used the server folder? Yeah? Okay, lots of people not using the server folder. That's very interesting. We'll do that real quick in a second. So the idea is Nitro, the server engine, right? The server folder there, powered by Nitro, same as the deployment and so on and so on. We can build full-stack applications with that, right? End-to-end type safety. It's great. You can even wrap it. Like you can wrap your existing backend and say, okay, the Nitro server just makes calls to your existing backend. You might like, huh, Alex, why would we do that? I'm like, yeah, because you can cache things. They're like, okay, cool, caching is nice. So yeah, we have that, plus end-to-end type safety as mentioned. We can cache things. The best part in that as well, we can choose where we want to store things. On memory, yeah, let's not do that for big data. File system, easy but slow. Some kind of storage solution like a KV store on Cloudflare, Vercel, Netlify, Blobs, whatsoever. MongoDB, the choice is yours, because everything that's happening in the AnJS ecosystem is always storage and runtime agnostic. So we're good. Let's have a look how that would work. So we have our VS Code here, and I will just very quickly open this wonderful test.ts that I wrote. And in here, we already have that, but let's just remove everything for now and remove this here. Let's create a new Nitro event handler, I think a little bit bigger. And in here, no copilot, we won't any generation. We can just say, okay, we have this event handler. Let's do something. Let's just return new date. Because why not? Not the event target, new date. So this should just return the current date. And if we now say, okay, you know what? Let's start our application and run it. I'll quickly paste the link in a second. Then we see the date that exists there. But of course, first, we should actually start the application. So let's just do pnpm dev here for our wonderful VueJS 2024 demo application. We let it run through. And in the meantime, we start our app, open the link, and see that. Make it a little bigger. This is the current date right now. If I refresh it, it's the new date. Lovely. We see the seconds passing by, getting older and older. And let's change that, because that's enough reality check. Okay, close the terminal here. So what we want to do instead is we can say, okay, we have this defined event handler, right? For some reason I can't find that. Probably I could even do the whole window reload, and it will be there. Sometimes my VS Code is a bit weird. Apparently not. It's fine. We can use define cached event handler. And the idea behind that is we can say, you know what? Let's have this event handler and cache the whole thing. And now we have another option saying we have an object here. And that object, we could, for example, say, let's disable SWR, but say, let's put in a max age of 10 seconds. So if we now go back here, we refresh that. Wonderful. The time is passing by, but nothing happens. We said we can't go back, but at least we can freeze time. And after 10 seconds, here we go, here we see it. It changed again. Nice. Of course, we can combine it with stale via validate, so we can say, give us the cache data, refresh it in the backend in the meantime, and the next request will get the new data, and so on and so on. And the best part of that is, now you might say, that's cool for requests, but what if I have user data? What if I don't want to cache the whole thing? What if I still want to execute it? You can do the same thing, but just with a function. So you can define a function, same parameters, very similar, and saying, okay,
I also want to cache that. And once again, this is fully runtime agnostic, works on all runtimes, and also with all the storage solutions provided by Unstorage. So thanks to the UnJS ecosystem, that works pretty well. And there's one more thing. So what we can do is we can even generate the Open API spec of our API routes. And that might seem a bit interesting because, okay, why you might want that? Well, maybe you want to use Swagger to share that with the people. Maybe you want to write some tests against it and so on. And it's very simple. We just have to turn on nitro.experimental.openAPI. So let's go to our Nux config here and do that and say, you know what, here, nitro, come on, wonderful, experimental, and eventually openAPI to true. Let's close this here, and probably complains because in this application I already did it beforehand. So let's save this. And if we now say, okay, we go back to our app, here we go, we refresh that, it's a time, wonderful, and now we go to /_nitro / I think Swagger it is. Let's see. We have our Nitro server routes here based on OpenAPI. We see, oh, get API test, lovely, no parameters, fine response, how it looks like. We can document it. We can also comment, of course. We can improve things. There is scalar support as well. So documenting your API routes, never been easier, all auto-generated. And this is important to mention. This is not necessarily a Nuxt feature, right? Also, everything in terms of caching, you can have in your plain Nitro application as well. So you can always say, Express, I don't need Express. Let's just use Nitro, deploy it wherever we want, have all these benefits, and go with that. So, time to ditch Express. Who's still using Express here? Yeah, we should talk, okay. All right, and there's another thing. Apparently not many people, I learned today, not many people know about route rules. And that's fine. Who here knows about route rules? Not that many, yeah, as I felt like. Perfect. And the idea is, with route rules, you can say, for specific paths in your Nuxt application, you can do certain things. Disabling SSR, caching as well. Let's see a few things. Yeah, rendering modes, right? Like SSR say, hey, this should be pre-rendered. It's great. Caching. Redirects, also very important. Define headers, proxy requests. And you can even set up custom rules if you have like a super crazy use case, or some modules might also do that, maybe your own modules as well. You can say, okay, fine, let's set up a route rule. If that applies to path, let's do things with that. So let's check our application again, because there is something I didn't tell you, right? I set here for the plausible part, I set like /v/js/script.js. And you might wonder, like, this doesn't look like a path. What is this v part, right? The answer is, check the Nux config, and maybe one of you has spotted already. We have this route rules part here, the proxy for plausible, to say, okay, I proxy the script in the API event straight to my own plausible instance to make sure that the ad blockers don't block it away. So yeah, I track you if you open that application that runs on localhost only. And the best part is that we can not only do that, but we can also see that. So we have that application, and I hope I can quickly pull up my plausible situation. But first, let's go back here. Just go to localhost 3000, right? And there we go. This is the application, by the way, that I only converted from a Next.js application, but this is a topic for the future, not for now. And if we now check what's happening here, we see in the dev tools, real quick, we can check for script.js, script typing the right way here. We have use script, that's wonderful. But there should also be script.js, I think, or /v. Let's see that. V. No, it's not there. Let's have a double check why that, because we set the proxy. Oh, use plausible. Wonderful. Save that here. And let's go to that page here, for example. Let's see if it loads. Script.js, there we go. And also an event, because it's only loaded if the composable is executed. So on the starting page, not ideal for tracking, to be fair, but I only implemented it here to track like the little upload SVG button or whatsoever, as it was in the original application. Only then the script is loaded, and that's fine. And of course, things are queued up, so that's great. And now, I want to give you a very intimate view into my wonderful plausible setup. So I have this domain set to example.com, and you see there's one page view, and it just happened right now on the SVG to PNG page. So it works, apparently. Very simple to set up. You can self-host that or use it on plausible.com or any other analytics, and it's pretty straightforward. So route rules can help with a lot of things, especially, well, not only hiding scripts, but also, as I said before, disabling SSR, caching as well. If you say, hey, I don't only have an API that I want to cache, but also maybe a Nuxt page that's server rendered. Let's just cache the page. So that's also an option. And eventually, let's quickly go back to the slides, because there's one more thing I want to showcase with the application, and it's OG image generation. OG image is really important if you share something on your favorite messenger with your moms, like, hey, look, this is the application I built. Should be like a nice image popping up, write a title. I was like, hey, what's this localhost 3000? Anyway, you got me. So OG image generation, extremely important. And I don't know, I for example, I write blog posts every, I don't know, once a year or so, I feel like. And I don't want to set up a social image for that, or like an OG image. So why not generating that based on a blog title, based on the name of its little background image, and so on and so on. Of course you can do that. It's pretty straightforward. It's once again a module made by Harlan, so check out nuxtseo.com in general. It's under the umbrella there. You can generate OG images on the fly or pre-render them. It's all based on Vue components, so you don't have to think like, oh, how to describe it, just write a Vue component, and we can even preview it in DevTools. Screenshots are also possible. So let's see how it look like in my, let's say, transferred application. As we mentioned before, there are the dev tools. Let's open them. Yeah, hub database not found because it's not using Nuxt hub. We have this wonderful OG image tab here, and here we see this looks like that. SVG to PNG, the only simple SVG converter. Didn't write it at all, just copied over from the other application, which is now a Nuxt application. So let's have a look how that looks like actually internally. So let's go to the SVG to PNG route here. Also using a wonderful feature called route groups, also a gem, but that's on the side note. You have define OG image component general, SVG, PNG, and so on and so on. So we just run that, and it will generate the OG image for it. And you might think, okay, what's this general? Let's have a look. It's in app components OG image, general view, and here it's pretty simple, some props and just some styles. It can also be CSS classes. Table is also supported, so no worries, but this was also, once again, from the wonderful React application that exists called QuickPick. It's also linked in the GitHub as well. This is a whole fork. Anyway, it works. And the best part is, if we now go back to DevTools and say, like, hey, look, that's a great image. Nice. Maybe zoom a little bit out for that. And we have some options here, right? We have app templates. There are some templates. And we can say, you know what? Can I just use the Pergol template here? Can just say like, hey, I want to use this. Yeah, sure. You can. You can just copy paste the code. You can just say, hey, yeah, let's give the source code that's not fully bundled with, right? It exists there, and say I replace that and refresh the whole page, for example, and it's there. And to prove you it's really there, let's just open that in a new tab, and you see that I can actually touch it here, right? It's there. It is deployed. It's a real image. So we can do that. We can, of course, go through others. We have a lot of options. Of course, there's documentation in there and also debugging if some things might not work because of how things are rendered. But all in all, it's a really pleasant experience. We can also check how it looks on Twitter, as we have here, and Slack, and have the sidebars and like, hey, okay, what's that rendered with, and so on, so on. So a lot of good things. And at least for your own portfolio, you might want to have that because it looks neat. And the last thing here is more of a bonus because we're already over at 8 gems, so we have like a 9th gem just for you out there, right? Nuxt UI. Whoever used Nuxt UI? Okay. Also just a few people, but it's really worth it because, well, it's a component library for Nuxt. In the future, also for Vue, we can also make it work for you now, but it's a bit trickier. There will be a version 3 rewrite with Radix Vue under the hood. Yay. It's fully themable, stylable. It's like you bring your own things. It's based on Tailwind and Radix Vue in this case. And there's also a pro version with more built-in components. So let's just have a tiny glimpse on it, how it looks like. And I mean, all the Nuxt pages are beautiful, right? This is a dark blue, by the way, so don't let you fool you by the colors here. Actually, maybe I put on light mode now. Yeah, I'm sorry, but here we go. That looks. It's a bit more clear now, and I hope nobody on the live stream has burning eyes right now. So you can get all the components there for free. It's out there. It's open source as well. And as just mentioned, there's also a pro version. And if you say like, hey, okay, I don't know, I want a Figma kit or something. I asked Sebastian, right? Artinux has like, hey, I'm at VueJS DE. There is a little coupon code. So if you want to, you can scan the QR code, go there. You can take it from the slides later on. That's the coupon code for 20% off everything. So I was like, hey, I don't want to come with empty hands, right? This seems a bit unfair. Nevertheless, talking about empty hands, this was a tiny selection of things that apparently lots of you didn't know about, so I kind of did my job. But you might be ready for more, so please follow along. I have a YouTube channel, as mentioned earlier, almost that's 10K subscribers in almost a year, a little bit of a year, more than a year that I'm doing it now. So it'd be really nice if you could leave a subscribe, like, click the bell, you know all that shit, right? So, and of course we also have a wonderful podcast, the Deja Vu podcast, where we do weekly episodes with Michael Thiessen from the community. So if you feel like, please follow along, and yeah, you will see amazing content. Before I say goodbye, thanks a lot to my sponsors. One of them is also in the room over here, at least, for sponsoring me so I can have time for open source and content creation, all that. It's really appreciated. And yeah, thank you. These were the 8, no more 9 Nux gems, and I hope you will enjoy using them. Thanks, everybody. All right. Okay, and apparently, let's quickly switch. We still have feedback, very important, and we have the Vue panel live Q&A. You can leave some questions at Blido. We have a little maintainer library off around tomorrow, right after lunch, so definitely don't miss it out. Of course, you can also do it throughout the time, that's fine. So let me quickly bring on the final and closing slides here. And it is pretty straightforward because we are almost done here for today. So today, that was kind of it, right? There's one more thing, right? Food and drinks. You're all hopefully not too sleepy. It's not that late, actually. It's, well, not even 6. So in 15 minutes, a little bit of after party, food trucks, some good food. We also have some PowerPoint karaoke, as was said before. So everybody who's interested in that, let's go for that. Let's have some chill time here. Let's mingle a little bit, get to know each other even better, like we did throughout the day. And tomorrow starts again, as it did today, at 9 sharp, the first talk here. So better be early to get the good spots in the first rows as well. Exactly. And I hope you enjoy the evening. Don't forget, as I said, like just mingle with everybody, have a good time. And thank you for the very first day of the VueJS Conf 2024. Thanks, everybody. Danke. Yeah, there are food stamps available. Important how you get the food next to the on-demand t-shirt station. I'll just leave that on for a bit. Thanks for the hint, Tony. And let's go.